The world straight up ended. Cities crumbled, nightmares roamed free, yet one dude unlocked the most unhinged power ever. His crib morphed into an absolute fortress. Inside, he constructs, expands, and manifests epic loot, transforming a totally basic building into Earth's ultimate safe zone. But here is the brutal catch. He is physically trapped indoors. While survivors brawl outside, he casually maxes out his lobby. Everything is to guarantee his bloodline has an impenetrable sanctuary to come home to. Let us begin. Doomsday dropped completely without warning. Entire neighborhoods burned to ashes, blazing wildly beneath a choking pitch-black sky. That catastrophic plague the media endlessly warned about finally dropped. Massive chunks of the population were violently infected. Endless warfare, massive famine, and total economic collapse instantly followed. Furious crowds flooded the streets, screaming against useless governments. Dark omens flashed everywhere. Yet humans did not trigger the ultimate game over. Mythical beasts, straight out of nightmares, shattered our reality. Colossal titans suddenly spawned across the globe, absolutely slaughtering everyone in sight. The bloody aftermath was dead obvious. Terrified survivors desperately packed into grimy basements, clinging to life however they managed, sparking weak fires. Exactly like webtoons, awakened hunters with god-tier powers spawned. Glowing system interfaces manifested directly guiding their strikes. But brutal reality slapped way harder than fiction ever could. These awakened heroes lacked the firepower to halt doomsday. 3 days into the absolute slaughter descending upon downtown, our main character crushed some snacks and mumbled, "Well, the world is not completely dusted yet." He was somehow chilling normally. He just kicked back quietly, chugging soda and snacking. Then reality hit him hard. He was completely isolated inside a massive 1,000 square foot crib. His entire bloodline was stranded out there. His dad originally secured this exact spot using a heavy 200 million won mortgage, plus another 200 million heavily pulled from their joint savings. The only reason his chronically sick self stayed in this place totally solo was that someone officially had to occupy the space for 2 whole years to score a massive tax break. Hence his solo living situation firmly trapped inside since the apocalypse dropped. He abruptly snatched his phone, glaring at the dark screen. A glitchy alert warned of a dead connection. It basically told him to check his router and retry. He inhaled sharply, desperately trying to calm his racing pulse. Suddenly, a vicious snarl echoed out. He whipped his head questioningly toward the window. A demonic beast with massive wings soared past, instantly crashing against his glass balcony, viciously clawing to violently breach his home. The nightmare flaunted razor-sharp fangs and multiple slithering tongues. Jaehyun immediately shrieked in pure terror. What the actual heck is that? He frantically shielded his face, but the monster unleashed a roar so deafening that Jaehyun screamed much harder until his blood ran ice cold. A glowing interface suddenly materialized, warning that a hostile intruder was breaching the perimeter. Passive skill, Reclusion Level 1, has officially activated. 0 entities can ever intrude without absolute consent. Jaehyun tightly gripped his pounding chest, desperately gasping for air after that sheer panic attack. Stumbling heavily upright, the crazy truth clicked perfectly. This bizarre defensive system perk was the only reason he was not Monster Chow. Sprinting toward the exit, he aggressively twisted the locks. 0 movement happened. He frantically yelled out loudly that this situation was dead serious. Utter silence completely replied. He viciously punted the unyielding steel frame. 3 agonizing days into total worldwide Armageddon. This cracked defensive skill had literally trapped him tightly indoors. As twilight hit, he sat completely isolated, intensely glaring at the cold floorboards. The interface repeatedly spammed that the recluse could not officially exit. He laughed incredibly hollowly, swearing heavily under his breath, clutching his hair in pure frustration, agonizing over his utter helplessness. When he scanned his wildly dim room, the massive glaring issue hit him instantly. Food. His prepped meals were vanishing fast, and the fridge had lost all power since yesterday. He had barely survived off those leftover meal prep containers chilling uselessly inside the completely dead fridge. But starvation was fast approaching. Just a few sad instant ramen packs remained. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a totally bizarre chime echoed out loud. The glowing prompt directly announced he just magically slayed a level 23 Calicon, scoring a massive amount of experience and instantly leveling up his ultimate skill. His jaw literally dropped in utter shock, and he cautiously crept toward the window. Peering down, he realized that massive winged nightmare from earlier was currently being completely devoured by even scarier, far more terrifying freaks. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the glitch made perfect sense. The crazy system counted it as his personal kill, simply because it breached his zone. He literally unlocked a brand new skill. The conditions were met perfectly, and his epic loot reward was currently being fully generated. Seconds later, his eyes practically bulged out in shock as a purely spine-chilling screech ripped through the dead air. The feral horde started shrieking violently right beneath his balcony window. Jaehyun was absolutely clueless about why they were showing this sudden feral rage. The terrifying beasts kept surging endlessly, viciously trampling over the Kalakan's crushed corpse. Meanwhile, the system declared that his final loot calculations, mission accomplished, exactly 2,203,234 won, just dropped into his recluse wallet. Jihan stood there absolutely baffled. What on earth was this system talking about? Out of nowhere, a blinding beam pierced through the ceiling right behind him. He spun around, his heart pounding frantically. His jaw dropped. The power was back on. A system alert popped up, announcing he had successfully hit seclusion level 3. This unlocked a passive level 1 convenience perk. To keep him comfy, 50% of his home's original functions instantly booted back up. His recluse wallet hit max capacity. The shiny new balance read 2,203,204 won. Seeing his sanctuary revive, pure euphoria washed over Jihan. Clenching his fists, absolute hope sparked within him. He dashed straight toward the fridge and ripped the door open. A massive grin spread across his face before sprinting to test the faucets. The electric stove glowed red hot. Everything was actually fixed. Jihan threw his hands up, screaming in absolute joy. His entire setup ran flawlessly, exactly like the good old days before the apocalypse ruined everything. Overwhelmed by this miracle, he collapsed to his knees. One massive question remained. Was the Wi-Fi back online? He frantically snatched up his smartphone to check. A depressing, unstable connection icon blinked back at him. He gripped his hair in pure agony. The internet was still completely dead. Then something caught his eye. A dusty flash drive resting on the floorboards. Without hesitation, he jammed it straight into his laptop port. Nostalgic childhood photos flashed across the screen, showing him smiling beside his mom. Image after image tracked his growth alongside his loving parents. Vibrant birthday parties and warm family moments filled the monitor. Watching these precious, untainted memories play out in front of him, a crushing wave of sorrow hit him hard. Gasping for air, a crazy determination sparked. He needed his family safe inside this bunker, no matter the cost. Fierce rage flared up inside. Kicking his chair back, he stood tall, swearing to the heavens he would make it happen. Ding! A crisp system chime echoed through the room. A glowing level 1 shop menu suddenly materialized before him. Thanks to his unique recluse ability, he could actually buy shop items at their original pre-apocalypse retail price. Jihan blinked, completely stunned. An actual shop. The holographic screen prompted him to register items, flashing his current massive balance. A prompt asked if he wanted to upload his very first item. Staring at the glowing options, he smashed that shopping cart icon. His wallet tier popped up instantly. It suddenly clicked. This specific shopping skill was directly hardwired to his recluse wallet. The screen clearly displayed his exact funds, but as he swiped open the main interface window, the system brutally reminded him of reality. The recluse class was strictly bound to this house. Even with his leveled up stats, escaping was still completely impossible. He was basically a prisoner. But one absolute truth remained. Slaughtering monsters meant leveling up, paving the way for insanely overpowered new skills. Pushing his level high enough might literally unlock his freedom. But seriously, how was he supposed to hunt nightmarish beasts while trapped inside an apartment? Catching a lucky break like before was practically zero. Suddenly, his intense gaze locked onto a vile creature roaming outside. A nasty goblin scurried right beneath his window. A wild hunting strategy formed. Snatching up a heavy plastic water bottle, he chucked it directly out the open window frame. Watching it plummet toward the street, a manic grin spread. Absolutely perfect. The physics barrier was broken. He could actually launch projectiles outside. With an evil smirk, he locked eyes with his heavy steel dumbbell. Creeping toward the balcony edge, his blood ran cold. A massive horde of goblins were screeching and snarling in the streets below. The grotesque, terrifying monsters started swarming further down the abandoned block. Desperate for experience points, he quietly begged them not to run off. Flexing every muscle in his arm, he blindly hurled the heavy iron weight straight down. Praying to the gaming gods for a critical hit, smash, the iron crushed a goblin, sending dark blood splattering everywhere. The surviving monsters froze, looking around in utter confusion. Jihan instantly realized his catastrophic mistake. Cold sweat began dripping rapidly down his pale face. Panic set in. He glanced down at his one remaining piece of gym equipment. How was he going to survive this? His ammo was completely gone. He definitely lacked the raw stats to start yeeting heavy flat-screen televisions or gaming computers out the window. A blood-curdling shriek pierced the dead silence. The chaotic mob whipped their ugly heads around, frantically hunting their unseen attacker. One grotesque beast locked eyes with his window, screeching a vicious command to the pack. Jihan's jaw hit the floor in sheer terror. Their demonic roars echoed off the buildings. Foaming at the mouth, the entire goblin squad charged recklessly toward his apartment. From this vantage point, it was basically a shooting gallery. He totally had the high ground. An insane idea sparked. He instantly summoned his glowing system shop menu. The interface flashed, demanding an item registration. He tapped the glowing command, grabbing his last remaining dumbbell. The holographic screen buzzed with a final confirmation. Register this weapon. Without hesitation, he confirmed. The system successfully cataloged a classic 3-kilogram sliding dumbbell into its magical inventory. The listed price was exactly 16,991 won. His eyes widened. That was the literal exact price he originally paid online. The system shop was completely ignoring apocalyptic inflation. With his massive bankroll, he could easily mass-produce an unlimited arsenal of heavy iron projectiles. A wicked, satisfied smirk crossed his face. But suddenly, a blinding golden aura erupted violently from the system panel interface. Bam! The heavy iron materialized right beneath his shoes. Heck yes, it actually worked, he cheered. Perfect mass for monster crushing. Without skipping a beat, he rained solid steel down on the goblin horde below, absolutely shattering their skulls on impact. Ding, the interface flashed. Level 7 goblin eliminated. Experience gained and 3,345 won hit his shut-in account. A huge grin spread across his face. His crazy sniper tactic flawlessly paid off. Down below, the surviving runts stared at their crushed comrade in sheer disbelief. Their screeching fury peaked just as another massive weight plummeted right toward their ugly mugs. Panic finally kicked in and the little freaks scrambled to escape. "Get back here, you cowards," Jian roared. The holographic screen hummed, confirming his fresh purchase of 3 premium non-slip iron sets. Gripping the heavy steel, he transformed his balcony into a sniper tower, dropping weights and wiping out the goblin squad relentlessly. Gold coins flooded his balance as his mastery leveled up. "Now we are talking. This is absolute peak gaming," Jian cheered. Another notification popped up. Level 1 dimensional warehouse unlocked. A literal pocket subspace for his gear. This inventory feature was exactly the game changer he needed. Gripping the iron plates tight, he initiated the dimensional storage. A system prompt asked to transfer his current items into the void. With zero hesitation, he confirmed. Whoosh! The heavy metal vanished into thin air. Immediately, the glowing screen asked if he wished to recall his weapon. His eyes sparkled with pure hype. "Do it," he commanded, and the weights instantly rematerialized in his grip. "This system is completely broken," he yelled in triumph. Infinite instant summons meant endless ammo right at his fingertips. A diabolical new strategy formed in his mind. Suddenly, his entire apartment pulsed with an intense, blinding blue aura. Tapping the glowing interface, he spam-summoned iron weights from the void. His digital storage was literally overflowing with ammo. The bombardment resumed instantly. He unleashed a heavy metal meteor shower, utterly decimating the straggling monsters. A final terrified shriek was cut short by crushing steel. He was completely wiping out the entire mob. Sweet experience points rained down on him. His digital wallet kept swelling with an endless stream of pure gold. The interface prompted him to expand his catalog. "Load it up," he smirked instantly, stocking up the newly unlocked shop. Now this shut-in's personal market was stacked with sliding dumbbells, instant ramen, bottled water, rice, and fresh eggs. Plus milk, seaweed sheets, olive oil, butter, and ketchup. His total net worth skyrocketed to several million won. He instantly flipped the blood-stained goblin-crushing weights back to the shop, alongside various snacks and random daily supplies. Wait, a sudden system error flashed his wallet at maximum capacity. He squinted. Did his massive balance just drop by a single one? Was the system charging him for basic survival? He glanced at the humming fridge, realizing his utility bills were auto-deducting. That huge, power-draining fridge was the main culprit, eating away his hard-earned survival cash. Frustration bubbled up. His heavy metal bombardment had actually scared off the remaining goblin horde, leaving their spawn point completely empty. He had only sniped 2 stragglers since the retreat. Were there any bigger targets left to farm in this wasteland? Staring at a massive bleached monster skeleton in the distance, he knew worse threats lurked out there. He desperately needed a new strategy. Hours dragged on. He gripped his hair in absolute frustration, staring out the glass. If only that flying beast had just passed by, he grumbled. Suddenly, a massive shadow blotted out the horizon. The legendary Calican had returned. The grotesque, gaping maw of the beast sent shivers down his spine. "You have got to be kidding me. The heavens really hate me." Sprinting into action, he rigged a large mirror to a folding ladder with thick ropes, shoving the makeshift trap over the balcony edge. Bam! The sun reflected perfectly off the glass, flash-banging the winged nightmare. The Calican shrieked in agony, spiraling out of the sky. Deafening screeches echoed as the monster plummeted. A triumphant grin spread across his face. His insane mirror tactic was actually working. But mid-fall, the beast violently twisted its wings, diving straight toward his window. If he somehow slayed this titan, his level would absolutely skyrocket. Out of nowhere, an impossibly colossal shadow eclipsed the first beast, leaving him completely paralyzed by the mind-bending scale of it. Hurricane-force winds blasted through the apartment, forcing him to cross his arms and scream against the crushing gale. Peeking through the turbulent storm, his brain short-circuited. The sheer visual in front of him made zero sense. The colossal entity vanished in a blink, a deafening crunch of concrete echoed. The winged demon had literally latched onto his apartment complex. No freaking way, he gasped in terror. It was the exact same Calican glaring at him. A razor-sharp, grotesque tongue slithered inches from his window. Pure, unadulterated dread locked his freezing body in place. The beast rammed its massive beak against the glass, desperate for blood. Red warnings flashed. Unregistered entity, attempting structural breach. Heart pounding out of his chest, he braced himself. That thin glass was his only lifeline. But sitting idle was not an option. He yanked open the system, store his current inventory, flashing before his eyes. The harsh truth, loot only dropped if the monster corpse stayed close. Those messy goblin raids taught him that exactly. Surviving runts would drag their dead buddies away, completely robbing him of his hard-earned loot drops. Basically, if the kill drifted out of bounds, his rewards vanished. He absolutely refused to let that slide today. Blood-curdling screeches shattered the silence. He desperately needed a guaranteed one-shot method to obliterate this absolute nightmare. His eyes locked onto a 900-milliliter bottle of cooking oil. Perfect. He instantly slammed the buy button for 10. The interface popped up demanding purchase confirmation. Without skipping a single beat, he confidently locked it in. 10 heavy bottles materialized by his boots. He snatched them up, slammed a massive pan onto his stove, and dumped every single drop inside, cranking the heat. Next, he snapped off a shelf piece, duct taping a rag around it. He plunged his makeshift torch into the bubbling oil, immediately reopening the system. A prompt asked to register a new item. He hit confirm, tossing the searing liquid straight into his dimensional storage. A crisp notification pinged that it was registered. Lunging for his lighter, he sparked the soaked rag. In an absolute instant, the boiling oil caught the blazing spark. A massive fireball erupted in his living room, forcing him back. He charged the window, ready to unleash absolute hellfire. Paused to take a breath and roared the command to release the boiling oil. Right on cue. A spatial rift ripped open above the beast, dumping liquid fire over its head. The monster shrieked in absolute agony. As Jian launched the flaming torch straight into the mess, the Calican ignited into a roaring bonfire. Jian smirked, realizing his crazy plan actually worked. He watched the burning beast thrash and plummet toward the concrete below. It crashed hard, screeching into the dark night, until the flames finally silenced it. Ding! He just obliterated a level 27 Calican, scoring a massive experience payload. His proficiency skyrocketed, unlocking a brand new ability. The blue screen flickered to life, verifying his kill conditions were perfectly met. System loot calculation was officially underway. Boom, the ultimate calculation was complete. Exactly 9,347,487 won flooded his recluse wallet. He gasped out loud. 9 million for one kill. Wait, basically 10 million. The system pinged again, confirming the flawless execution, triggering a massive territory expansion. What the heck? He yelled, as the floorboards violently trembled like a literal earthquake. Total panic set in. Whipping his head around, he completely froze in terror, choking on the sudden thick dust cloud. As his domain forcefully upgraded, his minimap blipped. The expansion had literally absorbed other survivors into his safe zone. Actual people in his house, cut to a family of 4, huddled around a table in an adjacent apartment unit, quietly playing board games. He gripped his hair, totally mind-blown by this insane plot twist. Actual breathing humans. His eyes darted wildly as he swallowed hard. The holographic layout hovered right in front of him while the system interface completely doxed the new trespassers. A 40-year-old husband named Choi Hae-jin and his wife Hai-won, who was around the exact same age, alongside their 2 little girls, 6-year-old Nayeon and 3-year-old Seo-yeon. A critical alert flashed, stating these entities met all base requirements to become official residents. Did he want to grant them immediate citizenship? Our guy instantly swiped open the dialog box, frantically asking, what happens if he rejected their applications? The cold AI responded, non-citizens would be forcefully evicted from the protected sanctuary. Are you sure you want to deny them? He stood completely paralyzed, realizing that if he rejected their official residence permit, it literally meant tossing all of them to the bloodthirsty monsters outside. With absolutely zero hesitation, he approved all 4 visas, and the system immediately locked them in. Jian let out a huge sigh of relief. This territory upgrade came with fresh administrative perks, and he needed to inspect them. Level 1, Seclusion Absolute Sight. His domain was now his panopticon. Was there a specific ruler ability for his new subjects? Level 1 Residence Permit. An absolute barrier blocking all uninvited guests. Jian smirked, realizing how overpowered that ultimate defense was. Current population 4 out of 600 max capacity. Weight 600, he muttered. Was not that basically an entire army? He quickly pulled up Hung Yoon's stats. Level 9 Trust, Level 24 absolutely 0 awakened combat abilities so far. Experience and gold tax rates sat at 0%. He held absolute power to issue quests or completely banish him. Jian realized the insane potential of this tax system. A flat cut of their daily grind would flow straight into his pockets. Infinite passive income meant effortless leveling up. A villainous grin crept across his face at the pure genius of it, so he instantly drafted a new mission. The interface prompted him for objective details, time limits, huge payouts, and the ultimate failure penalty. His jaw dropped. He literally had god-level admin rights to customize everything. A glowing blue system prompt materialized. The objective: exterminate a single goblin within exactly 168 hours. The payout was pathetic, just chump change experience points, with zero risks attached. Should he actually greenlight this garbage mission? Jian scoffed at the trash loot. But wait, how far could he twist the rules? Could he literally weaponize the failure penalty into a brutal death sentence? The holographic window flashed, demanding his confirmation. Instead, he swiped it away instantly, destroying the pending request. A chilling realization washed over him. With this godlike authority, erasing any resident from existence was terrifyingly easy. This insane power was entirely his to command. His next move, he instantly activated his absolute gaze ability. The walls vanished, revealing everything hidden. His omniscient vision locked onto a desperate family. Hae-won desperately grabbed her husband. Her voice trembled, begging for a survival plan. Hyun-jin stood paralyzed, his mind racing. They desperately needed clean water. He ordered her to lock down with the kids, but Hae-won shrieked in absolute terror. Going out meant certain death. Hyun-jin clenched his fists. They were completely cornered. Hae-won cried out, asking where he would even find a single drop. His eyes hardened with sheer resolve. He planned to raid the massive neighborhood supermarket and scavenge whatever rations remained inside. Hae-won froze in dead silence. Suddenly, little So-yeon whimpered about her parched throat, while her traumatized sister just stared. As Hae-won comforted the trembling child, Hyun-jin fiercely locked eyes with his wife. "Trust me, I will survive this." He swore he would come back alive. Hae-won sobbed uncontrollably. Watching this heartbreaking scene, Jian abruptly deactivated his omniscient vision. The apocalyptic situation was a literal nightmare. He immediately accessed the dimensional market to drop some supplies. If only he could unlock way more inventory slots. He aggressively pulled up his master skill tree. The interface displayed his pathetic level 1 shop, letting him purchase previously stocked items at completely standard prices. Luckily, his unique convenience preservation passive skill kept his personal territory perfectly intact. His base utility systems were half revived, plus his dimensional warehouse acted as an infinite pocket reality for hoarding epic loot. A massive grin spread across his face. He could finally upgrade his hermit market. "Hell yes," he roared. Instantly, the holographic panel erupted in golden light. His hermit market hit level 2. The listing fee dropped to just 20 gold coins, unlocking a permanent 10% store-wide discount. This upgrade was totally overpowered. Better yet, he still hoarded 2 unspent skill points. He instantly dumped those points straight into his market and base utilities. Moving forward, his survivor count was destined to skyrocket. A notification chimed. The hermit market had miraculously reached level 3. His massive inventory expanded to 40 unique slots. Plus, he just unlocked an insane refund mechanic, trading in obsolete trash gear for totally new god-tier items was an absolute game-changer. Smirking like a supervillain, Jian cracked the digital shop open once again. The glowing interface confirmed he could purchase all previously registered supplies at their absolute baseline cost. Jian instantly bulk ordered fresh bottled water and juicy tangerines. Next up, base upgrades. The glaring system prompt double-checked his choice. Confirm Hermit Facility Ascension. Without hesitating, he smashed the yes button. If he could jumpstart the surrounding power grid and water lines, those desperate survivors would owe him big time. The system declared his hermit facilities had officially hit level 2. He unlocked the vassal registration feature. Jian blinked in absolute confusion. Vassals? What the heck is this? Meanwhile, Hyunjin geared up, glancing back at his terrified family. Hae-won shielded their kids while he desperately vowed to come back alive. He begged her to defend their home at all costs. Little Na-yeon tugged his sleeve. "Daddy, are you actually leaving us?" He forced a heartbreaking smile. He had to hunt for basic rations. He pleaded with them to obey their mother until his return. The youngest daughter completely broke down, sobbing hysterically. Bloodthirsty monsters roamed those streets. She was paralyzed by pure dread for her dad. A horrific flashback struck her mind, her and So-yeon innocently playing in the local sandbox just days ago. The peaceful memory shattered. Hellish goblin shrieks pierced the air as nightmarish creatures manifested right before their terrified eyes. Pure, suffocating trauma froze them in place. Snapping back to reality, Hyun-jin had wildly snatched up his family, sprinting for their absolute lives. He sacrificed everything to shield them. Back in the present, Hyunjin stayed dead silent while the girls wailed. Hae-won desperately shushed them, lying that they were perfectly safe. Hyunjin lowered his head, a crushing realization hitting him this might be their final goodbye. Hot tears threatened to spill from his eyes. He stepped toward the barricaded entrance when a deafening thud echoed. Panic instantly consumed the room. Hyunjin stared at the steel frame in absolute horror. Bizarre scratching noises clawed at the metal. Then an eerie voice begged for entry. Cold sweat dripped as Hyunjin gritted his teeth. Was it human? Hell no. That creepy tone belonged to a bloodthirsty beast. Unlocking that deadbolt meant instant mass murder, yet the mysterious entity outside kept whispering, "Hello, is anybody home?" Hyunjin froze like a statue, holding his breath in pure agony. Every eye locked onto the doorknob as a suffocating dead silence fell. Did the monster finally leave? He prayed to heaven it did, but suddenly bam, the door violently blasted open, blinding him with radiant light. He shielded his trembling family. Haewon and the girls shrieked in absolute terror. Hyunjin shielded them, screaming at the monster to spare his wife and kids. Stepping inside, Jaehyun immediately voiced a genuine apology. Hyunjin froze his eyes wide, with absolute shock. Jaehyun simply held up heavy grocery bags, leaving the terrified father demanding his identity. Introducing himself as Kim Jaehyun from next door, he revealed fresh water and a juicy tangerine. He requested a quick chat once they hydrated. Hyunjin blinked, the crazy reality finally crashing over him completely. A tiny spark of hope ignited within him. Haewon and her little girl stared at the stranger, paralyzed by lingering dread. Realizing begging was pointless, Hyunjin surrendered. Sensing this guy was their only lifeline, he forced a weak smile, welcoming him inside. The starving girls eagerly eyed the snacks, leaving Hyunjin agonizing over whether his panic had traumatized them. Scanning the pitch-black room, Jaehyun noticed the heavy blackout curtains, a brilliant survival tactic that successfully concealed them from the bloodthirsty beasts outside. Now restoring visibility was the top priority. Eyeing the dead fixture overhead, he mentally ordered the system to trigger illumination. The room instantly flooded with brightness, leaving Hyunjin desperately demanding answers. Jaehyun casually deflected, urging the dad to hydrate his kids first. Overwhelmed with immense gratitude, Hyunjin sincerely thanked him, and swiftly handed the plastic bottles to his daughters. They chugged the liquid desperately. Suddenly, little Soyeon choked violently, prompting Hyunjin to panic. Watching this heartbreaking scene unfold, our main character gently intervened, asking if the girls liked citrus. The confused kids just stared, so he softly offered the fruit directly. Grasping the treasure, Soyeon whispered a tiny heartfelt thanks. Haewon quickly stepped in to peel the bright skin. Tearing the pieces apart, she hand-fed her starving babies. Instantly, Soyeon gasped joyfully, experiencing pure heaven from a single bite. Her anxious mother gently checked if it tasted good. The toddler nodded with massive enthusiasm. Seeing this baby, Naeun eagerly begged for a piece. One sweet bite sent her into pure bliss, instantly triggering a sudden system alert. Confirming the family's faith in him had skyrocketed. Soyeon hit 50 trust points, a hidden loyalty stat officially unlocked, hitting 30 outright. The toddler had triggered the strict vassal awakening conditions. Now our hero faced two distinct options: assign a dangerous mission or abandon her entirely. He froze completely, analyzing the glowing holographic prompt, while processing her sudden eligibility for official subordination. However, her tiny age frustrated him deeply. With only 10 exclusive follower slots available, he desperately needed the adult dad to hit level 10. To properly execute brutal survival quests. The father's trust metric just spiked by 31 points, meaning securing his absolute loyalty was totally paramount. Breaking the tense silence, the grateful father turned to face him, his voice trembling as he spoke. He poured out his profound gratitude, confessing he had absolutely zero ways to repay this life-saving debt. Jaehyun calmly motioned toward the corridor for a private chat. Startled by the secrecy, the neighbor swallowed hard and agreed. Slipping into the dark hallway, the real tactical briefing finally commenced. Jaehyun probed if they had unlocked citizenship status. Nodding, the father pulled up his interface, confirming his whole household received the identical alert. Exactly 30 minutes prior, the hero pressed him for any bizarre side effects during the awakening. He confessed. They experienced total body paralysis for several terrifying moments. Jaehyun deduced the system mechanically froze everyone until their registration processed completely. Using his actual name, Jaehyun promised to restore the peaceful life they previously enjoyed. Panic flashing in his eyes, the dad desperately questioned his cryptic words. The neighbor swore he possessed the absolute power to permanently block those grotesque creatures from their sanctuary. Astounded, Hyunjin demanded to know how. Our main character smirked, guaranteeing the impossible. Staring at the floorboards, the desperate father acknowledged this miracle definitely carried a heavy price tag. What was the ultimate cost? The terrified man pressed forward. Staring death straight in the face, he remained totally willing to risk everything. Despite his soul-crushing fear, the father shattered the silence, declaring his unwavering absolute readiness before Jaehyun could even pitch the idea. He prepared to dive into the blood-soaked streets outside. His meaningless life was already a sacrificial pawn for his precious family's survival. A predatory grin crossed Jaehyun's face as he pointed at a nearby golf club, casually questioning its original retail value. Baffled by the sudden topic change, the man stuttered, estimating it ran between 400,000 and 500,000 won. Mentally calculating, Jaehyun concluded, the item's market value was way too absurd for the system shop right now, filing it away for future exploitation. The confused dad pushed for an explanation. Brushing off the query, Jaehyun shifted focus. Did he recall the exact moment the apocalypse dropped? The neighbor nodded, remembering that cursed weekend. Pure terror paralyzed him as the horde swarmed their streets. Our hero theorized that the cowards who barricaded themselves indoors managed to cheat death. Solo goblins are pathetic garbage. Their base combat stats rank significantly lower than your average unarmed civilian guy. However, the monster's absolute lethality lies in their terrifying pack mentality. Humanity shares this exact trait. Building a loyal strike force was step 1. Locking eyes with the trembling father, he issued his first official command. They were hitting the wasteland to recruit surviving humans together. Pressing a hand over his heart, he silently demanded the older man's absolute allegiance. As the apocalyptic sky swallowed the fading daylight, a digital chime confirmed the dad's trust metrics surged wildly. Jaehyun smirked, watching the holographic interface glitch as his powerful influence expanded yet again. The system menu flashed to citizen management. Population still stuck at 4. Could he actually reunite with his family? While acting as the Lord, suddenly, a blood-curdling shriek shattered the silence. He shot up. Those were goblin screeches, sending him sprinting toward the balcony edge. Panic gripped his chest as he gazed down. Survivors were clashing violently with the monstrous horde. Supporting them from up here felt impossible. The hideous beasts bellowed savagely while desperate humans stood their ground with pure grit. They hurled heavy concrete chunks right at the monster's skulls to push them back. Vicious beasts collapsed as dark crimson splattered the pavement. Jaehyun, Incheon's ultimate pillar, muttered, "What is happening?" These survivors moved with insane courage and lightning speed. They slaughtered the goblin scum like seasoned battlefield veterans. One absolute beast charged in, launched himself into the air, and obliterated a monster with one brutal club swing. The remaining horde broke formation, retreating in absolute terror from the human counterattack. Suddenly, a fierce female fighter glanced sideways, aiming her deadly bow toward a strange noise, but her eyes locked onto a mysterious radiant glow pulsing below. Up above, the main character frantically waved his arms. The archer gasped in pure shock, watching Jaehyun scream at the top of his lungs toward them, gesturing wildly from the high ground. Just then, he noticed Hyunyun walking up and quickly unlocked the barrier. Hyunyun stepped inside, clutching a heavy crate, bowing deeply in immense gratitude. But then a glowing blue system hologram flashed, stopping him dead. A strict warning flared up. Unworthy entities are banned from entering the domain. Trembling, Hyunyun stammered out, "What exactly defines a person as unworthy?" Jaehyun's mind raced as he processed the prompt. Does this mean outsiders are completely blocked from this safe zone, or are only official vassals granted access? Hyunyun stood completely baffled, nervously whispering that he had brought every single makeshift weapon he could find. Jaehyun offered a grateful nod, popped the crate open, and uncovered a rugged toolbox. Tapping the system shop interface, he materialized 5 fresh water bottles alongside 5 ramen packs. Hyunyun's jaw practically dropped at the literal magic, and seconds later, the protagonist shoved the supply box into his hands, asking him to carefully descend straight to the ground floor and drop the bait near the main lobby. Hyunyun gulped hard. The bottom level. Is not that a death trap? Jaehyun smirked reassuringly. Through sharp tactical analysis, he realized the shop items only maintained their special effects during daytime, making this the perfect bait to recruit those fierce survivors. It was a masterstroke. The moment they spotted the precious rations, they would realize everything, and immediately begin to worship him like a savior. The grand scheme was set, so Hyunyun just needed to deliver it. Double-checking his lethal mission, Hyunyun swallowed his fear. Just drop it off and sprint back up. Jaehyun nodded with absolute confidence. Fired up, Hyunyun declared he would handle it instantly and rushed off. Staring at his back, Jaehyun quietly whispered, "Thanks." He needed to reward such fierce loyalty. Flicking open the Lord Administration panel, he drafted a custom system quest just for his brave lackey. The ticking clock, exactly 24 hours. The loot, a sweet chunk of pure experience points, with absolutely 0 penalties for failing the mission. Halfway down, a glowing notification suddenly blasted into his vision, making him jump. "What is this?" Jaehyun's voice echoed through the interface. "Clear that mission, and you will absorb actual experience points," Hyunyun gasped. "Wait, like a real-life video game." "Spot on," Jaehyun confirmed. Glancing proudly at his own glowing status window, he admired his level 9 rank. Leveling up unlocked insane, god-tier rewards, and he craved more power. Hyunyun hardened his gaze, clenched his fists, and boldly declared, "I am ready." The rules were locked in. Ending the comms, he pivoted toward the dark stairwell. He crept downward, senses completely dialed up. Navigating the dizzying descent, he finally hit the ground-level lobby and carefully slipped past the main doors. Exhaustion burned his muscles. Wiping cold sweat off his brow, he muttered about dropping the payload, but then his blood ran completely cold. He froze. Shadows moved in the mist. His panicked brain twisted the approaching survivors into gigantic, bloodthirsty beasts, closing in fast. And pure terror ripped a scream from his throat. Survival instincts screamed bolt, but his boots tangled, slamming him hard down. The precious cargo smashed open. Debris exploded across the ruined asphalt, while violent tremors wrecked his entire body. Scrambling up, his inner voice shrieked to escape immediately. He spun wildly around, eyes wide with absolute dread staring. Hot tears blurred his vision as he threw his hands up defensively. The shadowy figures turned toward him, leaving him completely paralyzed and confused. "Hey man, are you good?" someone asked. The terrifying monsters were actually a bewildered squad of survivors, circling him confusedly. Ding! A system alert flashed. These entities possess entry clearance and are attempting access. Up above, Jae-hyun frowned hard. What in the world was happening? Who exactly triggered the perimeter? Needing intel fast, he activated his overpowered visual skill. The interface confirmed absolute sight was now fully engaged in tracking, zooming in on the exact same survivor squad surrounding a trembling Hyunyun. They were casually chatting, asking, "Did the boss of this base drop us some grub? We better investigate, our squad's food supplies are depleted." Reality hit Jae-hyun like a freight train. These were the monster hunters. The system violently chimed. The system chimed potential citizens had finally stepped into his domain. Prompted to grant them official status, he smirked. For now, it was merely an invitation. Pushing his territory's boundaries meant he possessed absolute power to crown his allies as official residents. But would these outsiders actually accept the crushing possibility of rejection loomed? Frustration boiled over as he aggressively yanked his own hair. His mind raced for a backup plan. Suddenly, the sharp buzz of the intercom shattered, the silence freezing him in his tracks. A sly grin crept across his face. Time to roll the dice. He slammed the receiver button. Hyunjin's face flashed onto the grainy screen, double-checking his presence. Jian gave a quick nod just as a glowing system window materialized. It alerted him that Hyunjin's current mission was active. Want to override it, Jian locked in his choice and instantly triggered the modification. The new directive: serve a feast to 6 wandering survivors. The interface glitched with the update, leaving Hyunjin totally confused by the sudden shift. Jian ordered him to usher the strays indoors for a massive meal. A master plan was already brewing. Hyunjin blindly agreed. Seconds later, the heavy doors swung open. Hyunjin proudly presented the hungry crew, and our main character's eyes gleamed with absolute satisfaction. Without wasting a breath, he fired off 6 exclusive citizenship invites to the bewildered newcomers. The digital prompt confirmed their new status, unlocking total access to the 30th floor. The survivors simply stared minds, completely blown by the sheer absurdity. A golden notification flared. His territory's population had officially hit double digits. The ultimate perk unlocked a sweet 10% cut of all experience and loot his residents farmed. Pure passive income. Every beast they slaughtered would funnel straight into his power pool. He was ready to treat them like absolute royalty. Scanning his 10-man roster, his gaze locked onto a level 23 beast of a man. This guy radiated the exact same menacing aura as the Calican he had butchered. Peeking into Ha Dong-yoon's stats, Jian's jaw dropped. The dude was a literal baseball superhuman. In the right hands, a simple pitch could transform into a lethal missile. Multiply that velocity by 3, and you've got the ultimate monster-shredding artillery. Earning their loyalty would be a slow grind. He tactically tweaked the system, allocating a generous 70% profit split for the 6 rookies. The interface chimed its completion, sending a thrill of pure euphoria through GN. Time to spam them with endless hunting missions. He could literally kick back and watch the gold roll in. It was a real-life idle RPG, but first he needed to analyze their true potential, since these pawns might hold the secret to reuniting with his lost family. Suddenly, a loyalty spike pinged. Jian blinked in sheer confusion. What a wave of notifications flooded his vision as every newbie's trust meter suddenly skyrocketed. He was completely baffled by the sudden spike. As Hyunjin ushered the group inside, they bowed in deep gratitude. Haewon, visibly trembling, desperately demanded answers. Brushing off her panic, he promised a full debriefing later, and sheepishly dropped a massive favor. Could she whip up a massive feast? Her eyes widened. Right this second, she sighed, marching straight to the kitchen. Hyunjin instantly offered his hands for prep work, assuming this chaos was all part of Jian's grand masterclass. Haewon hesitated briefly, before nodding in defeat, telling the starving crew to hang tight. The men respectfully bowed, praising her saint-like mercy. Meanwhile, one survivor fiercely scrutinized Hyunjin. He leaned in, whispering intensely, "Just who exactly is this Jian guy?" Hyunjin chuckled awkwardly, admitting he was just as clueless. The squad gasped in disbelief. How is that even possible? Hyunjin shrugged, confessing his only intel was their shared apartment wall. The rookie stroked his chin, deep in thought, while Hyunjin praised Jian as an absolute enigma who single-handedly saved their lives. The gears turned. Jian had to be an awakened superhuman with god-tier stats. A burning resolve ignited within the rookie. I must earn his favor, whatever it takes. Anyone holding the power to casually supply unlimited electricity, grub, and water to a whole fortress. In this apocalyptic hellscape, that is an S-class existence. The man's league was completely unreachable. Breaking the tension, Hyunjin smoothly informed the group that their legendary banquet was currently sizzling. Anyone down to wash off the blood and grime? A female survivor practically stopped breathing, her voice trembling. Did you just say a shower? Was bathing actually a reality here? The truth hit them hard. Endless electricity meant accessing glorious pre-apocalypse luxuries. Hyunjin flashed a charming grin. We even have piping hot water. The girls practically fainted from sheer shock, attributing another miracle to Jian's godlike domain. With pristine bathrooms in both the main hall and master suite, multiple survivors could scrub away the apocalypse simultaneously. He quickly pointed out the VIP routes. The girls nearly cried, tears of joy praising the setup as straight-up majestic. Meanwhile, the boys huddled up aggressively, whispering, "Are we 100% positive this overlord is actually an awakened hunter?" His buddy nodded grimly. The boss's aura totally eclipsed his own weak stats. Clapping his terrified friend on the back, he barked, "Don't sweat it, bro. We just gotta jump him and smash his face in." The friend recoiled in absolute horror. "Have you completely lost your mind? We are here to grovel and show off our worth." The brute blinked, totally baffled. "Wait, for real?" Begging for his life, the friend pleaded for the meathead to just shut up and look pretty. The brute roared with laughter, agreeing instantly. He declared their ultimate mission: devour every single crumb of food in sight. He ordered the crew to fall in line and feast. Got it. The crew nodded, flashing supportive grins. Byung-ho just froze in pure confusion as Dude stepped up, gripping his shoulder tight. Byung-ho instantly dropped his head, muttering sorry, but his bro claimed all the blame. Byung-ho brushed it off, claiming he did zero wrong. Yet his buddy kept spiraling, cursing that stupid housewarming invite, thinking it ruined everything. But Byung-ho wasn't having it. He swore he showed up by his own choice. The new game plan: scavenge for grub, right here, then squat up for grandma's place. Byung-ho felt insanely grateful, but pure heartbreak clouded his eyes. Deep down, he knew time was up. Picturing those savage beasts, the brutal reality hit hard. Her survival odds were basically zero. Absolutely zero. Breaking the gloom, his buddy hyped them up. The spot was crazy close, and totally reachable if they moved as one solid unit. Just hold out a bit longer, the young girl chimed in softly. He totally got it, but before he could even reply, a blood-chilling noise echoed out of nowhere. The apartment door slowly swung open, revealing our main character standing right there. Dude was completely lost, questioning the bizarre vibe. Gripping a tennis ball tightly, he realized they all sensed the heavy aura. Right then, Jaehyun stepped confidently into the room, straight up declaring he had their backs. Hope instantly sparked. Was this the absolute legend, destined to drag them out of this nightmare? And out of total despair, they just stood there frozen, absolutely starstruck watching Jaehyun casually stroll in. Eventually, the crew gathered around the table in tense silence. Haewon sheepishly apologized for the tight squeeze, but the boys instantly brushed it off, admitting they were basically uninvited crashers anyway. Then Hongyun slid in with a tray, hyping up the absolute feast, dropping any second. He passed out steaming rice bowls to the whole squad, while Haewon shyly mumbled, hoping her cooking wasn't a total flop. But the table was literally stacked with mouth-watering dishes, leaving the boys absolutely shook. One girl literally screamed out, calling it god-tier flavor, a literal taste of heaven. Haewon humbly credited Jaehyun's top-tier ingredients, claiming she just plated rice and fresh tangerines. System alert, trust leveled up to 50. Our protagonist noticed she totally outranked her husband's trust stats now. Shortly after, the boys dropped massive thanks for the epic meal, looking incredibly satisfied. Pure starvation kept the entire squad eating in dead silence, until a girl broke it, raving about the insane egg roll. It had that sweet melt-in-your-mouth vibe, straight out of an authentic Japanese spot. Haewon beamed, confirming the flavor and urging everyone to dig in. Suddenly, little Soyeon waddled over, tugging Haewon's sleeve, begging for her own egg roll. Haewon softly promised to whip up a special batch, just for her once the guests finished. Huge, heartbreaking tears instantly pooled in the kid's eyes. Seeing this, the guest girl turned with a warm smile, asking if they could share the delicious egg roll together. Soyeon's face lit up with pure joy. She dashed over immediately, giggling as the girl playfully fed her bites. The wholesome vibes were honestly unmatched. Haewon flushed deep red, embarrassed her daughter was acting so spoiled. But honestly, everyone else totally brushed it off. And Jaehyun smoothly turned around. He invited them to pull up a chair and feast together, since there was an absolute mountain of food. Haewon and Hongyun eagerly nodded, double-checking if this truly meant an actual group dinner was happening. Jaehyun was utterly struck by the wholesome question. It hit him hard. Eating hadn't felt this incredibly warm and satisfying in literal ages. Flashbacks hit of his own mom, packing up similar comfort meals in tight little containers, praying his family was surviving out there. Sometime later, the boys finally wiped the entire feast absolutely clean, and a sleepy Soyeon declared it was bedtime. Haewon scooped the kiddo up, whispering goodnights as they headed out. Nayeon quietly trailed right behind them, leaving Jaehyun to spark up the real talk. Pivoting to Byung-ho, he demanded to know why the grandmother's rescue mission stalled. If her place was literally next door. The squad dropped the terrifying truth. Freaking goblins. Jaehyun blinked hard. Wait, goblins. Turns out, those vile monsters hijacked the underground parking lot as their main base, swarming the entire subterranean zone right now. Jaehyun's mind raced, visualizing the massive parking structure. Dude grimly broke the math down. They were estimating the goblin horde, easily topped several thousand. Jaehyun realized his recluse skill only shielded his exact 30 floors, leaving the underground entrance completely exposed to the goblin invasion. Jaehyun pointed out that they previously scoped every single main building, access point linking down there, but they were too terrified to actually breach it. Jaehyun added. He remembered hidden side routes. The guy completely agreed, admitting their first plan was a stealth flank through those exact doors. But a nightmare-tier beast camped there, radiating way more lethal energy than basic goblins. Jaehyun froze in sheer disbelief, demanding, a monster deadlier than the horde. Dude clarified, the absolute unit looked exactly like a demonic bear. Instantly a chilling flashback hit Jaehyun hard. Their only miracle escape. The monster got totally jumped by an aggressive goblin patrol. Jaehyun rapidly calculated the bear's insane threat level, while the guy admitted their intel was basically garbage, thanks to the pitch-black darkness. Our protagonist pointed out the harsh reality. Dodging these threats forever was totally impossible. The guy grimly agreed, stressing they were hitting an absolute breaking point. Jaehyun locked eyes. What limit? The crew admitted their arsenal was just a bow and a tennis ball running critically low. Smirking, he offered to instantly solve their pathetic gear issue. He demanded to inspect their gear. The squad handed over their pitiful loot, triggering a glowing system prompt. Do you want to register this item? He confirmed immediately. Suddenly, the blue holographic screen flashed a warning, demanding a massive fee of 1,500,000 won. To register a high-tier classic bow, proceed with this transaction. Without skipping a single beat, he confidently selected yes. Locking his intense gaze on the ragged group, he casually asked if anyone actually possessed archery skills. The survivors exchanged nervous glances, dead, silent, and totally clueless. Breaking the heavy tension, our main character declared, he was purchasing 5 elite bow sets. Even lacking skills, this brutal apocalypse was their ultimate training ground to level up. From this exact moment, these deadly weapons were theirs. Suddenly, system notifications pinged, showing the squad's trust levels skyrocketing, leaving him stunned. This sparked wild hope in Byung-ho's eyes. Teaming up with this overpowered boss meant he could finally rescue his missing grandmother. His loyalty instantly maxed out. Another crew member hyped up the moment, realizing their monster clearing speed would massively multiply. With his infinite item creation, dodging death just to scavenge used arrows was totally a thing of the past. Jaehyun killed the mood with one condition. Before advancing, they absolutely had to massacre the goblin horde's overwhelming numbers. The squad agreed eagerly, asking when the slaughter would begin. Jaehyun ruthlessly declared the raid was tomorrow, leaving them gasping in absolute shock. Tomorrow, he nodded coldly. Speed was pure survival. The crew braced themselves as Jaehyun made an ironclad vow that they would definitely rescue Byung-ho's grandmother from hell. Byung-ho's jaw literally hit the floor, tears of pure hype welling up, prompting his buddy to ask, how will we even pull that off? Smirking like a true mastermind, Jaehyun teased a totally lethal top-secret strategy. The entire crew stared in absolute awe, their doubts melting into sheer hype. This insane strategy might actually be their golden ticket if it worked. A sudden system ping broke the silence. A citizen successfully cleared the mission, deducting exactly 30,000 won. Jaehyun's eyes narrowed as it clicked. Cash was king in this apocalypse. He literally needed raw funds to power up his citizens. But honestly, the situation wasn't super desperate yet, so hoarding his precious currency was the ultimate smart move right now. A golden notification flared. A citizen's trust hit 50. The loyalty stat shattered its seal perfectly, fulfilling the strict vassal registration requirements. He muttered the command to bind the vassal. Hyungjun instantly froze like a statue, panicking and shouting, "What just blinded me?" The interface celebrated his first official vassal registration. This epic perk allowed him to warp his servant straight to his home base and post-summon. A 2-hour cooldown applied. The status window detailed this rookie servant trust sitting at 51, loyalty spiking to 62, and rocking the awakened gorilla strength trait at level 20. This beastly passive literally injected the raw bone-crushing muscle of a silverback. Monster kill experience and cash drops were permanently doubled, while the overpowered absolute eye skill became fully accessible anywhere within a 5-meter radius of the base. Spotting a mysterious icon, Jaehyun poked it. The system demanded a brutal 1 million, one tax to evolve a single citizen. His jaw dropped at that insane price. Catching his dark vibe, the girl whispered, "What's wrong?" Brushing it off smoothly, he claimed it was nothing, urging the crew to describe the physical changes surging through their bodies instead. Hyungjun flexed, absolutely buzzing with explosive new power. "Did you buff me?" he gasped. Smirking, our main character confirmed the massive upgrade, though Hyungjun joked the intense rush aged his soul a decade. Radiant aura erupted from his skin. Chuckling darkly, Jaehyun casually dropped the ultimate bombshell. The boss himself was joining the frontline bloodbath. Tossing Hyungjun a lethal blade, the guy flinched. "What gives?" Jaehyun calmly explained that registered citizens grant a sick 10% experience buff. Stacking that sweet double multiplier meant their total growth rate would absolutely shatter the ceiling. You need to go totally berserk and slaughter every single goblin in sight. Shaking fearfully, Hyungjun gulped and stammered, "Understood." Bestowing a final nod of pure trust, Jaehyun fired them up. Soon after, the heavily armed strike team descended straight to floor 1. A nervous rookie nudged Dongjan, questioning this suicide mission to the ground level. He remembered seeing the shattered glass fronts earlier, sensing a death trap, yet nobody warned them about this catastrophic wreckage. Dongjan glared back, barking that skipping it wasn't an option. Did he seriously zone out earlier? They were an elite rescue unit now. This death zone was their overlord's very first test. Every single living soul trapped inside this doomed complex must be evacuated to the 30th floor sanctuary. Their brutal objective: bait out and execute a flawless, bloody massacre on every single goblin lurking in the shadows. Plus, securing at least one living survivor was totally mandatory. "Crystal clear," he demanded, but terrifying silence was his only reply. Gripping a blood-stained bat, one punk finally sneered, claiming he got the memo perfectly. Cutting through the thick sarcasm, Dongjian commanded that in that case, the violent breach begins at apartment 101. Monsters could ambush them from literally anywhere, so keep your weapons drawn and stay hyper-vigilant. Every single door plaque dripped with fresh crimson painting, the once peaceful hallways into a pure slaughterhouse nightmare. Shattered concrete completely choked the terrifying corridors. Without warning, paralyzing dread locked their muscles. A spine-chilling screech echoed through the dark instantly, followed by a totally gut-wrenching putrid stench. Stepping inside, they found a literal graveyard. Mangled bodies swimming in endless pools of crimson littered the floor, making their absolute survival instincts scream to retreat immediately. Deoksu squeezed his bat fiercely, staring at the shattered glass, while Dongjun grabbed his hair and swore loudly that the first floor was a total death trap. They needed to rush upstairs immediately. Reaching the second level, they found an absolute massacre. 0 survivors. The horrific bloodbath left them completely speechless, so they pushed forward to the next level. Hitting the 3rd floor, they crept down the dark hallways, bracing for terror. Dongjun pounded on apartment doors, desperately calling out for survivors. The whole squad frantically searched and banged on every single entrance. Brutally, 0 people answered, leaving a heavy, crushing sadness over the group. That floor 3 was completely dead, forcing them higher. They kept smashing their fists against doors as Dongjun roared, "Anyone breathing out there? We are the rescue squad." Out of nowhere, a door cracked open. A man whispered, "Are you guys actually military backup?" Dongjun beamed and confirmed it. The desperate man pleaded, "Can you spare some water? My throat is burning like crazy." The squad instantly tossed him fresh bottles. He pushed the heavy door open a bit wider, asking in pure disbelief, "You are just giving this away. Are you genuinely a rescue team?" He confessed they were just local residents, but they genuinely came to save him. Since they lacked a secure safe zone, they urged him to tag along. A massive spark of hope hit his eyes, yet he slammed the door shut instantly. Seconds later, he emerged, leaning on a crutch, shielding a young boy and girl. The man admitted he was still incredibly paranoid. He introduced himself as Jungsu, genuinely thrilled to meet them. He offered his hand to Dongjun, who grinned and said the vibe was mutual. Dongjun then ordered Hyun and Guyong to escort the family up to floor 30 and hustle right back. The girls nodded, until Jungsu totally freaked out. "Wait, what? Floor 30, we are not heading down to the lobby." His son stretched and mumbled about finally surviving. "What is going on? Did they send an actual chopper for us?" Guyong crushed that dream immediately, but promised that reaching their base camp meant scoring piping hot meals and actual showers. The daughter of Jungsu shrieked in absolute hype. "Are you capping?" Guyong swore she was dead serious about the steaming hot water waiting upstairs. The guys pivoted back to clearing floors while the daughter tugged her dad. "Why are you just standing around? We need to sprint upstairs right now," Jungsu muttered. He recognized them as the system chimed, that the citizen count hit exactly 40, boosting their passive experience and cash drops by a massive 90%. Boom. The sanctuary population officially reached 40. To optimize space, he packed the kids and elders into the apartment of Hyunjun, leaving the younger survivors camped in the corridors. Dongjun approached and reported the sweep was done. 40 survivors locked in. Is that everyone, he asked? He gave a solid nod. They scoured 29 levels, but tons of residents were definitely missing from the tower. The main character praised their elite hustle, then closed his eyes, realizing the apartment of Hyunjun was stuffed to the absolute brim, but it would have to do. He activated Absolute Eyes to secretly monitor everyone's grind. Yeonho was crafting heavy barricades. Hyunjun and Gihun were running electrical lines with Gayun and Hyun, while Dongjun and Doksu hauled massive supply barrels. He killed the skill and announced Phase 2 was officially starting. Goblin hunting time. Time ticked by. The whole raid party grouped up in the hall, and Dongjun demanded absolute silence for the briefing. Their mission was to utterly wipe out the basement goblins. First, target floor, -1. They would split into 2 strike squads, aggro the monsters, wipe the mob, then repeat the exact process on floor 2. Jian shot his hand up, nervous. What if the goblin spawn rate is insanely high? Will we just get bottlenecked on floor 1? Hauling endless monster corpses will be brutal. Guyong flashed a deadly smirk, telling him to chill. She could solo them all. Dongjun chimed in, saying her massive arrow supply made her an absolute turret. Jian opened his mouth to argue, but a spine-chilling snarl ripped through the air behind them. They whipped around, locking eyes with filthy goblins, crawling up from the dark abyss below. Guyong instantly went into sniper mode, letting loose arrows and dropping 2 beasts instantly, while Deoksu charged the last one like a wild beast. He swung his heavy club, crushing the monster's skull and sending it flying. Threat eliminated. Jian walked up to Deoksu, questioning why they even bothered bringing the bow. He claimed it was useless, dead weight now. Panic suddenly hit him. Is this seriously happening? Jian gasped, pointing a shaking finger. Look at this. The monster corpses are evaporating. The dead bodies were literally glitching out of existence, and Byung-ho suspected that this crazy phenomenon was actually one of Jae-yoon's overpowered skills. They pushed forward to floor -1, the guy grinning, betting Jian had a master plan. Suddenly, system alerts popped up, confirming his loyalty stats with Dongjun, Hyun, and Guyong had leveled up. More glowing screens cascaded down, making him realize his timing was absolute god tier. He never planned it, but he ended up looking like a total mastermind. A glowing blue screen flashed. Byunho's trust hit 50, and the loyalty perk finally unlocked. Passing 30 points perfectly triggered the vassal requirement. Our hero stood absolutely speechless. Achieving this in mere hours was completely insane, but he would gladly take the win. Expanding his crew meant explosive growth. He eagerly swiped open Byunho's glowing stat screen. 55, trust, 88 loyalty. His jaw practically hit the floor. These numbers were entirely off the charts. He locked in the registration without hesitation. Meanwhile, absolute chaos still raged down on basement level 1. Without warning, radiant energy violently erupted from Byunho's body. Even he looked totally clueless about this awakening. The entire squad froze in awe. An intense flash instantly scorched the retinas of every surrounding goblin. The blinding glare plunged the bloody battlefield into pitch darkness. Stripped of their vision, the frantic monsters charged recklessly forward. Dongyun screamed wildly over the madness. He did not care what caused it, but they had to fall back right now. The team bolted for their lives. The snipers bravely held the rear line, and Gaeon instantly sniped a vicious beast. Her eyes locked onto multiple targets. She strafed aggressively, unleashing a terrifying hail of arrows. Monsters dropped like flies. The horde ignored the heavy casualties and kept swarming. Yeonho yelled out in sheer panic. The swarm was just too massive. Dongjun cursed under his breath. He never expected to aggro this gigantic army of absolute freaks. Deoksu realized the horrifying truth. The second floor had completely emptied out. Their only hope was the emergency staircase. They violently slammed into the exit. Jihyun kicked it open and they scrambled upward. But the second they hit the landing, Dongjun desperately shoved the heavy metal doors shut. But a grotesque green claw suddenly jammed right through the freezing gap. The rusty hinges refused to budge. The whole crew threw their bodies against the freezing steel, fighting for their actual lives. The trapped creature shrieked in agonizing pain, but more bloodthirsty demons started wedging themselves into the dangerously narrow opening. Their desperate barricade was crumbling fast. Gaeon ordered the battered squad to abandon the door and push higher. Then Hyunjin roared loudly from behind. He ordered everyone back. His muscles violently bulged as his primate strength skill fully activated. With an earth-shattering shove, he crushed the metal doors shut. The squad screamed his name in absolute terror. He fiercely commanded them to keep moving. The frenzied horde clawed viciously at the barricade, desperately hungering for human flesh. Hyunjin stood his ground entirely alone. The crushing weight was tearing him apart. He roared, pushing past his physical limits. He swore to hold the line at all costs, but his stamina was violently draining. Dongyun desperately yelled out to him. The main team had finally reached safety. It was time to retreat. Hyunjin released his trembling grip on the battered steel. He sprinted for his life, but one tragic stumble ruined everything. The doors burst open, burying him under monsters. He yelled for them to escape. Donghyun froze in pure shock. But Doksu charged into hell without a second thought. He smashed his heavy club into a skull. He reached out a desperate hand to his fallen brother. But time brutally ran out. The beastly swarm completely engulfed him. Claws sank deep into his calves. Suddenly, a mysterious mist blinded Deoksu. He stared blankly at the completely empty floor. Hyunjin had vanished into thin air. Now the terrifying monsters locked onto Deoksu. A feral beast lunged right for his throat. A perfectly timed arrow impaled the creature. Dongjun screamed at him to move. Doksu scrambled madly toward the higher steps. Dongjun drew another arrow, sweating heavy bullets. He and Gaion provided vital covering fire. Meanwhile, outside the building, an apex predator raged. A monstrous bear shredded through goblin flesh with zero mercy. The massacre was absolute, yet its bloodlust remained totally unsatisfied. Suddenly, agonizing screams echoed from the adjacent tower. Its deadly gaze locked onto the penthouse lights. Back inside, Hyunjin magically materialized. The main character exhaled sharply. That was way too close. Hyunjin pushed up his glasses, staring at his savior in sheer disbelief. Extending a hand, our boss smirked internally. Keeping his absolute eyes fixed on the battlefield had totally saved the day. Thank God for the vassal summoning ability. Suddenly, Hyunjin flinched hard. Adrenaline had completely masked a brutal gash on his bleeding leg. Jaehyun's eyes widened in genuine panic. He frantically asked if it was fatal. The stubborn fighter brushed it off as a mere scratch. But the dark crimson soaking his violently shaking limb told a completely different, absolutely horrifying story. Our hero instantly accessed the system shop. He dragged the wounded man into his safe house, sternly ordering him to sit tight. Ripping open a medical box, old memories flooded his mind. He knew exactly how fast deadly infections could spread out here. Top-tier healing items were entirely non-negotiable. He dumped the meager supplies onto the floor, carefully scanning the useless bandages. His inventory cap was strictly 40 slots. Stockpiling potions was going to be tough, but then a genius exploit hit him. He slammed 77,001 points into a massive system restock. Fully geared up, he rushed back to his bleeding comrade. Dropping the heavy medkit, he ordered the stubborn warrior to show the damage. Reluctantly, Hyunjin rolled up his soaked, ruined fabric. "I am seriously fine," he stammered. But Jeon was not taking chances. Sanitizing the area first. Alcohol stung the gash. Hyunjin winced hard. The system chimed, confirming his loyalty and trust had totally leveled up. Patch-up complete. The battered guy nodded his deep gratitude. Packing the medical kit, Jeon prayed. His squad was surviving. "Take a breather," he ordered, dipping out for business. His absolute eyes flared, piercing the concrete depths. He spotted his crew desperately outrunning a savage goblin swarm. Gion unleashed an arrow, obliterating a monster's skull. Doksu shrieked as the lethal shaft grazed his sweating cheek. "Keep moving," Gion and Donghun barked, providing heavy cover fire, while Deoksu bolted forward for his absolute life. One wrong step, he would be skewered by friendly fire. Pure panic fueled his frantic sprint. The squad had rigged a choke point upstairs. Deoksu vaulted the barricade smoothly, enraged goblins snapping right at his heels. Byung-ho pivoted hard. He smashed two beasts with his bow, violently throwing them backward with insane raw power. Leaping the defense line, he charged downstairs, battering the horde. Donghun watched, his jaw hitting the absolute floor. "Since when are you this cracked?" Deoksu gasped. Seeing their survival, Jeon let out a massive sigh of relief. Checking Byung-ho's glowing status window. Boom. He was officially servant number 2, rocking an awakened teleportation skill. Using pure mental energy, he could warp through space. The catch: he needed a crystal clear line of sight. Mana drain scaled wildly with distance and passengers. Jeon smirked. He totally called this insane power awakening. Making him a vassal was a god-tier move. Downstairs, the crew kept slaughtering the endless green menace. Jeon readied the live cables. "Is the massive water tank primed?" Donghun yelled. "Locked and loaded right here," Jeon shouted back. "Get your butt up here, Byung-ho," Donghun roared. The guy sprinted up, cleared the wall, and ducked down. Together they shoved the massive tank. A brutal tsunami crashed down the stairwell, violently washing the screeching goblins away. Donghun signaled. Jeon hit the absolute switch. High-voltage juice surged through the wet stairs, sparking blue death. The horde fried instantly. System alerts spammed Jeon's vision with epic kill streaks. His experience bar skyrocketed insanely. 330,000 coins dropped for our Recluse King. Skills leveled up globally, unlocking a brand new passive. Suddenly, Jeon staggered. Agony ripped through his shoulders. A terrifying pitch-black aura erupted from his trembling body. His shadowy pressure crushed the whole building, suffocating the survivors. The system flagged multiple hostile creatures nearby. Extermination mode engaged. The remaining goblins shrieked as grotesque pulsating blisters violently erupted across their sweating skulls. Then they just popped. The system coldly confirmed the total annihilation of the cursed monster mob. Below, Fresh goblins felt a wild bloodlust and charged up. But suddenly, deep, monstrous breathing echoed behind their ranks. A goblin turned facing a towering, nightmarish beast, roaring savagely. A massive bear crushed the monster's shoulder in its jaws. The goblin wailed in sheer agony. Every monster whipped around. But the absolute carnage the bear unleashed next froze their cursed blood. Tossing the dead goblin, the grizzly launched into the horde, swinging its massive, lethal paws. Razor-sharp claws shredded armor, fangs ripped through green flesh. Desperate, two sneaky goblins ambushed the beast from behind. While distracted, the remaining pack swarmed the giant predator. The ferocious bear thrashed wildly, bucking two monsters off, but more latched on to its thick fur, biting down viciously with dirty fangs. Thrashing furiously to shake them, the bear was failing. More goblins dogpiled it. It roared in trapped desperation. Without Jian's shadow aura, the mob would have won. Instead, the goblins' heads literally exploded into mist. Lifeless bodies dropped from the confused grizzly. A sudden system prompt flashed right before Jian's wide eyes. Citizenship granted. Suddenly, the beast's massive frame contorted, shrinking rapidly. As the heavy fur magically melted away, a stunning woman emerged. She was the bear, drained of mana. She collapsed onto the cold, bloody concrete. Shaking off his own pain, Jian locked his absolute eyes on her unconscious form, his mind racing wildly. Who the hell is she? Her status read, Oh Yeonju. Level 33. Trust level sitting at a mere 9. She possessed the awakened werebear trait, in beast mode. Her brute strength and raw physical abilities, and crazy regeneration maxed out. Jian was absolutely stunned. Level 33 with a super rare A rank skill. Right then, Donghoon Hyun and Doksu's trust smashed past 50 points. The legendary loyalty feature finally unlocked. He could forge them into his vassals. A vicious grin crossed his face. Closing his eyes, he focused hard, and bound Deoksu first. Deoksu's B rank awakening, Steel Knight, allowing him to summon impenetrable full-body metal armor. Full-body armor and a massive halberd materialized. Jaehyun stroked his chin, his mind spinning. He assumed a vassal's level tied directly to their awakened skills. C-rank Hyunjin hit level 20. Meanwhile, B-rank Doksu reached 25 and A-rank Byungho, wielding spatial teleportation, maxed out at 30. Their levels locked in the moment they became vassals. But was the ranking system completely random? If loyalty triggered Byungho's A rank, then fiercely loyal, Hyunjin absolutely deserved a B rank over a measly C. Yet somehow, Doksu scored a solid B rank ability, with a pitiful loyalty stat of 31. Cracking the code behind these high-tier awakenings became his top priority. The stakes were incredibly high. With his vassal slots capped at 12, recruiting elite powerhouses was the only logical strategy. The catch: he had zero clue what side effects triggering an awakened vassal contract might unleash. These awakened survivors could freely navigate the deadly stairwells, elevators, and monster-infested hallways. Stepping out of his safe zone, he approached the elevator. His absolute eyes immediately scanned Yeonju's status. She remained completely knocked out. He ordered Hyunjin to drag the unconscious woman down from floor 2. The metal doors slid open. Hyunjin sprinted off to execute the command, while the others scavenged for cables. Deoksu stared at a decapitated monster. What the hell happened? The goblins just detonated out of nowhere. Jian nodded, sensing an intentional slaughter. Dongjun's eyes narrowed. Only one guy possessed that kind of god-tier power. Biting his lip in pure anxiety, he recalled Hyunjin's terrifying warnings about Jaehyun's true strength. The man was an absolute beast. He conjured hot water from nothing and hoarded endless food supplies. Gathering the scraps, he realized Jaehyun's magic was off the charts. His gaze shifted toward Youngho. The once timid loser had morphed into a ruthless survivor under Jaehyun. The drastic transformation was deeply unsettling. Regardless of your skills, this apocalyptic world demanded one brutal truth. Survival meant becoming the system's chosen favorite. Down on the second floor, Hyunjin bolted from the elevator shaft and rushed toward the collapsed woman. Jaehyun watched him like a hawk. Suddenly, a flashback hit Yeonju and her little boy laughing at a sunny park. Pushing his little toy car, the kid spun around and flashed his mother the brightest, purest smile. He waved his tiny hands with pure joy. But as shadowy figures crept up behind him, her smile shattered instantly. Absolute terror twisted her features. Vicious goblins. Seeing the green monsters lunge, she desperately sprinted forward, but she was too slow. The bloodthirsty beasts ripped her precious child apart right in front of her. Yeonju gasped, snapping awake from the hellish nightmare. She lay trembling on a bed, Jaehyun towering over her. He called her name. She flinched in raw panic, struggling to sit up while gripping her pounding head. He offered a hand, but she swatted the air. Did you do that? Jaehyun blinked, completely lost. Those goblin heads. They were ripped off simultaneously. He awkwardly dropped his hand and gave a slight nod. Defensive walls shot up in her mind. This guy possessed enough firepower to obliterate a horde in one heartbeat. Maybe this powerhouse was her only salvation. Trembling with tidal waves of emotion, she balled her fists tightly. Heart-wrenching sobs wrecked her body. "Please save my son. Can you just help me for a single day?" A system prompt flashed, trust level spiked. Her devastating cries echoed through the room, begging for her lost child. The raw grief hit him hard. Monsters had stolen her entire world. Was there truly no loophole here? He instantly drafted a system quest: hunt 1,000 goblins. 0 time limit. Absolutely 0 failure penalties. The custom reward, her son's resurrection. He chewed his lip anxiously. Could he actually play God and defy death? Error. The system ruthlessly rejected the quest. He sighed. Clearly his current stats weren't enough to reverse mortality. But he read the red text again. It wasn't about power. He just lacked the funds to trigger the reward. Top up balance to retry. The realization hit like lightning. He could literally buy a human soul back from hell. Cash was the only barrier. Watching the shattered mother, his mind raced. How many coins did a human life cost? But her desperate hope was infectious. Unable to ignore her crushing sorrow, he finally declared he would help. "I might know a way to bring him back." Her tears vanished instantly, replaced by wide, stunned eyes. "Can you really bring him back?" she whispered, shaking. He nodded solemnly, though he admitted it wouldn't be immediate. The crushing despair returned until he promised the method was absolutely real. A spark of pure fire ignited in her eyes. She instantly agreed, asking for her next move. Jaehyun smirked, knowing Dongyun's crew already packed heavy hitters like Deoksu and Byungho. Tossing a level 33 beast like Yoonju into the mix, wiping out monster mobs just became an absolute walk in the park. His ultimate goal, securing all 7 vassals. Flashing a confident smile, he gently told her to stand up. It was time for introductions. Leading her straight to the crew, Dongyun immediately stepped up, offering a welcoming handshake. He warmly greeted her as they exchanged names. Yoonju tilted her head, asking if he was the legendary baseball-pitching Goblin Slayer. Dongyun blinked in total shock. Without missing a beat, Yoonju locked eyes with Gyeong, instantly recognizing the squad's deadly archer. Gyeong gasped, wondering how she knew them. Yoonju smirked teasingly, asking if they seriously forgot her face. They shared history after all. Letting out a playful growl, she watched the crew stare back in total confusion. Clueless, they needed a visual. Boom, she triggered her beast form, fur erupting across her skin. Massive bear traits materialized. Gyeong's eyes went wide as lightning struck her memory, screaming that she was that exact wild beast. Yoonju chuckled, confirming her epic bear identity. She literally saved their necks multiple times. How could they forget that? The gears clicked in Dongyun's head. He grinned widely, realizing their intense battlefield encounter back then was completely meant to be. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," she joked. Jaehyun stepped up, totally hyped that his elite fighters already clicked. But playtime was over. He dropped the briefing tomorrow morning. They launch a high-stakes raid to rescue Byungho's trapped grandmother. Goblin numbers were dropping. It was the perfect strike window. However, a heavily injured Hyunjin was officially benched for this deadly mission. That meant Yoonju was drafted for tomorrow's chaotic raid. She eagerly accepted the brutal frontline duty. Nodding, Jaehyun dismissed the squad, telling them to rest up for tomorrow's absolute bloodbath. As the crew scattered, Jaehyun locked eyes with Byungho and Deoksu. He signaled the duo to follow him into the dark hallway. He asked if they knew why they were summoned. The two guys just exchanged totally clueless glances. Deoksu nervously scratched his head. But Byungho sharp-eyed the main character, guessing this secret meeting was about their newly awakened insane powers. Jaehyun's smirk practically screamed bingo. Their dormant abilities had finally snapped awake. Byungho had just unlocked god-tier teleportation skills, while Deoksu morphed into an absolute steel-clad tank. But before tomorrow's raid, Jaehyun needed to test their raw limits. Time for a brutal group quest. The objective, flex their awakened skills. The ticking clock, 1 hour. The sweet, sweet reward. A massive stats boost. But failure meant brutal punishment. Freezing overnight in the creepy hallway. Quest accepted. Deoksu's eyes sparkled. Absolutely hyped that he awakened just like the elite Dongyun. Jaehyun nodded, feeding his soaring excitement, explaining his insane new kit. He could now summon impenetrable steel armor and a skull-crushing halberd. Flash space warped violently beside him. In a blink, Byungho vanished into thin air. Jaehyun frantically scanned the empty, silent corridor. Gone without a single trace. Suddenly, Byungho popped back, screaming in pure triumph that he nailed the jump. That cheat skill was game-changing. Ding. The system instantly reported a massive spike in Byungho's loyalty. Byungho bowed deeply, but Jaehyun waved it off. He delivered a harsh reality check. Saving his grandma right now was suicide. Why? His control over teleportation was garbage. That flawless jump might have just been pure dumb beginner's luck. Reality hit Byungho hard. Taking a breath, he wisely agreed they needed to lock down his absolute maximum warp range first, and uncover any brutal backlash from skill spamming. Suddenly, a blinding flash of divine light exploded across the dark room. Boom, epic glowing armor, and a gigantic halberd materialized. Deoksu gripped his deadly new weapon, shouting in pure adrenaline-fueled ecstasy. Ding, another massive loyalty boost secured. While the tank celebrated, Jaehyun sharply turned his intense focus toward Byung-ho. Pointing straight out the window at a distant rooftop, Jaehyun challenged the rookie to warp across the massive deadly gap. Staring into the deadly abyss, Byung-ho gulped and swore he'd risk it. Jaehyun instantly fired off the official system quest, while Deoksu hyped him up like a true bro. Taking a breath, Byung-ho locked onto his distant target, his eyes blazing with absolute focus before vanishing into thin air. Stepping into the pitch-black hallway, he approached the shattered window. Across the gap, he spotted Jaehyun and Deoksu in the adjacent building. He threw them a massive relieved wave. Instantly, a glowing prompt notified, "Our MC Byung-ho's mission was an absolute success." Jaehyun finally exhaled. Still grinning, Byung-ho suddenly blacked out, his body collapsing like a puppet with cut strings. Panic struck them both. The MC instantly triggered his summoning skill, warping Byung-ho back to base and throwing him onto a bed. Jaehyun analyzed the situation. That spatial jump must have drained his stamina to zero. Hovering nearby, a stressed-out Deoksu asked if he'd survive. Scanning the glowing status screen, Jaehyun smirked. Luckily, a good night's sleep was all the guy needed to recover. The dude just hadn't mastered his awakening yet. Deoksu wiped his sweaty forehead, then randomly asked Jaehyun if he ever hit the gym. Caught off guard by Jaehyun's sudden counter-question, Deoksu blinked. Without missing a beat, our MC slapped him with a quest 100 push-ups and squats. Clad in full heavy armor, Deoksu started grinding out reps. Sweat drenched his face, but he pushed through the burning pain. Hitting that final squat, he groaned that he was totally cooked. The system pinged Jaehyun with a success notification, while the giant tank desperately gasped for air. Jaehyun chuckled, realizing the guy's physical education major gave him some seriously insane endurance. Suddenly, a glowing evaluation prompt flashed right in his face. He stared at the blue holographic text, totally clueless about what was dropping next. "Are we finally done?" Deoksu wheezed out. Jaehyun flashed a proud smile, granting him permission to chill. The exhausted giant practically crawled away, muttering about his brutal workout. Instantly, a system alert hit the MC quest cleared, and his base strength stat just leveled up. Raw power surged through his veins. Flexing his newly awakened muscles, he could feel the explosive upgrade in his physical limits. A cocky smirk crossed his face. Fast forward to the next day, deep in the gritty back alleys of Busan. Dongjun whipped around, screaming at everyone to bolt. A vicious horde of monsters was hunting them down. Sick and tired of running, Deoksu locked eyes with the beasts and triggered his crowd control skill. His heavy halberd sliced through the air, completely obliterating a goblin before taking out a whole squad. Yet the relentless swarm kept charging. 3 ugly monsters slipped past his defense line. Deoksu lunged to intercept, but a barrage of deadly arrows sniped them all in a flash. Deoksu froze, torn between holding the line or chasing. From the high ground, Byung-ho shouted down, telling him to ignore the weaklings. Letting out a booming laugh, Deoksu spun his heavy halberd around. Intimidated by his killer aura, the monster pack slammed the brakes. They scattered like totally terrified rats, with Deoksu roaring at them to stay gone. But those doomed creatures had no clue a deadly trap awaited them. A colossal, terrifying shadow eclipsed their path. Yeonju unleashed a blood-curdling growl, causing the cornered goblins to literally break down sobbing in pure despair. Trapped, Deoksu and Byung-ho blocked their rear escape while an angry Yeonju locked down the front line, erasing any chance of survival. Over the chaos, Dongjun frantically yelled, ordering Byung-ho to rush to his grandma's house right now. Screaming his thanks, Byung-ho dashed off like a blur. Meanwhile, Jaehyun's interface lit up with a sudden alert. Yeonju perfectly cleared her mission. The system quickly processed the data, instantly completing her performance evaluation. Boom. 130,000 won dropped straight into our hardcore shut-ins bank account. Jaehyun's jaw practically hit the floor. He totally expected magical loot, not cold hard cash. After all, Deoksu's recent mission rewarded him with raw stat buffs. Was this system running on a totally random gacha mechanic? He theorized that as the danger scaled up, the loot drops would get way more insane. Ding, another notification confirmed Byung-ho crushed his rescue mission. Our MC officially cleared every single quest on his current dashboard. The final performance grade was calculating. Heart pounding with pure hype, Jaehyun eagerly cracked open the glowing digital reward box. The system exploded with golden confetti. He hit the ultimate jackpot. Jaehyun started sweating from pure, unfiltered hype. Skill points. Totally mind-blown, he realized just how broken this system truly was. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Byung-ho, sprinting toward his grandma's place. Warping into her front yard, his heart raced with brutal anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he rushed inside, sprinting into her bedroom while screaming her name. But the terrifying sight froze his blood. She lay there, completely motionless and totally silent. Trembling, he reached out gently, gripping her frail shoulder while begging her to wake up. Suddenly, she exhaled deeply, warmly, wrapping her wrinkled hand over his. "Is it him?" she mumbled. Thank heavens she was literally just sleeping. Byung-ho instantly burst into happy tears. She was safe. He threw his arms around her fragile frame, aggressively apologizing for leaving her alone in this apocalyptic nightmare for so long. Hugging her tight, an overwhelming wave of loyalty toward Jaehyun washed over him. Right then, our MC caught a flashing alert. Byung-ho's loyalty had maxed out at 100%. Because of this absolute devotion, the vassal cap expanded. Jaehyun squinted at the floating blue window, totally baffled. He clicked into his management tab, realizing his army limit had just leveled up from 10 to 11. A shaky, disbelieving chuckle escaped his lips. On top of that, he could manually level up his followers. Curious, he checked the price tag on Byung-ho's next evolution. Error. The system brutally rejected him for insufficient funds. To awaken Byung-ho's next stage, the system demanded a staggering 100 million won. It literally told him to swipe his card and try again later. Absolutely paralyzed by the insane paywall, Jaehyun clutched his hair, mentally apologizing to his broke vassal. Assigning daily quests was his new, unavoidable reality. Suddenly, a bizarre mechanical clank echoed through the dead silence, sounding exactly like the elevator hitting their floor. Triggering his absolute sight, he scanned the perimeter for intruders. A mysterious duo lingered right outside Hyunjun's front door. They nervously called out to the apartment's wary owner, and Hyunjun cracked the door open, demanding their identities. The girl awkwardly scratched the back of her neck and introduced herself as Kim Da-bin. The tense kid beside her was her little brother, Kim Min-ho. They hailed from apartment 1701. Hyunjun questioned their sudden arrival. Da-bin hesitated, admitting they desperately needed a massive favor. The host raised an eyebrow, and sweating intensely, Da-bin nervously asked the unthinkable. Could they cross the line and use his shower just once? Hyunjun blinked in pure shock. Anticipating a deadly ambush, this absurdly mundane request totally threw her off balance. Exhaling a deep breath, she finally welcomed them inside. Da-bin practically cried with gratitude. Min-ho awkwardly held up a package, asking where to drop it, and Hyunjun eyed it suspiciously. Da-bin quickly explained it was packed with premium survival canned goods. The younger sibling dropped the cardboard box and ripped it open. A massive stockpile of rare canned food gleamed inside. Hyunjun's eyes sparkled with joy, though she politely brushed off the necessity. Da-bin insisted that offering tribute was mandatory when begging neighbors for crazy survival favors. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto the lethal arsenal stacked against the living room wall, and trembling slightly, she asked if those blood-stained bats and hunting bows belonged to the building's current survivors. Hyunjun vaguely replied that these warriors came from distant zones, though the full lore was too long to drop now, confirming zero threat level. Jaehyun powered down his ocular skill, sensing no malicious aura from the siblings. He planned to interrogate them properly later, for a deeper vibe check. Plus, they might be useful for raiding the neighboring high-rise. Suddenly, a glowing blue system prompt shattered his focus. Target eliminated. Level 27, Crimson Tiger. A massive wave of pure experience points flooded his stats. Nearly 40 million won, instantly deposited into the Supreme Recluse's digital wallet. His proficiency leveled up, unlocking a brand new skill. However, anxiety instantly gripped the main character, because that mutated beast was an absolute nightmare-class boss. Activating Absolute Sight again, horror washed over him. His entire crew was bleeding out. The bloody raid was finally cleared, but Yeonju took the boss's aggro head-on and suffered catastrophic damage. Out of nowhere, phantom agony electrocuted his nervous system. Gasping for air, he desperately gripped his pounding heart. The system aggressively pinged, detecting nearby life forms that perfectly matched the elite citizen criteria. Prompt: do you wish to officially grant them sanctuary citizenship? Were there really other survivors breathing out there? He instantly slammed the accept button, blessing 10 random souls with official status. His total citizen count skyrocketed to 50, passive buff activated. All experience and gold farmed by citizens received a massive 100% boost. Hitting this epic milestone unlocked the ultimate hidden buff. The Power of Trust passive was now fully accessible to his entire faction. But min-maxing stats could wait. He frantically needed to check on his fallen party members. He bolted straight back to the vanguard. Byung-ho desperately piggybacked his frail grandmother, while Deok-soo hauled a completely unconscious Yeonju through the absolute wreckage. Witnessing this brutal scene, Jaehyun cursed under his breath, but a disgusting goblin ambush blocked their escape route. Hae-rin and Ga-young instantly drew their bowstrings and fired. The rookie archer was totally mind-blown that her single arrow easily one-shot the monster. Ga-young gasped, realizing her physical limits had vanished. Dong-jun fiercely nodded in agreement. His stamina gauge felt practically infinite right now. The Power of Trust was no joke. This broken passive skill amplified every single combat stat based on their pure loyalty percentage. The main character finally connected the dots. Dong-jun's entire raid party possessed a loyalty rating over 50. Unstoppable endurance, razor-sharp reflexes, raw kinetic power, everything skyrocketed. A flat 50% physical buff naturally evolved their raw combat mastery into something terrifying. Byung-ho grinned, praising Jaehyun's god-tier support magic. Hearing that praise, Hae-rin and Ga-young's loyalty gauges smashed right past 30. The system flashed. Vassal registration officially unlocked. He locked in their vassal status. Instantly, a radiant golden aura enveloped the girls. They stared at their glowing bodies in utter disbelief, totally clueless about this crazy evolution. Ga-young successfully awakened her lethal piercing shot, while Hae-rin unlocked the deadly poisonous mist. The goblin horde finally closed the distance. Both girls pivoted flawlessly. Ga-young released her bowstring. The magical projectile annihilated the frontline monster's skull, violently ricocheted in mid-air, and slaughtered several more monsters. The rookie gasped at the sheer destruction. Activating this heavy-hitting skill burned intense mana, launching that devastating armor-piercing strike. The main character immediately ordered her to spam this new ultimate and clear out the trash mobs, and then analyzed Hae-rin's status window. Her newly awakened power felt incredibly risky. The rank B toxic smokescreen drained heavy mental energy to unleash a suffocating cloud of lethal venom. It possessed solid crowd control potential, but being capped at rank B was concerning. Plus, one bad wind direction could literally melt her own teammates. He bookmarked that dangerous variable for future beta testing. A sudden system alert popped up. Hae-rin's quest evaluation was fully calculated. Seeing a massive failed stamp appear definitely stung his pride. But dwelling on losses was for amateurs. He pivoted his focus back to monitoring the lower floors. Downstairs, a survivor silently crept toward an overflowing bathtub. He filled a bottle, noting this wasn't half bad. They actually packed drinking water ahead of time. Spotting a portable stove and stacked rations, he realized why ditching the Dongyang Guild made total sense. This stash was loaded. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto Kim Da-jung collapsed on the cold floor. He dashed to her side instantly. As an awakened healer, her survival was absolute top-tier priority. Hitting her apartment entrance, he yanked the handle. Locked tight. A deep frown crept onto his face. Then it clicked. His newly unlocked skill, Invisible Hand of the Absolute Recluse, let him summon and completely control a phantom grip. Phasing the spectral hand indoors, he pictured the mechanism snapping. Instantly, the aura shifted into heavy-duty pliers. Snap. The deadbolt gave way effortlessly. He stormed inside the room, dropping right beside Da-jung and desperately shaking her shoulders. He begged her to wake up, getting zero response. Panic spiked through his veins. Her condition was completely bottoming out. He cursed his own hesitation, scanning her ghostly pale skin, cracked lips, and deep, exhausting under-eye bags. Classic severe dehydration. He scrambled, eyes darting around the room for any kind of emergency lifeline. Spotting a totally full water bottle sitting right on the table, his brain completely short-circuited. How was she practically dying of thirst? Staring at her fading pulse, he knew saving her was non-negotiable. He ripped open his system quest window. A crazy hack might just work. He issued a custom quest to simply breathe, setting a full dehydration cure as the ultimate reward. It burned 10 million won, but one gasp later, the system pinged, and her eyes shot open. Blinking through blurry vision, she choked out a panicked question. He smoothly introduced himself as the guy from upstairs. Demanding how he bypassed the door, he bluntly explained she was literally knocking on death's door, so he completely bypassed the lock. Pure terror, then absolutely crushing despair flooded her eyes as she violently sobbed, gripping her head. Caught totally off guard, he anchored his voice, called her name firmly, and demanded her healing support. His squadmate was bleeding out. Trembling, she staggered up, her tear-soaked eyes screaming utter confusion. What was this guy smoking? She barely had enough mana to survive, let alone heal. This sounded like pure, unadulterated madness. Plus, how on earth did he clock her hidden nurse class? Still, judging by his desperate pleading tone for backup, it seemed highly unlikely he was an actual threat. She needed intel first. Hesitantly asking where to go, a glowing blue system prompt suddenly blasted right into his retinas. He flagged her to hold on. The interface violently chimed with a fresh quest. Objective: use restoration skills on Yeonju. Ordering her to eat and recover her stamina, he promised to personally drag the dying patient here. Suddenly, a weird, heavy thud echoed across the floor. Literal tangerines bounced toward her feet. Freaking out, she begged him to chill as another fruit popped from thin air. "What kind of magic is this?" she shrieked. Flashing a confident smirk, he promised a full lore drop. Once, she wasn't practically passing out. Leaving her to recharge her drained HP, he vanished through the doorway, while she blankly stared at the citrus, questioning her own sanity. The second his boots hit his own apartment floor, a notification pinged. Da-jung's affinity level had spiked. Staring at the glowing text, his mind was absolutely blown. How did this crazy butterfly effect happen? Pacing to the glass, he muttered that the squad should be back. One look outside sent ice through his veins. They were dangerously close, but a massive, bloodthirsty beast was gaining fast. They sprinted desperately toward the designated safe zone. The main character gritted his teeth instantly, recognizing the terrifying red tiger. But how did another one spawn here? The monstrous feline closed the gap, unleashing a devastating razor-sharp swipe. Dodging, Hyorin planted her foot terribly and snapped her ankle, sending her tumbling violently across the dirt. Guyun screamed her name in pure panic. As she scrambled up, a blood-curdling shriek escaped her. Before she could even stabilize, the mutated beast towered over her, its massive jaws unhinged, preparing for a fatal chomp. Paralyzed by absolute dread, she felt its hot breath. Then, in a pixelated flash, she vanished. The baffled monster frantically sniffed around. Instantly teleported into Jae-yoon's living room, Hyorin collapsed, hyperventilating as the sheer trauma of near-death completely washed over her. Violent coughs hacked from her chest. The main character watched her mental breakdown, grateful it secured him precious tactical seconds. Outside, the furious beast resumed its hunt, while the interface coldly alerted the main character, confirming entities that cleared the domain citizenship check. Flash Byung-ho and his fragile grandmother materialized onto the floor. Gently laying her down, the tank begged him to guard her life. He spun around, ready to rejoin the front line, but Jae-yoon sharply ordered him to hold position. Byung-ho nearly argued until seeing that absolute killer glare, and blindly put his faith in him. The main character locked onto the predator, manifesting his spectral telekinesis, swearing to obliterate this boss monster right here and now. The Crimson Beast roared, bringing pure destruction straight to their doorstep. Donga ground his teeth, adrenaline surging. Risking everything to halt the beast, he spun around, whipping out the sphere. He hurled the sphere with absolute fury. It missed completely, but the predator locked onto him, sending his squad into sheer panic. The apex predator lunged, paralyzed by absolute dread. He braced for the inevitable end. Pivoting sharply away from his crew, he screamed for them to flee, baiting the furious predator. Sprinting toward the subway ruins, the beast's hot breath hit his neck. Razor-sharp fangs eclipsed his vision. Death seemed utterly certain. But instantly the tiger paralyzed midair. An unseen force locked it down. Colossal pincers crushed the beast into the dirt. It thrashed wildly, roaring in absolute defiance. The massive claws hoisted the predator by its throat. Dong-yun stood utterly paralyzed, watching the brutal spectacle. His squad charged in for backup. A glowing blue system alert flashed before Guyung, instantly revealing her crucial mission. Jae-hyun smirked from the sidelines, realizing he could just sit back. If Guyung struck the decisive blow right now, their loot would instantly multiply. He maintained his iron grip, while she knocked an arrow locking onto the target. The monster snarled fiercely. Eyes narrowing with icy focus, she unleashed a lethal headshot. Ding! The system confirmed the level 28 red tiger was slain. 63 million won instantly flooded his inventory. The trio's loyalty stats spiked massively. Dong-yun's devotion breached level 30, perfectly unlocking the rare vassal registration requirement. Grinning at his flawless victory, Jae-hyun registered his new pawn. Back at base camp, Da-jung initiated emergency healing on Yeonju. The gashes were horrific, but Da-jung pushed her limits, visibly stitching the shredded flesh back together. Observing the miraculous recovery, Jae-hyun felt incredibly blessed to recruit Da-jung. He interrogated Dong-yun about the sudden ambush. He theorized Byung-ho's grandmother resided right in the monster's domain, triggering their territorial bloodlust. Slaying one barely dented the pack. Jae-hyun's tactical instincts flared, sensing a much darker underlying anomaly. 0 goblins roamed that zone. If local monsters fled from those beasts, the grandmother was trapped in absolute hell. Miraculously, they only breached the hunting grounds of twin tigers. Insane luck had saved them. A system chime marked the healing's success. Wiping sweat away, Da-jung flashed a weary but triumphant grin. Jae-hyun showered her with praise. As she requested to bounce, Jin-jung anxiously begged everyone to hold up. Facing Jae-hyun, he nervously addressed the elephant in the room. Would his sanctuary remain their permanent strategic command center? The boss scanned the filthy crew. Hosting this grimy mob was severely draining his social battery. Waving off their anxiety, he dropped some massive news. Unit 2901 was completely vacant. He'd sponsor their absolute survival, unlocking endless power access so they could claim it as their new fortress. Cheers erupted instantly. Pivoting to Daebin, he revealed Units 2101 and 2102 on Floor 21 were heavily secured. Armed with full power, he ordered her to broadcast a massive shelter upgrade, granting survivors proper sanitation access. The siblings looked visibly crestfallen. Catching this, he smoothly offered them exclusive VIP rights to their own private suite, leaving the rest for the public. Their faces instantly lit up. But nothing comes free, he demanded a crucial favor. He appointed them as his official liaisons, bridging the gap between his throne and the desperate stragglers. She blinked in sheer shock. He issued a brutal bounty slaughter, 100 goblins first and earn a permanent luxury sanctuary. The prize, infinite power, limitless hydration, endless gas, and a lifetime food supply. Plus, if 10 survivors emerged from every generation, they'd all unlock the exact same premium VIP status. But there was a catch. he strictly warned that their grind time would heavily depend on their current floor. Moving forward, rewards only went to those proving absolute combat value. Instantly, he materialized a brutal goblin subjugation quest, featuring a strict 168-hour countdown. The loot was minor EXP, but failure meant complete exile from the safe zones. The survival game began instantly. A desperate kid named Sungmin sprinted blindly toward the designated sanctuary zone. A massive, bloodthirsty goblin horde chased him down. Screaming absolute profanities, he locked onto the metal doors, praying he could just make it. Vicious claws grazed his spine. Dropping instantly to the concrete, he slid violently through the gap, crashing straight into the safe zone, and flashed a frantic hand signal. One twin quickly clocked the massive aggro train trailing right behind him. Without hesitation, they unleashed a brutal barrage of spear thrusts. They slammed the heavy door onto a vanguard goblin, keeping the vicious mob perfectly at bay with relentless stabs. The battered goblin aggressively recovered, charging blindly forward, triggering a chaotic swarm assault. Spotting the push, one defender screamed, a frantic warning. Their buddy flashed a wicked smirk and stepped up ready to flex. Crouching low, he locked onto his target and launched the spear with explosive force. It whistled between the twins, pinning the exact same goblin. Pumping his fist in pure triumph, he hyped them up, asking if they caught that epic shot. The twins stood there utterly speechless while he casually rolled his shoulders, demanding their final kill count. One twin claimed 22 kills, but his brother instantly bragged about bagging 24. Sunyob did the quick math, declaring that this grand total meant their trio had slaughtered over 100 monsters today alone. Even the twins looked totally stunned. But suddenly Sungmin furiously snapped at Sunyob, screaming that they had just faced a brutal mob of at least 15. Sunyob just shot him, a lethal glare, asking what his actual problem was. Sungmin completely lost it, yelling, "We were swarmed by 15 of those freaks." Unbothered Sunyob coldly scoffed, "Who literally cares about the minor details? As long as we absolutely crush the mission, that luxury penthouse is ours." Blazing with pure rage, Sungmin screamed that he almost got brutally slaughtered out there. Massaging his temples in exhaustion, Sunyob coldly glared down, demanding to know whose genius idea this hunting strategy was anyway. Was it his? He mapped the mastermind plan, while the twins crafted the weapons. After all, Sungmin literally bragged about being the ultimate escape artist. Completely verbally destroyed Sungmin just choked on his own words, while a furious Sunyob dared him to pack up and leave the squad if he was going to keep crying about it. They could easily survive without his dead weight. Panicking, the twins jumped in to defuse the tension loudly, praising Sungmin's actual performance. He played the perfect bait and sprinted like a total track star. Sighing, Sunyob warned him not to push his limits, locking eyes with Sungmin, demanding why he was suddenly acting so incredibly hostile. One twin flashed a nervous smile, desperately urging Sungmin to just apologize, which he finally did through painfully gritted teeth. With the explosive drama squashed, the crew hopped onto the 21st floor, ready to claim their hard-earned luxury safe house. But when they confidently approached Dabin, she flashed a super awkward smile, dropping the bombshell that a rival squad had already snatched the grand prize. Their jaws literally hit the floor, as a completely baffled Sunyob demanded, "Wait, somebody butchered 100 monsters faster than us." She nervously nodded, confirming the brutal truth. Realizing their brutal grind was completely wasted, instantly ignited his blazing fury. He fiercely ordered her to drop the sick prank and hand over the keys. Looking completely bewildered, she swore she was dead serious. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed through the silent corridor, and she softly announced their perfect timing. It was the legendary squad who blitzed through 100 goblins first. Sunyob froze in pure disbelief, seeing them. Just one young dude alongside a random married couple. Dabin quickly checked in with her brother, who casually explained they toured the sweet new crib, but actually rejected the reward. Instead, he struck a master deal to install electricity and running water for his and Mr. Jiho's places, while exempting his daughters from deadly missions. Confused, she asked if they were adults, assuming the system already protected minors. Jiho flashed a warm smile, confirming their adult status, while his lovely wife joked that the girls simply inherited her eternally youthful baby-faced genetics. She proudly claimed they were absolute snipers, with a bow just like her, but her fierce motherly instincts simply could not risk their absolute safety. Minho suddenly recalled the system, promising them top-tier bows and arrows, prompting Dabin to curiously ask why they planned to keep farming goblins. He nodded. Jaehyun himself personally ordered them to eradicate the local goblin trash. He was absolutely sick of those annoying pests. The monstrous swarm was literally infinite. No matter how aggressively they slaughtered them, the filthy horde just never stopped spawning. Boiling with jealousy, Sunyob rudely interrupted, loudly demanding if this squad thought they were some kind of elite VIPs. How is this blatant favoritism remotely fair? Catching on, Minho glanced at his sister, admitting that while the system totally looked rigged right now, the main character explicitly requested to teleport them to the 30th floor, gifting them the exact same epic loot as the silver and bronze rankers. Instantly beaming with a radiant smile, Dabin faced Sunyab's stunned crew, asking if they caught that epic update. The brutal conflict was peacefully resolved. They were officially invited to ascend to the 30th floor together, where a VIP welcome awaited. Stepping inside the magical elevator, one twin nervously whispered, "Was that legend really named Jaehyun? Rumor said he was younger than them." Scoffing, Sunyab mocked. Was her bizarrely worshipful tone not totally hilarious? The twin fiercely nodded, questioning if this dude thought he was some almighty god. Smirking, his brother joked. He was probably running a cult. Sungmin instantly warned them they should not be trash-talking. An overpowered monster while standing inside his territory. A chilling silence instantly dropped before he nervously asked if they were actually meeting this man. The entire squad snapped their heads toward him. A suffocating silence dragged on until Sunyab bitterly spat out the guy's name. But cursing fate would not save them. The elevator loudly dinged, officially arriving on the daunting 30th floor. Slowly stepping out. Catching the twins trembling in pure fear, Sunyab aggressively snapped at them. Suddenly, the main character effortlessly strolled up, flashing a terrifyingly calm smile. His overwhelming aura made them sweat. Dropping his tough guy act, a deeply humbled Sunyab respectfully introduced himself to Jaehyun, extending a shaking hand. Jaehyun gripped it firmly, casually mentioning how incredibly entertaining it was to spectate their squad's entire performance from the shadows. He explicitly praised their clever barricade tactics. Sunyab froze, terrified by his omniscient vision, before Jaehyun casually announced he was hooking up their electricity right now. Utilities restored to units 1301 and 1502. Sunyab's eyes widened. Can he actually pull this off? The boss gave a chilling nod. Still baffled, he demanded to know the secret. The main character simply stated they survived the brutal cut by slaughtering 100 goblins. And for the record, I'm no cult leader chasing godhood. The entire squad froze, their jaws dropping in absolute disbelief. The realization hit them like a truck. He heard every whispered word in that elevator. Burning with humiliation, they watched Jaehyun flash a wicked smirk. "I just have one simple demand," he declared. "Congratulations, you're the new bait." Soon after, the deadly operation began. The foursome sprinted, luring the raging orc horde toward their allies. Pivoting sharply, Sunyab desperately signaled Dongyun to strike. A confident grin spread across Dongyun's face as he readied his deadly spear. His B-rank throwing ability lets him launch weapons, with pure, telekinetic force amplifying the destructive impact 5 times over. Combining this with his A-rank thrust, channeling intense physical stamina, it ignites the weapon's tip with blazing blade energy. Plus, his exclusive Knight title permanently boosts raw physical strength through absolute loyalty. Subordinates holding this prestigious rank earn triple the experience and cash per monster killed. These knights grow infinitely stronger through shared battle experience. Currently, his elite spearman mastery sits at a solid 11%. As that number climbs, his devastating strike potential skyrockets alongside it. The projectile obliterated the leading beast, yet the frenzied mob charged forward recklessly. A towering monster lunged right into Dongyun's blind spot, but the warrior didn't even flinch. Suddenly, a whirling circular blade shot from the shadows, instantly decapitating the massive threat. Guyong had arrived. Without missing a beat, Dongyun summoned a second javelin and unleashed it, dropping another monstrous target dead in its tracks. Ding, the interface chimed, transferring a cool 3 million won straight into the main character's balance. The bloody squad quest to slaughter 100 orcs was finally conquered. Amidst the chaotic goblin ruins, the strike team miraculously uncovered a surviving family of 3. Without hesitation, Dongyun secured their rescue. The second they crossed the threshold, flashing red alerts warned Jaehyun of a massive security breach and illegal territorial trespassing. A prompt demanded if he'd grant them official refuge. Noting the trio of helpless survivors, he swiftly approved their residency status. His fortress population perfectly hit 200 souls. This triggered the ultimate passive tax collection, automatically siphoning 10% of his residents' generated wealth, without actually draining their personal pockets. With a strict 30-day cooldown, this god-tier economic ability instantly grabbed his greedy attention. The new perk guarantees a steady stream of passive income flowing right back into his vault. But there's a frustrating catch. He can't just cash out instantly. The system locked the funds behind a brutal 10-month waiting period. That timeline was way too slow to guarantee his parents' survival. He desperately needed to deploy Dongyun's vanguard unit to the Nambu sector immediately. But first, it was time to hand out the raid rewards. He set their cut at a modest 30%. Treating the payout as a vital tactical investment. Suddenly, a blue screen flared to life, declaring his absolute recluse class hit level 10, granting 3 experience points. Instantly after, a sharp, crushing pain gripped his chest. His domineering aura expanded across the entire sanctuary, triggering a massive system celebration. He was now crowned the undisputed absolute recluse of the whole complex. For this legendary milestone, he scored a staggering 1 billion won grant. The ultimate base-building feature finally unlocked. Shaken by the sudden upgrade, he eagerly navigated straight to the brand new architectural menu. The blueprints were insane. He could drop 133 million on solar panels, build a functional store for 220 million, or construct a high-tier gym for 300 million, but the annual resource yield was only 30 million. He stared utterly dumbfounded. A pitiful 30 million annually. With base costs at 130 million, that meant it'd take 5 grueling years just to break even. Disgusted, he paused all base expansions. There were way better ways to burn through his newly acquired millions. His priority shifted to power leveling Dongyun's stats instead. But as a brilliant strategy sparked in his mind, he checked the vault only for a prompt to reveal. Those grant funds were strictly locked to structural blueprints. A wicked grin spread across his face. This unexpected loophole literally changed the entire game. That massive billion-won grant was completely separate from his personal stash. Flexing his new wealth, he instantly purchased his very first solar panel. A 24-hour timer popped up for the build. Frowning at the delay, his greedy mind wondered if he could stack a second power grid. The cold system interface flatly denied him, restricting solar generators to just one single unit per occupied apartment block. Clicking his tongue in pure frustration, he shifted his focus to the retail store upgrade. Scanning the glowing blueprints, his eyes widened as he realized this feature was an absolute goldmine. It was an automated trading post perfectly synergized with his unique Absolute Recluse domain ability. He could securely peddle registered loot here. The absolute best part, this magical marketplace functioned perfectly without needing a single human cashier. It literally materialized physical goods the exact second a survivor paid through a glowing holographic screen. Was reality-bending tech like this actually possible? Previously, handcrafting and physically delivering survival rations drained his stamina. Now these desperate residents could just buy their own lifelines autonomously. Plus, he maintained full control over the stock drops. With total monopoly, he could easily crank up the mandatory survival fees for every single tenant. He slammed a purchase button, and the interface demanded a physical location. Smirking, he locked the massive market firmly into the vacant apartment 101. A 48-hour countdown began. With that settled, he finally turned his greedy gaze toward constructing the Ultimate Warrior's Gym. A sanctuary built to push physical limits. Grinding stats here triggers a massive 200% growth multiplier. Rookies under level 15 snag an insane 300% experience boost. A wicked smirk crossed his face. Sure, sweating gave him raw stats, but double dipping with both massive level ups and juicy system loot, absolute perfection. He locked down a second-floor training facility. Construction timer, 72 hours. Next target, upgrading his personal shop interface. A translucent blue system alert popped up. His exclusive Absolute Recluse shop skill just hit level 5. His inventory cap skyrocketed to a massive 500 slots, instantly unlocking a brand new categorized market directory. Listed items, now auto-synced with related gear. He officially unlocked full access to both bulk and individual merchant trading. Spotting basic hydration supplies in the UI, relief washed over him. The holographic menu displayed endless variations of purified water. His eyes widened at the insanely massive catalog. If water had this many options, what about the real loot? The instant ramen tab alone featured countless god-tier flavors. A brilliant, scheming grin spread across his face. Profit time. Cut to Dongyun's raid party. Deoksu fiercely gripped his heavy blade, mercilessly carving through the enemy's vital weak point. Deoksu exhaled heavily over the slaughtered orc. Dongyun casually strolled up, questioning the physics of a mid-air weapon toss. Frowning at his blood-stained halberd, he questioned the weird idea. Dongyun's eyes gleamed. He wanted to test a crazy theory. Passing the heavy polearm over Deoksu, instantly panicked as his buddy wound up. With raw force, the weapon launched forward. The halberd vanished into the distance. Deoksu raged, whining about his lost gear. Dongyun simply smirked, telling him to just activate his recall skill. The strategy finally clicked in Deoksu's brain. He thrust his palm out, triggering his class skill. Whoosh! The halberd warped back. He hyped up Dongyun as a total mastermind. However, Gayoung quickly shattered the mood. They needed to bounce, as her quiver was totally empty. Suddenly, a strange spatial hum echoed behind her. She whipped around, gasping as fresh ammunition materialized straight out of thin air. "No freaking way," she yelled, completely stunned by the glitch. Right then, a transparent notification flashed, confirming dual skill activation. His omniscient vision allowed him to deploy support magic remotely. Rearmed and dangerous, Gayoung instantly unleashed a deadly barrage of projectiles. Ping! The blue UI confirmed a brutal kill on a level 19 greenskin beast, showering him with sweet experience points. A massive 2,100,338 flooded the recluse's digital wallet. The raid squad and citizens officially cleared the objective. The operation burned exactly $2,332,581. Ping citizen Gayoung successfully leveled up. Crossing his arms, our hero stared intensely at the glowing holographic display. Farming these mission drops was the ultimate shortcut to awakening his true power. A spark of real hope finally ignited in his chest. His safe zone was roughly 10 kilometers away from this apocalyptic hellscape. Navigating that deadly stretch on foot meant 3 agonizing hours. Spinning on his heels, he ditched the apartment and stepped into the elevator shaft. Moments later, he breached the desolate rooftop. Cold apocalyptic winds aggressively whipped through his hair as he surveyed the ruins. Staring at the shattered concrete wasteland, he muttered about the absolute carnage. Time was ticking. Was Dongyun's squad his first tactical priority? He summoned a blue status screen. Target Jian, level 22, title 7th Servant, Trust 59, Loyalty 33, Awakened Skill, Crow, Command Prompt Assign Mission. He realized he was currently borrowing Gion's C rank ability. Another holographic profile booted up. Target Yunju level 33, Trust 51, Loyalty 12, Awakened Class Werebear Experience, Share set to 70% loot, split 30%. Available commands flashed, Assign Mission or Totally Banish. Next profile. Dodong level 30, rank 8th Servant, Trust 70, Loyalty 63, Awakened Skills unlocked, Healing Blessing and Magic Armor. Experience share locked at 100%. Action, Assign, Quest. Strategically forming a party with Yunju and Dodong was his ultimate play, but there was a glaring flaw. While Dodong was a sworn vassal, Yunju's loyalty meter was still dangerously low. The UI detailed an A rank buff. It burned pure mental power to inject the target with a ridiculous 70% physical stat spike. B rank magic armor forged a mystical barrier using raw willpower. Makes sense, he smirked. Awakened hunters are simply built differently. Their combat efficiency was just off the charts. Gazing into the abyss below, he desperately calculated if another cheat route existed. Suddenly, a hidden mission flashed, the grand prize, the legendary resurrection of the sun, but his current gold balance was pathetically low. Securing that divine sun-tier loot was crucial. Tapping the glowing holographic glass, he gritted his teeth. He just didn't have the stats yet. To score big, he had to aggressively max out the danger level. The system demanded a brutal hunt, slaughter a boss above level 40. Level 40 beasts were absolute nightmares, meaning the system drops would be unimaginably god-tier. A dark shadow crossed his face. The countdown timer was strictly 24 hours. The ultimate penalty for failing. Instant brutal death. Error. The red UI flashed, mocking his empty wallet. The quest was totally locked behind a massive paywall until he grinded more cash. His brow furrowed in pure frustration. Damn it, he cursed internally. I'm completely broke for this tier. Suddenly, a surprise notification popped up. His remote kill on a level 18 orc just netted him 2,780 experience and 8,221 coins. A single coin randomly dropped into our ultimate recluse's inventory. His jaw literally hit the floor. Whoa, he gasped, totally mind-blown. A group mission, he realized instantly. The sneaky system totally hid this trigger. The brutal objective: slaughter an elite beast scaling past level 40. Current progress, 0 out of 1. The merciless timer showed exactly 24 hours remaining. The insane payout: bringing her boy back for 1 day. Fail and you die. Before handing over this crazy suicide mission, he desperately needed absolute proof that Yeonju would remain fiercely loyal forever. Got it, he smirked. Moments later, heavy pounding violently shook his front door, followed by a frantic scream echoing outside. Mr. J, please open up. Pushing the handle down, he stepped back. There stood Yeonju, leaving him completely speechless in absolute shock. She was gasping desperately, clutching her trembling knees. Slowly, her intense gaze locked onto his face. Eyes overflowing, she sobbed. You were telling the truth. Despite the brutal timer, he knew this insane raid run was somehow doable. Collapsing heavily onto the cold floor, she muffled her devastating sobs, completely overwhelmed by emotional whiplash. She wept her gratitude, swearing 24 hours was plenty. Just glimpsing her child again meant everything. Her frail frame shivered uncontrollably. Ding Yeonju's devotion just blasted past level 30. The ultimate requirements to lock her in as a loyal vassal were fully cleared. Later, our boy squinted at the blazing ceiling bulb. Holy crap, the power actually works, he cheered. Pivoting toward the sink, he watched a weak drip suddenly explode into rushing water. Another alert popped. His dignity maintenance passive was active. Perfect, he smirked effortlessly, vibing with his new reality. I literally feel like a wizard, he mused, crossing his arms confidently. First electricity, then running water and gas. He could totally manage this turf. Ding. The daily shop revenue just dropped. Boom. 320,981. One directly slammed into the ultimate recluse's growing bank account. Grinning wildly at the glowing interface, he calculated. 20% cut equals 320,000 won. This base generated over 1.5 million today. He then activated his ultimate omniscient vision. Spying on the sweaty shoppers below, he overheard a dude grumbling, "Hey man, how much more grinding until payday?" His exhausted buddy replied, "This epic bow runs 150,000 won. We barely scraped together 10,000 today. This grind might take 2 full weeks." The first guy glared fiercely. "You absolute moron. They clearly forgot about purchasing vital healing items, basic food, and clean water while grinding for that shiny weapon." Spinning around dramatically, he aggressively waved him off. "Whatever, genius. Since you are so damn smart, you manage the party's awful budget." Our main character smirked, knowing these brutal expenses wouldn't crush their grinding spirit. That mysterious magic shop, blooming downstairs, changed everything. Now those pathetic goblin drops actively fueled a massive server-wide addiction for hunting. Everyone was forced outside their safe zones to massacre goblins. The leveling progression flowed perfectly on schedule, and the fresh survivor population was absolutely skyrocketing. Swiping through his glowing admin panel, he reviewed stats. Current survivors hit 781 out of 11,000 total. Insane buffs activated, plus 100% bonus experience, and double gold drops. These crazy numbers would absolutely explode into a massive empire soon. Ding A. Level 18 Orc was eliminated. He leached 1,200 sweet experience points. 43,817 won, instantly teleported into his stacked wallet. He confidently declared a fresh restart. Cut to Yeonju fully morphed into a beast, ruthlessly tearing through a goblin horde. Roaring furiously, she brutally decapitated another ugly green monster instantly. Pure vengeance blazed in her glowing eyes. Slowly reverting back to her fragile human state, she exhaled deeply, resting trembling hands on her hips. Suddenly, Dajung rushed forward, panicking. "Are you all right? Did those freaks scratch you?" Pivoting smoothly, she offered a warm smile, insisting she was totally fine. A few minor scrapes meant absolutely nothing. "Sis, please do not push yourself to death," Dajung pleaded. Before the dust settled or Dajung could even finish, Yeonju softly apologized, feeling guilty for soloing the entire mob, but she harbored a desperate secret. Dajung stepped closer, totally confused. "Wait, sis. Why apologize? You literally carried us. We are perfectly safe and chilling because of your crazy power." Meanwhile, our genius protagonist smirked, realizing pairing Yeonju with Dajung was an absolute masterstroke for his guild. Their synergy was flawless. Checking his system interface, her insane stats flashed. Name Yeonju. Level 40. Epic title, 9th Servant. Class Knight Warrior Trust 66. Loyalty 66. Awakened skills, Werebear, Ancient Vitality Berserker. Experience Leech sits at 200%. Melee strikes, boosted by 50%. A rank Ancient Vitality means heavier damage taken. Triggers insane health regeneration. S-rank Berserker activates. Seeing blood turns her vision crimson instantly, multiplying her physical stats by 300%. Suddenly, a deafening crash whipped the girls around. A gargantuan monstrosity stomped toward them. They shrieked in absolute horror. "What is that?" Instantly, Yeonju triggered her beast transformation, screaming, "Da-jung, run!" The terrified girls behind her wailed, "Sis, no." Morphing into a colossal armored bear, she fearlessly charged the titan. In that breathtaking split second, the massive boss swung its deadly blade. She lunged forward, her massive claws blurred into a lethal flurry, devastating the enemy from every single blind spot. Da-jung narrowed her eyes. She released a deadly arrow, but the massive beast casually swatted the projectile away. Yeonju's jaw snapped open. Unleashing an ear-shattering roar, the beast launched herself forward, ruthlessly pinning the monster down. She locked her fangs onto her prey. Suddenly, a system alert popped up. A level 28 orc boss had been officially eliminated. Massive EXP flooded in. Exactly 73,263,099. One poured straight into the recluse's inventory. Citizen Yeonju absolutely shredded the Jungpo Station boss. Hidden conditions unlocked. A brand new outpost structure became available, offering a high-tier security perimeter outside the main base. Once active, the Recluse projects domain dominance perfectly. However, triggering it requires a citizen holding knight rank or above to guard the zone. If any unverified intruder breaches the perimeter and survives for over 24 hours inside, the entire base instantly self-destructs. The price tag, a staggering 1.3 billion won. Our main character stared completely mind-blown, then smirked. 1.3 billion. Since they just wiped out the entire orc army, his wallet was absolutely loaded. It was a total steal, but the system warned that 3 elite knight-tier citizens were mandatory for construction, locking them down for 7 whole days. Was this massive investment really worth it? Hold up, he realized. Starting this project meant heavily benching his top-tier fighters like Yeonju, Da-jung, and Dong-yeon for an entire week. Losing that much grinding time was an absolute deal-breaker. He couldn't afford a 7-day nerf. Plus, the Jeonpo Station sector was basically a ghost town now, totally cleared out by Dong-yeon's raid squad. Setting up a fortress here was basically pointless right now. He canceled the prompt. Still, the raid was a W. If he could deploy this fortress near his actual home, he could finally breathe. His family's survival would be guaranteed. Pressing his palm against the cold glass, He realized smuggling his grandparents through this apocalyptic wasteland was basically a suicide mission. Frowning deeply, he prayed they were simply surviving. Tomorrow, Dongyun's elite strike team would officially march toward his family's coordinates. Back at the subway ruins, Jian stared in absolute shock. "Holy crap, this is insane," he muttered, mind blown. Watching someone literally rip a massive orc to shreds barehanded. Oh right, she's not even human. Makes sense. This beast was top tier even before securing Jian's OP blessing. But how exactly did he recruit her? She goes totally feral over goblins, meaning she definitely awakened hidden passives. Suddenly, a blue group quest window materialized. Objective extract and return. The countdown timer glowed exactly 1 hour. The clear reward was standard EXP, with literally 0 fail penalties. Jian spun around, spotting the surviving citizens grouping up, while Dongyun ordered the immediate fallback. Got it, Jian nodded. He blew a sharp whistle, extending his arm straight out. A midnight crow screeched, touching down flawlessly onto his wrist. Smirking, he stroked its dark feathers. Chill out. Relax yourself, little scout. Dongyun stepped up heavily, dropping a hand onto the younger guy's shoulder, commanding him to run aerial recon. On it, Sunbei Jian agreed instantly. Giving his summon one last scratch, he ordered it to stay alive. The blackbird launched into the apocalyptic sky, channeling his vision through the scout. Jian confirmed the perimeter was totally clear for a safe exfil. Dongyun nodded in respect, giving a quick thanks, before signaling the march. As they advanced, a shadow darted past Jian's boots. He whipped around, startled. What the? Was that a freaking rat? Vaulting up onto the ruined platform, he aggressively scanned their 6 o'clock. The tiny creature suddenly vaulted upwards, executing multiple insane jumps before freezing dead right before the blazing firewall. Shortly after, our main character finally swallowed his pride, requesting emergency backup. Bowing deeply toward his rescued citizens, the squad exchanged totally stunned glances. He quickly admitted this escort mission had god-awful survival odds. Dongyun stepped up, guessing. His relatives were trapped inside that sector. He confessed it was a blind gamble. Suddenly, Byung-ho slammed his chest, roaring that they were absolutely rolling out. Declaring it their sworn duty, Dongyun locked eyes with him, confirming, damn straight. Jaehyun was the only reason they weren't Monster Chow today. Staring down the protagonist, he swore the squad would follow. Jaehyun into hell. Just dropped the quest details. Grinning with absolute relief, he thanked his guild. Since the Jeonpo orcs were permanently deleted, they could push through the tunnels toward Seomyeon. His family's safe house was dangerously close to Jigalchi. The extraction point was simply subway exit number 2. He promised to drop the exact raid coordinates once they breached the surface. He refused to launch the suicide mission today that was pushing his luck way too far. Our ultimate target is Solomon Station, Donggun declared. The main character offered a deep bow, his gratitude absolute. Rest up today. We launch the strike at dawn, he commanded. But before the crew could disperse, Yeonju stepped up, halting their tracks. Hold on, I have one question. Reaching out, she locked eyes and pressed him. Can your power actually transport the entire family? The protagonist held her gaze, his mind racing. He had already tried rolling teleportation as a system reward. Honestly, that was the exact reason his blood pumped. Over Byung-ho's newly awakened power. Even if things aligned, moving the whole family in one shot might fail. The cold mechanical system had straight up denied setting that specific quest reward as completely impossible. He figured the entire plan was chalked. His gut told him it was because Byung-ho's grandmother existed way beyond his skills radius. If that was true and his parents perished out of bounds, he'd be totally powerless. Damn it, he cursed internally. Out loud, he confessed his powers had strict, unavoidable limits. I can't play God, he stated. But don't stress. I will honor the oath I swore to you, Yeonju. Ding, the system flashed. Yeonju's loyalty leveled up. A soft smile broke across her face. Thanks for keeping it real, she murmured. He nodded, returning the mutual respect as they all bowed. Byung-ho signaled it was time to recharge. The squad drifted toward the exit, while Dong-gun caught the hero's eye, promising they'd catch some sleep. Suddenly, the main character flinched. The blue system screen glowed violently. Alert: unauthorized entity breaching the perimeter. The intruder actually matched the hidden criteria for citizenship. Grant citizenship status. He triggered his skill and approved the prompt. The system instantly chimed back, confirming Seo Ye-jin received and snatched up the offer. Profile generated. Name Ye-jin. Level 31. Loyalty 7. Class Mouse Queen. EXP share 0%. Loot share 0%. Command options. Assign quest or banish. An awakened beast, he muttered. Suddenly, Ye-jin scuttled forward, letting out a shocked squeak. Spotting the tiny creature, his jaw dropped. A literal mouse. Flashback to 1 hour ago, a frowning Ye-jin was secretly sizing up this squad of orc slayers. Were these chumps already fully awakened beings? No way that's possible, she thought. Tailing them was her best play. The solo survival grind was getting way too heavy to carry alone. Her powers were top tier, but she needed to scout their vibe first. Stalking from the shadows, she suddenly picked up echoing chatter. "Hurry up, Mom, let's go." Curiosity taking over, she peeked out. Her mind short-circuited, seeing kids actually having fun. A playground. Here, how did an entire community survive in this building? Staring at the massive shelter, she was utterly baffled. Sprinting ahead, she desperately needed to investigate this glitch in the apocalypse. She charged the front gates, but slammed brutally into an invisible force field. Her head throbbed instantly as a red warning flashed, "Access denied." "What kind of broken magic is this?" she shrieked internally. A prompt materialized offering citizenship. Alarms blared and she panicked. Hell yes, anything to get inside. Glaring at the glowing holographic text, her tiny shoulders slumped in defeat. Guess a rodent can't hack the system. But then a golden notification chimed, "Citizenship granted." Clasping her tiny paws, she let out a victorious squeak. "Did I actually finesse this?" Stepping inside, she smirked. "Perfect." Suddenly, the locals spotted her and completely lost their minds. "Kill that rat." Seriously, she groaned frantically, zigzagging. To escape the chaotic mob, screaming to stomp her out. Barely dodging a massive combat boot, she scrambled ahead, tumbling across the polished floor. Glancing up, she was stunned to see hunters casually pumping iron. What kind of crazy sanctuary is this? Poof, her tiny body exploded into a full human silhouette. Cut to the subway tracks, gripping her throbbing temples. My freaking brain. But a manic grin spread across her face. Jackpot. I finally found my golden ticket. Exhaling sharply, she pushed herself up from the dirt. The only roadblock now was navigating the deadly path ahead. Jongno Station was her ultimate destination. With the surface overrun, the underground railway was her absolute only option. -1, terrifying catch, the absolute boss monster, locking down Solomon Station. Ironically, piggybacking off his chaos was her best survival strategy, because her infiltration skills were unmatched. Back in the present, the main character's system logged a captured level 2 familiar. A tiny EXP boost trickled in, exactly 1,416 points. The creature entered the absolute recluse vault, A-rank mouse queen. Every rodent crossing her path would instantly bow to her royal authority. These mind-linked minions functioned as extensions of her own body, sharing real-time sensory data. The main character processed the stats, eyes narrowing. So that tiny spy was being puppeted. Triggering his absolute eyes, he braced himself. An A-rank awakened literally dropped right into his lap. He absolutely had to lock her down, no questions asked. But wait, where was she hiding? Not in his territory. Step 1. Establish a connection and drop a quest immediately. The system interface flashed to life. New quest issued. Visit the apartment building. Time limit set to 48 hours. The rewards: cola and chocolate. Failure, penalty, none. Before locking in the quest, Jaehoon paused, his gears turning. Memories of Yeonju questioning his powers suddenly surfaced. He had spammed his skills before, only to hit a brick wall. The catch: that zone wasn't his domain. But here is the ultimate cheat code: anyone granted official citizenship stays fully under his radar, regardless of distance. He could even track their monster kills. Time to tweak the quest. The glowing screen refreshed. Objective: visit the apartment. Time limit slashed to 10 seconds flat. Rewards: cola and chocolate. Failure, penalty, forced summoning. He locked in the command, holding his breath, and boom, the system actually accepted it. Customizing failure penalties was a total game changer. Now he just had to see if this forced teleportation hack actually worked. If successful, he could instantly rescue his family. The system promised his future outpost would share his house's overpowered territory rules. So once the outpost stood tall and the dungeon squad deployed, he could legally register his family as official citizens and warp them to safety via quest failure. It was genius, but what was the financial damage? Time to test it. Tapping the glowing panel, he officially triggered the quest. The digital countdown ruthlessly started ticking, 0 minutes, 9 seconds remaining. He prayed the system tax wouldn't bankrupt his funds. Ding, the interface flashed red. Citizen Ye Jin has failed the objective. Deduction: 31,674,894 points. 30 million. Jaehoon clutched his chest, exhaling a massive sigh of relief. Flash Ye Jin materialized on his bedroom floor, out of nowhere, her eyes wide with absolute panic. Where am I? Jaehoon's eyes lit up. The teleportation hack worked. As she shivered like a cornered animal, he casually stepped forward. Hello there. Who are you? Do you know me? She demanded. He smirked softly. I am the guy who approved your citizenship. What? Hold on, you mean? Cutting off her spiral, Jaehoon pulled an ice-cold Coke from his inventory with a nod. Exactly. You are in the same building you scouted as a mouse. He gently apologized for the abrupt kidnapping. Did I terrify you? Passing her the sweet system rewards, his intense gaze softened. It is finally good to meet you face to face. I am Jaehoon. Accepting the snacks with trembling hands, realization hit her hard. You forcibly summoned me across the map. That bizarre quest was bait. He gave a shameless nod of confirmation. Surprisingly, a desperate glimmer of hope replaced her fear as she clasped her hands tightly. I know I am overstepping, she pleaded, but I have survivors depending on me. Can you grant them sanctuary too? Jaehyun blinked, caught completely off guard. She quickly explained that marching everyone through the apocalypse to his base was pure suicide. She had been ready to risk everything. Staring intensely, he asked for the total head count. 35 lives, she confessed. A heavy silence fell as Jaehyun processed this massive curveball. Extra survivors. He broke the tension with a grim apology. That is practically impossible. Her heart dropped to her stomach. Why? He bluntly stated that teleporting an entire crowd solo was beyond his current limits. Desperation taking over, she violently seized his hoodie. No, my mother and the kids are out there. I will pay any price, Jaehyun frowned. Meeting her tear-filled eyes, he ordered her to give him a second. Crossing his arms, his tactical mind shifted into absolute overdrive. He had successfully registered her as a citizen without ever meeting her human form face to face. The system actually recognized her mouse familiar as her true self. If he played his cards right, he might just pull off the impossible. The blue hologram popped up. Target Ye Jin, level 31. Trust rating 37. Unique class, the Mouse Queen. EXP, share 0%. Loot share 0%. Available commands issue quest or banish. Her trust meter was steadily climbing. Backed into a corner, placing her ultimate faith in him was literally her only survival option. His voice dropped an octave. Ye Jin, are you truly prepared to do whatever it takes? Yes, absolutely. Anything, she screamed without hesitation. Fine, there is one insane loophole, he declared. But you must surrender your absolute, unquestioning loyalty to me right now. Deal. She flinched, utterly stunned. What Jaehyun reached his hand out, his aura blazing. If you anchor your complete faith in me, and I swear I will drag your people out of hell. Trembling under his intense gaze, she tightly clenched her fists and roared with fierce determination. I trust you. I will become a monster if it saves my bloodline. Ding. The system chimed wildly. Citizen Ye Jin's trust has officially skyrocketed. Trust threshold has hit 50 points. Hidden stat unlocked. Loyalty metric exceeds 30. Congratulations, conditions to bind a vassal have been successfully achieved. A predatory grin crossed his face as he tapped the floating screen. Let us test this power. Vassal registration accept. Boom, blinding golden energy swallowed Ye Jin whole, forcing a shocked gasp from her lungs. System verified vassal. Ye Jin, level 31 confirmed. Title unlocked, 10th servant class trainer trust. Level 52. Loyalty, 33. Awakened ability, Mouse Queen. Evolution experience distribution locked at 0%. The trainer amplifies tamed beast stats, scaling directly with their loyalty, while supercharging growth speed based entirely on their trust. Evolution plus rank unlocked. The beast's endless evolution begins. Max-level creatures trigger their ultimate evolution. Jaehyun then questioned if her tamed rodents patrolled her family's specific neighborhood. Meeting his intense gaze, he commanded her to dispatch the mice to her relatives instantly. She agreed immediately. Dropping into a deep meditative stance, she focused her magical aura. Instantly, our protagonist activated his absolute eyes. Spying through the skill, he spotted a level 2 tamed rat scurrying toward the survivors. A terrified guy screamed, "Mouse!" A girl gasped, "Wait, is that Yejin's pet?" Suddenly, a glowing system window materialized, showering them with actual food. The guy's jaw dropped in pure shock. The girl gaped, wondering where this miraculous feast totally came from. He wondered aloud, did Yejin deliver this supply? The system chimed. Yejin's citizen trust has skyrocketed immensely. Trust points. Jaehyun smirked, knowing his absolute eyes synced flawlessly with Yejin's wildly overpowered beast-taming skills. Now, tens of thousands of sewer rats would act as his ultimate underground surveillance network. Absolutely insane. He had just secured the absolute best scout. Breaking the silence, Yejin nervously asked about the Nambuman district. Was he referring to the specific area near Songdo Beach? Jaehyun nodded smoothly, confirming her exact geographical guess. What a crazy coincidence that Yejin knew the exact Nambuman district where his family home was located. Her local knowledge totally outclassed the clueless Donggu crew. Plus, she simply had to safely deploy a single scout there. This made checking on his family's survival and airdropping critical emergency supplies an absolute breeze. Flashing a super confident smile, she promised he could fully trust her. System alert. Yejin's trust leveled up. Jaehyun then asked, could she execute his scouting mission immediately? Watching her rat companion scurry around, she agreed. He suggested that, if at all possible, navigating the dark underground subway tracks would be the absolute safest route. She clarified. Did he mean Busan's treacherous Line 1? He confirmed planning to use those exact tunnels for future epic evacuations. But in the next literal heartbeat, she shrieked in absolute terror, warning him against it. Startled, he demanded to know exactly why. A terrifying beast dominated Somyeon Station. Jaehyun's eyes widened in shock. A monster. His tactical mind started racing instantly. Pointing sharply, he rapidly interrogated her. Had she deployed any scout mice over there? Focusing her aura, she shakily confirmed it. Through the mental link, the rat squeaked in pure panic, locking eyes with a colossal serpent, crushing a helpless goblin. The massive reptile swallowed its prey whole, then locked its deadly gaze onto the hiding rat. The abomination lunged, unhinging its massive razor-filled jaws. The nimble rat barely dodged the lethal snap in time, sprinting desperately for its life. Witnessing this horrifying raw footage through his mental link, our protagonist realized the snake was absolutely gargantuan. He calculated its level easily past the terrifying level 40 mark. Trembling, she asked if Jaehyun witnessed the horror. Crossing Seomyeon Station was a literal death wish. Could they bypass it and enter Beomnagol instead? Having witnessed his squad's insane combat power firsthand, she totally believed in their unparalleled skills. She knew their overwhelming strength could easily secure that alternative route without breaking a sweat. Agreeing with her solid logic, he smirked and assigned her to room 2701. Completely confused, she looked up. Really? He offered it as her new sanctuary, though she'd have to clean it herself. Standing up, she gratefully accepted. Expressing deep gratitude, she politely excused herself. Smiling warmly, he ordered her to rest up, watching her depart. Pondering if he genuinely would have planned such an incredibly risky tactical operation in her shoes, a glowing system prompt suddenly materialized right before his eyes. He firmly commanded his interface. Install solar panel. The system immediately chimed. Construction. Finishing in exactly 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Pretty decent efficiency, but powering a massive base of 800 desperate survivors required way more juice to rapidly afford extra panels. He realized he needed a massive labor force expansion. A grueling 3-shift grind was absolutely necessary to flawlessly support their rapidly expanding base infrastructure. Time to grind some monsters. Meanwhile, deep inside the pitch-black subway tunnels, a desperate squad sprinted. Fleeing from bloodthirsty creatures, Dongjin pushed forward, glancing back to scream, "Incoming enemy attack." He spun around defensively. The entire squad halted, glaring at a swarm of monstrous bats dive-bombing them. The elite archers unleashed a devastating volley, shredding the flying beasts Ga-young commanded. Flawless execution. Anyone hurt? Hein gasped. That wasn't the colossal Seomyeon station snake Jaehyun warned about. Could they actually slay that boss alone? Ga-young replied coolly, "We'll survive this raid. If things go south, Jaehyun will totally bail us out." She exhaled deeply, realizing her anxiety had been completely pointless. Dongjun flashed a confident smirk. "Spot on. Zero need to stress." Striding forward, he signaled the rest of the crew to move out immediately. Reaching the subway station, Dongyan visibly recoiled. An absolute graveyard of slaughtered beasts choked the pathway. Hyun gasped in pure dread. "Keep pushing forward," Dongyan urged firmly. "We just need to hold our ground for a little while longer." Barely 3 steps later, he slammed to a halt. "Hold up." A colossal serpent materialized, completely blocking their path. "Are you kidding? How do we kill that nightmare?" Deoksu screamed instantly, spinning on his heels to run away. Shielding Guyong with his body, Dongyun roared, "Get down." The entire squad instantly hit the dirt. Ding. The cold system interface flared to life, issuing a brutal group quest. Exterminate the massive, nightmare-inducing serpent. Time limit. Exactly 10 minutes. The ultimate prize. A massive experience jackpot. The penalty for failure. Absolutely zero consequences. Yongju frantically scanned the area aggressively, demanding to know what just happened. Gripping his throbbing temples, Jun desperately questioned out loud. Was that a freaking earthquake? Meanwhile, Dongjun locked his eyes onto the glowing system window. The quest ruthlessly bound Dongjun and Yongju to slaughter the Titan snake. What kind of sick joke is this? Finish it off, he cursed mentally, glaring at the horrifying beast. Why is the system torturing us? He yelled internally. Pivoting toward Yongju with a deep scowl, he had absolutely no clue how reality shattered like this. Shaking off the pure panic, he unsheathed his weapon and hurled it forward, smashing dead center into the serpent's giant skull. This apex predator normally devours its victims completely alive, a terrifyingly difficult nightmare to escape from. A desperate victim thrashing wildly inside its stomach could easily tear the beast apart. To prevent this fatal damage, the viper utilizes lethal venom to paralyze its target completely. Alternatively, it could violently crush its victim's bones before feasting. But that brutal suffocation tactic is reserved solely for massive targets. It literally could not care less about swallowing a tiny, harmless mouse whole. Right on cue, a tiny rodent scurried brazenly across the monster's thick scales. The main character watched the beast gulp down the unsuspecting critter. A wicked grin spread across his face. "Open inventory," he commanded. Relying on his inventory and store skills, he instantly activated the toxic gas summon. Thick choking smoke violently erupted from the massive serpent's jaws. Next, our hero triggered the burning paper summon. The infected mouse bolted deep into the snake's guts, igniting a devastating trail of fire. Boom! The serpent's stomach detonated in a gory explosion. Yejin collapsed, clutching her throbbing head as the protagonist approached her. "Are you all right?" he checked. Forcing a weak smile, she whispered, "Yeah, just totally freaked out." He gently reassured her, regardless of the terror. "You completely crushed it out there." She nodded gratefully. Glancing away, his eyes narrowed. That mutant snake never should have stopped at his prey. His loyal vassals were supposed to eradicate it first. Suddenly, glowing system windows flashed before his eyes. He calculated that this glitch granted him 6 times the normal money and experience. Seizing the opening, Dongyan viciously hurled his weapon forward. It smashed directly into the beast's skull. Tapping into her beastification, Yeonju lunged into the fray, slashing wildly with razor-sharp claws. She brutally punched a gaping hole straight through the monster's skull and spun around. Ding. The system confirmed the execution of a massive level 40 snake. An insane wave of experience flooded his stats. 1,812,043 experience points acquired, plus 879 magically deposited into the Absolute Recluse's digital wallet. Dongjun and Yeonju had officially conquered the Summon Station boss. Outpost construction unlocked at Summon Station. Skill proficiency upgraded. The Ultimate Recluse finally shattered the level 15 threshold. 3 shiny skill points secured. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of pure energy violently coursed through his veins, tearing the magical barrier wide open. The system chimed. Potential citizen candidates detected. Would the host like to officially grant them citizenship status within his growing domain? Pressing a hand against his racing heart, he muttered, "Grant citizenship to 200 survivors." Instantly, his empire's population skyrocketed to exactly 1,000. Hitting this massive population milestone triggered a global reward. Every single loyal citizen instantly unlocked a powerful Tier 1 passive skill. The amount of experience and money gained permanently boosted by 100%. What kind of broken buff is this, he marveled. Then Mino's stats flashed. Level 17. Rank 9, Vassal Knight Warrior class. Trust 57. Loyalty 13. Awakened abilities absolutely none. Base experience distribution 70%, plus the 100% buff. Money distribution split 30%, plus the massive 100% bonus. He smirked, realizing this was basically their minimum wage. So even if he completely zeroed out their base stats, that overpowered buff guaranteed, they would always pocket double the loot. Dusting herself off, Yejin hesitantly apologized and called out. Glancing back, he raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Bowing deeply, she desperately pleaded, "I am so sorry to ask, but can you relocate my crew here?" He stared at her in dead silence before a warm smile broke through. "Consider it done." Tears of pure joy filled her eyes as she thanked him. Shifting gears, he questioned, "Can you take control of that rat one more time?" Flexing with newfound confidence, she smirked. "Watch me work." He instructed her to guide the survivors using the rodent as a beacon. Nodding firmly, she locked in, fully understanding the critical mission. Back in the bloody ruins of the station, the mind-controlled rat squeaked and darted forward. As the party tailed it, Dongjun's jaw suddenly dropped in pure shock. Yeonju noticed his pale face. "Are they here?" she asked. Dongjun stammered. Is this it?" Shaking her head, she clarified that she did not do this. The absolute destruction was already here. Dongjun initially suspected this was an orc domain, but the absolute slaughter of monsters ahead proved otherwise. He warned the crew to stay sharp. The boss was dead, but this place was far from safe. Guyong agreed, sensing hidden threats lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a squeaking scout mouse signaled them to follow. Deoksu scoffed, amazed by the rodent's intelligence. Yonho shot him a side glance, immediately questioning the situation. Was this little guy another of Jaehan's crazy skills? Meanwhile, our main character activated his sensory powers, confirming the coast was clear. A holographic system window suddenly popped up beside him. Total experience points gained exactly 3. Time to strategically allocate his newly earned stats. With his territory rapidly expanding, his first priority was obvious. Upgrading his vision was crucial. Plus, the synergy with Yejin's powers would be insane. He commanded Absolute Recluse eyes. Level up. Instantly, raw energy violently surged through his entire being. He clutched his pounding head with a heavy sigh. Elsewhere, his strike team boldly charged a goblin horde. Jaehan analyzed the system data. Level 8. Goblins standing 130 centimeters, highly social, and remarkably capable of wielding complex tools. Their extraordinary night vision makes them deadly predators in complete darkness. Pitch-black caves were practically broad daylight to these beasts. Jaehan smirked. He definitely needed to acquire this exact trait. First, he must hunt a matching level beast and assign a resurrection funding quest. Shifting his gaze, his tactical mind kept calculating. It was time to upgrade his status maintenance skill. Securing absolute loyalty from future followers was absolutely critical for survival. Maintain status, level up. Suddenly, he whipped around, his blood running cold. Was that the echoing crack of gunfire? That was impossible here. Ahead, a menacing goblin aimed a deadly firearm straight at them. A monster wielding modern artillery. In a flash, the entire goblin pack raised their rifles. Panic erupted as the squad desperately scrambled for cover. Dongjun roared at his team to retreat. How did primitive beasts master firearms? Guyong yelled, peeking from behind the rubble. Dongjun warned that a frontal assault meant instant death, but a smirk crossed his face. They had a secret weapon, Byung-ho. Like a ghost, Byung-ho materialized behind the creature, delivering a bone-crushing strike to its chest. He seamlessly whirled into a devastating combo. Whoosh! A precision arrow violently disarmed another beast. Guyong stood tall, his bowstring humming with deadly tension. How dare you, he roared. Yeonju transformed into a massive bear, charging into the fray with Deoksu close behind. Their brute force sent monsters flying, while the squad provided flawless covering fire from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Jaehan accessed the market registry. The system flashed S&W Model 60, priced at 476,301, plus ammo, 2,100 rounds of 38 caliber, for 158,401. The pricing was perfect, but public sales were too risky. Stocking firearms had huge advantages. High-level players would slaughter monsters effortlessly, and even low-level civilians could finally hunt and survive. His citizens' wealth and experience gains would utterly skyrocket. But this immense power came with a fatal flaw. Blind trust is a death sentence. He had been granting citizenship far too recklessly, accepting refugees without a single background check. He arrogantly believed he could control any rebellion. A massive population brought incredible benefits, but introducing deadly firearms changed the entire game. Everything would spiral out of control. Among thousands of desperate survivors, human nature was bound to cause chaos. Toxic emotions were unavoidable. Envy, deep-seated hatred, blinding jealousy. A bloody disaster wasn't just possible, it was guaranteed. Innocent blood would undeniably be spilled. Therefore, lethal weapons would strictly belong to those who survived extreme loyalty tests. Only his most trusted elites deserved this firepower. He already had his prime candidate. Instantly, a sleek gun materialized right before Byung-ho's eyes. Gripping the cold steel, a confident grin spread. Thank you, Jaehan, he thought with absolute gratitude. Dongjun's unit continued trailing the mystical mouse deeper into the ruins. Creaking open a heavy door, they discovered a hidden group of survivors. Later, our main character strolled through his developing territory. Finding intact sidewalks was surprisingly comforting. Yejin quickly matched his pace, walking right beside him. She warmly thanked him for personally coming to welcome the new arrivals. He brushed it off, claiming he just needed a relaxing walk anyway. Suddenly, a blaring system alert shattered the peace. Warning, unauthorized, entities attempting entry. Jaehan's eyes narrowed dangerously as he analyzed the barrier. Looks like our guests arrived, he muttered. The glowing display confirmed that human survivors had safely crossed the perimeter. These individuals met the strict citizenship criteria. A prompt asked for approval. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Send the proposal." A familiar trembling voice suddenly echoed through the streets. Yejin froze, screaming in pure disbelief. "Mom Yojin." Tears flowed as they desperately embraced her. Her weeping mother scolded her, terrified about her sudden disappearance in this apocalyptic nightmare. Yejin sobbed out a heartfelt apology. Her junior nurse sniffed the air, completely bewildered. "Unnie, you smell like high-end shampoo. Did you find a working shower?" Yejin warmly confirmed. There was unlimited hot water for everyone, the nurse gasped. "Seriously? Of course, we have soft beds and warm meals." As the joyous reunion continued, our main character finally stepped forward. She spun around. Yeah, reaching out, he casually dropped the news. Room 2071 was officially hers. She could totally deck it out, but cramming all 30 survivors inside, that would be an absolute nightmare. Glancing back at the massive crowd, her shoulders slumped. Then how do we make this work? He instantly offered 3 extra units, rewarding her hard work. Her jaw dropped to the floor. Wait, seriously. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she listened as he listed their new spots. Rooms 2402, 2031, and 1902. Yejin beamed, vowing to grind even harder. Instantly, system notifications popped up. Her trust and loyalty levels absolutely skyrocketed. Hongdao's stats surged through the roof. Even Lee Sang-jun's trust meter got a massive, unexpected boost. Sang-jun's loyalty leveled up too. Staring at the glowing interface, our main character gasped. Wait, freeze. His mind raced. He had totally been leveling up blindly, without even peeking at his insane reward stats. A new tab flashed. Fundraising management currently 0 out of 10. Then an absolutely mind-blowing number appeared, 1,000,001,000. A literal billion, he mentally screamed. Suddenly, Hyaron nervously approached, asking if she could steal him for a quick second. Ushering her inside the sleek apartment, he accepted her quiet thanks. He immediately sensed her heavy vibe and asked what was wrong. Fidgeting awkwardly, she confessed she had something major to say. Flashing a warm smile, he encouraged her to spill it. Bowing deeply, she dropped a massive bombshell. She was officially quitting the squad. Utterly stunned, his eyes went wide. "Come again," he blurted. Voice trembling, she claimed her powers were basically garbage, insisting the team would totally thrive without her. Finally snapping, she let her raw truth out. Gritting her teeth, she sobbed about the sheer terror. Those savage goblins and brutal orcs. Tears absolutely flooded her face. That massive snake today was pure nightmare fuel, she wailed, recalling the blood-chilling red tiger chase. Choking on apologies, she called herself worthless compared to Jian's constant heroics. Gently he reached out, wiping away her heavy tears. Crushed by imposter syndrome, she felt like a massive disappointment. Honestly, he had noticed these dark clouds gathering over her for ages. From the chaotic Grandma Byunho rescue op to the brutal orc hunts, right down to dodging that terrifying red tiger. She had narrowly escaped death countless times. Sure, her combat stats were low tier, but he could never hold that against her. Her deadly poison mist was a massive double-edged sword. One wrong move, and she could literally wipe out her own teammates. Even with her life on the line, the lackluster results were completely crushing her soul. Her heartbreaking sobs only grew louder. Scratching his head, he pivoted. Look, I actually desperately need your help. Blinking through tears, she froze. Wait, do you know Dave from floor 21? Dave was drowning under the insane workload, barely keeping his head above water, while soloing the base management. Plus, he was scheming to build massive resource hubs across multiple zones, radically expanding their entire operation. He urgently needed a fiercely loyal ally to run the show behind the scenes. She was his top pick. Would she step up? Rubbing his cheek awkwardly, he dropped some pure wisdom. Hitting the right class advancement changes everything for a player's true potential. Nobody is ever truly useless. Her toxic powers were actually insanely overpowered, and he knew they would eventually save the day. Since frontline combat was too intense, managing the safe zone was her new epic quest. Whenever he needed her deadly poison again, he would personally call upon her hidden strength. Her teary eyes widened in pure shock before melting into a gorgeous smile. Ding Hieron's loyalty maxed out, officially locking her in as a dedicated vassal. Even better, his total vassal capacity just leveled up. Scrubbing her face, she bashfully apologized for totally breaking down and exposing her fragile, vulnerable side to him. Fists clenched with fresh determination, she swore to give it her absolute all. Smiling, he validated her epic new resolve. With their new alliance forged, time skipped forward. Suddenly, a massive system prompt demanded 1,000,000,001 coins. Just to roll for a legendary mythical beast. Staring at the insane price tag, he debated pulling the literal trigger. Screw it, let's gamble, he smirked, fully committing. He smashed the summon button for the ultra-rare mythical creature. The massive billion-coin transaction cleared instantly. Suddenly, the entire room erupted with a blinding, earth-shattering golden aura. An ancient complex magic circle materialized. Our main character threw his arms up, blocking the absolute visual explosion. A mysterious egg spawned in the epicenter, glowing cracks, spiderwebbing across its shell. He watched in pure awe as the blinding light shattered. A majestic raven emerged from the cosmic dust, activating his absolute eyes skill. The system immediately scanned the level 1 entity. It was a legendary three-legged crow. This divine, sun-born beast was currently just a fragile, vulnerable little chick, craving absolute protection. It required pure solar energy to evolve. Smirking at his epic new pet, he whispered, "Hello there." The raven cawed back. Our main character stroked his chin, pondering the perfect name for this pitch-black feathered beast. How about Blackie? The shadowy bird instantly fluttered its wings, squawking in pure excitement. He grinned, leaning closer. "You actually like that? I guess it is thrilled." "Wait, are you starving?" Shortly after that, the raven absolutely demolished a massive bag of treats, exhaling deeply before flopping lazily onto its back. Jaehyun collapsed beside his feathered pet, shaking his head. "Look at this absolute lazybones." Suddenly, a glowing system prompt shocked him. The three-legged crow leveled up. Solar panel energy efficiency just skyrocketed by a massive 100%. These high-tech solar panels convert pure sunlight into raw power. Based on daily sun exposure, they naturally generate electricity. Valued between 80,000 and 100,000, one now doubled. Any leftover energy automatically funnels into his absolute recluse account as pure liquid cash. Hold up, he realized something crucial. His 10 newly conquered territories completely lacked solar installations, mostly because his wallet was practically empty. Honestly, dropping a massive 130 million won for a measly 30 million won yearly return felt like throwing cash away. But wait, the system suddenly chimed in with breaking news. The crow leveled up again, energy efficiency boosted by another 100%. His eyes widened. That is 90 million won annually. The energy output literally tripled. Hesitation vanished instantly. He smirked confidently, giving the ultimate command. Construct solar panels across all 10 districts. The glowing interface confirmed the massive construction exactly 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds until total system completion. Later on, Jaehyun buzzed apartment 3001. A muffled voice called out, "It is just me, Jaehyun," he announced calmly. Hyungjun cracked the heavy metal door open. "Oh Jaehyun, what brings you here?" The boss simply needed a massive favor. The big guy blinked, totally confused. Jaehyun stared deadpan, asking him to safeguard an absolute fortune. "What?" Hyungjun yelled, completely dumbfounded. Jaehyun smirked inwardly. This genius loophole came from intensely analyzing his wildly broken tax collection system skill. Stashing cash with fiercely loyal citizens breeds passive income. Sure, the initial transfer eats a heavy 10% commission fee right away, but it prints a sweet 10% monthly return afterward. So, who gets the vault? Instantly, a glowing status screen materialized right in front of him, displaying name Hyungjun, level 25, title First Servant, trust 89, loyalty 98, awakened skill, gorilla strength. Hyungjun was the absolute ultimate candidate. Those god-tier trust and loyalty stats made him basically completely betrayal-proof. Ding, the glowing system rapidly confirmed a mind-blowing transfer, 1 billion won directly to Hyungjun. Processing task fee 12,130,000 won, plus the commission. Hyungjun dropped his jaw. Oh my god. System notifications instantly flooded his vision. Hyungjun's trust skyrocketed. His absolute loyalty levels surged aggressively. Max loyalty achieved, 100. Hyungjun's vassal registration locked in perfectly, permanently expanding his ultimate command limits right away. The giant nervously chuckled, slowly raising one thick finger. "I am just strictly guarding this right, absolutely no spending allowed." Jaehyun mentally cheered. Hitting max loyalty was a beautifully unexpected accident. He flashed a deeply reassuring grin, speaking softly. "Go ahead, treat yourself a little bit." Really, the powerhouse practically bowed in worship. Jaehyun casually waved his hand, stopping him. "Keep your thanks, just do your job." Now, bigger apocalyptic issues demanded his immediate attention. A short while later, Davin crossed her arms, eyes gleaming brightly. "Can I really monopolize this rookie?" Jaehyun firmly pointed toward Hyerin. "Absolutely. She is all yours. Davin, permanently lead Hyerin's new squad. Step up as team captain and I will instantly double your paycheck." Davin's fierce eyes sparkled like diamonds, instantly triggering another sweet system notification. Loyalty incredibly increased. She scooped Hyerin up, beaming with fierce pride. "Thanks, boss. I will not disappoint you." As they marched away into the distance, Hyerin frantically wailed, "Davin, please slow down." Jaehyun watched them fade, his expression hardening. Time for a heavily difficult conversation. Inside room 2109, the tension felt thick. "Excellent combat work out there today," Jaehyun started seriously. "Everyone holding up okay?" Dongan nodded cautiously, asking why he summoned them here. Jaehyun locked eyes. "Simply because of your squad. Exterminating that massive beast at Solomon Station, the entire subway sector is finally wiped totally clean of deadly monster threats. The whole underground line from Palm Nagal down to Pommel Station is basically a ghost town. This is our golden window. We strike right now before the horde inevitably respawns." Seeing Hyerin previously sobbing for her life had heavily struck a nerve. Begging for desperate salvation changed his whole perspective. These loyal soldiers were putting their literal necks on the line for his task. Yejin's early clairvoyant intel on the Solomon Station boss entirely saved them all, without her psychic warning beforehand. To be honest, it would have been an absolute bloodbath. In this apocalyptic hellscape where sudden grim reapers constantly lurk at every single dark corner, prioritizing his own family's safety felt intensely selfish, yet his gaze turned incredibly fiery. "Tomorrow, we aggressively storm Chigachi Station without fail. Retreat was simply never an option." Suddenly, his shadowy raven cawed sharply, and another glaring system window unexpectedly materialized. The three-legged raven leveled up, boosting solar panel efficiency by a massive 100%. The main character smirked, taking a chill sip of his drink. Hitting level 5 felt incredible. Suddenly, a glowing system window popped up, revealing the raven was leaking raw solar energy. It was devouring the ancient essence of a mythical beast. This sparked a crazy awakening. The ultimate fire element magic was finally unlocked. His jaw dropped at the glowing blue screen. "Wait, actual magic," he muttered, staring at his fingertips. "How do I even trigger this?" Instantly, a blazing spark danced on his fingertip. His eyes lit up. Holy crap, it actually worked. A weird wave of nostalgia hit him. This energy flow felt insanely familiar. It perfectly matched his status preservation skill. Hyped, he stepped outside into the crisp air, scanning the empty perimeter. "Coast is clear," he whispered. Shutting his eyes, he dove deep into his mind. He visualized a colossal house-sized inferno, ready to incinerate the entire block. Without warning, his mana surged violently. He channeled raw power into his palms and blasted it forward with a fierce battle cry, but only a tiny ember popped out. "Guess that is my limit for now," he sighed. Honestly, this highly hyped tier felt pretty underwhelming at first glance. But wait, he triggered his gas summoning. Combining highly flammable gas with his status preservation, this combo could be absolutely lethal. His stats were low, but the growth potential was totally insane since Blackie kept evolving rapidly. "All right, training arc paused for today," he declared, cracking his knuckles. "Honestly, I am starving. Time to go grab some well-deserved grub. Suddenly, the system chimed. Construction of the massive solar panel facility was 100% complete. Blackie had skyrocketed 3 whole levels in 24 hours. Because of this insane buff, his base's solar efficiency practically broke the meter. An 8-fold multiplier. Scarfing down his rice, he realized that even with maximum power consumption running constantly, he would still generate massive surplus energy to farm passive income. A sudden footstep snapped him out of his millionaire daydream. Ah, speak of the devil. Ye Jin stepped inside, flashing a warm smile. She deeply thanked him for letting her recharge her drained stamina. Looking totally revitalized, she glowed. He stepped closer humbly, insisting she totally earned that high-tier break for her god-level carry. Her unique skills were a massive cheat code. Her psychic radar flawlessly expanded his own domain's overall operational range. He felt genuinely grateful for her elite support. Flashing a confident grin, he asked if she was ready for round 2 today. Reaching his hand out, he dropped the mission specs. The Dongan Vanguard is hitting Solomon Station, mind being their eyes and ears. She smirked, confirming her shadow mice were already trailing the squad through the pitch-black tunnels. They should hit Korean Station without triggering any aggro, she reported. The main character blinked. Korean Station. Suddenly, the vibe got incredibly dark. Exactly. Or rather, the ruins of Busan Station, she corrected grimly. Words were not enough. He needed to witness this nightmare firsthand. Dropping into a deep meditative stance, her aura flared up. The main character instantly synced up, activating his own visual link. No way the squad survives. Pushing through that, he gasped. Her voice echoed in his mind, pointing out the absolute carnage. The underground rails were totally pulverized. She routed her familiars topside, revealing an apocalyptic wasteland that made the main character's blood run cold. Not a single structure survived the devastation. It looked like a literal war zone. What kind of boss-level catastrophe triggered this wipeout? Suddenly the scout paused near a massive crater. Wait, is that a colossal footprint, he choked out? Jaw clenched, the horrific truth finally clicked. A titan had flattened this entire sector, crushing skyscrapers and shattering the asphalt like brittle glass. This was an extinction-level threat. Boom! A deafening shockwave violently rocked their physical room. They snapped back to reality as Ye Jin shrieked, clutching her skull. She collapsed, overwhelmed by the sensory feedback. The main character braced himself against the shaking walls. Crap, the whole base might crumble. He quickly pulled Ye Jin up, his eyes full of panic. Hey, are you injured? She nodded weakly, forcing a brave smile. What the hell just hit us? He demanded, initially mistaking it for random seismic activity. Suddenly, a desperate, frantic scream pierced the hallway. Jae-han, you gotta see this right now. Sensing massive danger, he locked eyes with Ye Jin, signaling an immediate tactical retreat outside. She nodded, but before they could move, Hyun-jin violently threw the door open, panting heavily. Jae-han, my bad, but you need to see my view. Sprinting down the corridor, the main character's danger sense was screaming. This eerie dread had been haunting his instincts all day. Hyun-jin's high-rise gave a perfect sniper view of Suman Station. If that tremor triggered such panic, this was an S-class disaster. Bursting onto the balcony, Hyun-jin pointed a trembling finger into the dust cloud. Look. The main character froze in pure disbelief. What? The actual hell? His brain practically short-circuited. Out of the smoke, a gargantuan city boss monster casually swiped a skyscraper, turning it into absolute rubble. The sheer scale was terrifying. Reacting on pure instinct, he instantly triggered a vassal summon. His elite squad materialized right behind him. Utterly confused, Dong-yeon readied his weapon. Why the sudden teleport? Yoon-ho scanned the trembling ground, muttering. Probably that massive earthquake earlier. Then the entire squad glanced out the reinforced glass. Their jaws hit the floor as the Leviathan roamed the apocalypse. Bro, what is that? Boom. The behemoth took a single step, sending shockwaves rattling through the floorboards. Kim Jun jammed his finger toward the glass, screaming, "It's heading right for us." Dong-hun's jaw dropped. What the hell is that? Our main character's eyes darkened. A nightmare we have to kill. Doubt crept in. With his current stats, how could he possibly survive that absolute unit's attacks? Cold sweat drenched his back. Just then, Yoonju's voice sliced through the panic. You gave me a fighting chance, she declared. He stared at Yoonju. Pure, unadulterated rage burned in her eyes toward the Titan. He locked eyes with her. Can you take him? Her gaze hardened like steel. I'll rip it apart if I have to. Suddenly, a translucent blue system screen materialized, flashing an emergency quest. Objective, annihilate the Cyclops, 0 out of 1. Countdown 24 hours. The grand prize, bringing back the sun's absolute glory for 1 entire day. Penalty for failing, 24 hours of pure hell. Let's do this, he agreed. He quickly laid out the battle plan. Listen up, your lives depend on this. Are we crystal clear? He barked. A loud cheer confirmed it. Vanguard Team 1, Yongju Dong, Gon Da-jong, and Deoksu. Strike Team 2, Byung-ho, and Ji-hun. The final squad himself and Ye Jin. He'd hold the absolute front line right here. Move out to your positions, don't let me down. The crew exploded into motion, storming out of the building with a deafening war cry. Hiren rushed over, catching his attention. Just like you commanded, she reported, I've deployed all the military veterans straight to the front lines at the gate. The civilians are safely stashed in the underground bunker. A soft smile broke his serious face. You did amazing, Hiren. Thank you. Now get down to the bunker. But she stubbornly refused, desperate to fight. Her hands trembled violently. The main character studied her shaking frame. Are you sure about this? Swallowing her fear, she nodded. I'm terrified, but I won't back down. He spun around, respecting her grit. Fine. Stay close. They marched toward the brutal front line. Scanning the crowd, he started counting. 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101. A grim realization hit him. Out of 1,200 survivors, only 100 had combat training. The odds were incredibly trash. A nervous survivor slowly raised a trembling hand. Boss, what's our move here? Our protagonist narrowed his eyes. Where are Song Yob and the twins? The guy awkwardly looked away. Well, the main character scoffed internally. Those cowards fled. Hundreds, including Song Yob, played dumb and scurried into the underground bunker like terrified rats. He ground his teeth. Absolute cowards. But these brave souls standing before him, they weren't throwing their lives away. They knew the harsh truth, fight or get slaughtered. They stepped up to this death match to shield their precious families from the slaughter. Real courage isn't the absence of terror. It's staring death in the face and fighting back anyway, clawing for survival in this nightmarish apocalyptic hellscape. Humanity desperately needed warriors like them. He addressed the crowd. Thank you all for stepping up. If that's how it is, I'll arm them myself, he thought. A blue interface flashed open. He instantly purchased 101 loaded handguns from the system shop. Plus, he triggered a massive party buff, a 100% multiplier to all gold and experience point drops. Like digital magic, heavy steel Glocks and ammo crates poured from the glowing screen. Grab your gear and load up, he commanded. The survivors snatched the heavy firearms from the concrete, minds blown. Holy crap, actual guns. Suddenly, winning didn't seem so impossible. The main character smiled inwardly. Those who conquer their deepest fears absolutely deserve to taste the sweet rewards. Spinning toward the danger, his pupils flared with the absolute eyes skill. Showtime, he muttered. An earth-shattering roar ripped through the city. The beast was here. From a nearby rooftop, Donghun gritted his teeth and launched a heavy spear straight into the monster's massive thigh. The titan snapped its head around, unleashing a blood-curdling screech, its furious gaze locking onto the sniper's nest. Donghun froze as a gigantic bloodshot pupil stared right into his soul. The colossal monster cocked its fist back to obliterate him. Donghun shrieked, bracing for absolute impact. But then Yunju blitzed into the fray. She dashed under the titan, viciously shredding its ankle with razor-sharp claws. Howling in blinding agony, the behemoth hoisted its massive foot and completely nuked the concrete below with a devastating stomp. Yunju frantically dive-rolled away. The explosive shockwave blasted her airborne. She cried out right before a brutal follow-up attack smashed into her. Now crushed against the rubble, coughing up blood, she was trapped. The towering monstrosity leaned in, inspecting its broken prey. Right as it raised its fist for the execution, a booming voice echoed out. Deoksu screamed through a megaphone. Hey you, giant ugly freak. Yeah, I'm talking to you, idiot. The titan paused, glaring in deadly silence. Ignoring the cheap insults, it slowly shifted its single eye back down to the spear still wedged in its flesh. Deoksu blinked, totally sweating now. Why did this giant beast look so calculating? The terrifying Cyclops was actually connecting the dots. Deoksu's halberd perfectly matched the spear-throwing weapon. The monster locked its murderous aggro onto him. Deoksu's soul practically left his body. As tons of muscle charged straight at him, Deoksu sprinted away, screaming like crazy. Meanwhile, our main character smirked. The target had finally arrived. He whipped around, barking at the squad. Weapons hot, brace yourselves, the boss is incoming, and sure enough, Deoksu came tearing around the corner. With a towering nightmare hot on his heels, he practically dove behind the vanguard line as Jaehyun instantly slammed down a massive magical barrier. He signaled the others. Jihan and Gayoung sprang into action. Blackie swooped down on the Cyclops and stabbed its eye with his claws. While it was blinded, Gayoung took aim. She fired her bow, and the arrow pierced its palm and hit it right in the eye. Byung-ho teleported to the monster and unleashed his squad of mice on it. As soon as the rodents fell into the mouth of the monster, Byung-ho called out to Jihan. He thought that everything had gone according to plan so far. He summoned gas, and at that moment, the eye of the Cyclops involuntarily flew open. Gas began to come out of its mouth, and MC reached out to it, thinking that he needed to put an end to it. He used the rudimentary elemental magic fire, and an explosion occurred. Black smoke began to emit from the Cyclops. After this attack, it began to lose its balance. The people became nervous. Jihan told them to stay put, and thought that everything was going almost perfectly. All shots from the citizens need to be concentrated on the head of the idiot who fell on the barrier. He hopes that the vassals will finish him off later, but it would be better if it was Yunju or Donggun, but they have not arrived yet. Huang Jin pulled him out of his thoughts. He nervously told him to turn around, and he said it was okay. He would not be able to break through the barrier anyway. But when he turned around, he himself became nervous. The huge eye of the Cyclops was looking straight at him. He involuntarily took a step back and thought that this could not be true. Was he able to withstand this attack? The Cyclops raised his fists above his head and hit the barrier with all his might. The system informed the MC that an unauthorized creature was trying to enter. Jihan stared at him in shock. He did not have a scratch on him. Hyunjun waved his hand, ordering the others to open fire, and they began shooting the Cyclops in the eye. He immediately grabbed his head and growled in pain. An MC thought that this time they managed to stop him, but there was no guarantee that the barrier would withstand a few more hits. If he hit it even once they were finished, he decided to use the invisible hand and increased it. He received this ability at the expense of skill points that had not yet been spent. He was saving it for an unforeseen situation. The monster raised his hand and the people were afraid that he was advancing again. And then, the Cyclops slammed his fist into the barrier, several times trying to break it. The barrier withstood all his hits, which made the people happy and their spirits perked up. They opened fire again. This time they were aiming not only at the eye. Jihan thought that it was impossible to say that they did not cause him any damage. Because of the mouse bombs and gunshots, more and more wounds appeared on his body. If this continues, he thinks they will be able to kill him. But they need something that will deal the decisive blow. At that moment, Donggun fired a spear at the Cyclops, cutting through the air. The weapon pierced the body of the monster at high speed, and the MC smiled confidently. His vassals had arrived. The Cyclops growled in rage. Jihan ordered them to deal with it and summoned spears for Donggun. He took one of them, applied more force, and threw it at the monster. After that, he grabbed another spear and did the same. The Cyclops covered his head with his hands to protect himself, and when several more spears pierced him, he growled loudly. Ga Young also decided to help. She began firing at the monster, and the system informed the MC that the level of the three-legged crow had been increased. Solar panel efficiency increased by 100%. Solar panels have reached maximum efficiency. The three-legged crow releases a portion of the solar power. Some energy is transferred to it. Beginner-level fire magic has evolved into mid-level magic. The three-legged crow has detected an intrusion into its territory and is requesting permission to release energy. Jihan thought about it. It seemed like invading the territory meant the Cyclops. But what could this little bird do? He decided to give it a try, and the system informed him that 300 million won would be spent. He was very surprised by this amount, then saw a ray of light rise from the solar panels heading towards the house. He looked around and wondered if this light was coming from their house. A loud sound came from another building. He turned around and saw a huge raven in the sky. It was Blackie. He opened his beak, collecting a cloud of light, and the Cyclops turned to him immediately. After Blackie fired a beam of light at the monster, people scattered, and a moment later the beam pierced the body of the monster, causing it to fall. The Cyclops screamed loudly in pain, blood gushing from its mouth. At that moment Yunju arrived. She pounced on the Cyclops, and the last thing he saw before he died was a huge bear and her sharp claws. The system informed MC that he had killed a level 51 Cyclops and received about 32 billion won. His skills had increased several fold because of this. He felt pain and a shadow field began to emanate from him, which covered everything around him. The system flared with praise. His absolute dominion had just swallowed the entire housing sector, injecting 10 billion won straight into his territory's treasury. Jian instantly collapsed onto the concrete, desperately gasping for air. Blackie swooped down beside him, smugly polishing his beak. The main character snapped, scolding the bird for hoarding 300 million won, causing Blackie to avert his gaze. Yet he held no genuine fury. Ultimately, that final strike was absolutely legendary. He affectionately ruffled the feathered rogue's head, analyzing the fact that this reverse summoning magic strictly operated within his conquered territory. Yet the god-tier return on investment was undeniably massive and truly excellent, trading 300 million for a staggering 30 billion. Why not yank 10 souls back simultaneously? Given these broken exploit stats, success was virtually guaranteed. Suddenly, a red warning flashed. Mass summoning locked. The price skyrocketed to 10 billion. Jian froze, absolutely stunned. How did the fee inflate so aggressively? Another glowing interface materialized nearby. Skimming the text, his piercing gaze shifted toward Yunju. She stood triumphant atop the beast's crushed corpse, violently sobbing. Her impossible trial was finally conquered. Suddenly, that faint, crisp holographic ping, signaling the ultimate completion of her grueling survival mission's glowing interface, echoed as the beautiful melody of her deepest desires manifesting. Meanwhile, across the apocalyptic wasteland, a desperate survivor named Jun Hyuk summoned someone, manifesting magical water into a battered canteen. The grateful girl bowed deeply before he exhausted himself, calling the next refugee. Starvation was truly breathing down their necks. His hydro skills provided hydration, but every single scrap of monster-looted rations was now entirely wiped out. They had hit rock bottom. Evacuation was their only grim destiny. Suddenly, the concrete violently quaked. Panic gripped Junhyuk's chest as his terrified buddy Hyun-chan sprinted over, screaming at him to sprint upward immediately. A catastrophic nightmare had just descended. A colossal titan was lurking outside. The duo rapidly scrambled onto the desolate rooftop, where Junhyuk's breath hitched heavily at the soul-crushing, nightmarish apocalyptic view. Just blocks away, a towering, single-eyed monstrosity stomped through the ruins. Spitting curses, he frantically ordered his companion to lock everyone in the basement, enforcing absolute silence. Shaking with pure terror, his friend begged for a survival strategy. Frantically tearing at his own hair, the panicked hydro user practically screamed. How could mere mortals fight a walking natural disaster? Hyun-chan opened his mouth to argue, but cried out in absolute hopeless despair. They were completely powerless. Their only defense was begging the heavens that the beast ignored them. Right then, a blinding divine light erupted above the giant, followed instantly by a devastating meteor shower of flames and a deafening shockwave jolted by the blast. Their jaws dropped, staring at the inferno, swallowing the beast, sending violent chills down Junhyuk's spine. The terrifying truth clicked instantly. A god-tier awakened being was dominating that battlefield, existing in a realm of power, galaxies beyond his own. His eyes hardened with sudden resolve, commanding Hyun-chan to rally the survivors. Baffled and terrified, his friend stammered, questioning if he actually planned to march straight into that hellscape. With stone-cold determination, he confirmed their destination. He felt absolute certainty. Regardless of the Mystery Savior's true identity, clinging to these supreme powerhouses was their only ticket to surviving this apocalypse. Grabbing their pathetic gear, they marched into the unknown danger. The refugees trembled at the terrifying uncertainty. What if this overlord was a tyrant? Yet with their stomachs echoing empty, they possessed zero alternatives. Lingering meant certain starvation. Eventually, they approached the majestic fortress. Scanning the surprisingly pristine perimeter, the boy muttered that this architecture felt eerily familiar. His companion blinked in utter disbelief. While the entire planet was reduced to ash, this sanctuary stood flawless. Attempting to breach the sanctuary, he violently rebounded off an invisible force field, instantly triggering a glowing holographic prompt right before their widening eyes. Entry denied. Would you like to request sanctuary status? The Supreme Lord swiftly approved their residency, immediately slamming them with a cooperative beginner's mission. Ascend to the 30th level. Gasping for air at the summit, they came face to face with the legend himself. He warmly offered a welcoming handshake to seal their new alliance, and calmly revealed his identity. The refugee's heart hammered against his ribs upon realizing this was the literal god who reduced that colossal apocalypse bringer to ashes. And now, this mythical sovereign was standing within arm's reach. He desperately gripped his palm, practically shouting his own name, declaring this encounter the ultimate privilege. During that electrifying exchange of respect, every single survival instinct roared that he absolutely must secure this golden ticket. Elsewhere, Yoonju was sharing a deeply tender moment with little Shiyu, savoring a warm meal together. Flashing a radiant smile, she gently asked if the feast was satisfying. He beamed, declaring it absolutely delicious. Was someone celebrating a milestone? Why the luxurious seaweed soup pulling him into a fierce protective embrace? She softly whispered, it was simply because it was his absolute favorite. Throwing his tiny arms toward the ceiling, he cheered with overwhelming pure joy. The heavy door swung open. The main character entered, making the toddler squeal in delight at the magical wizard uncle. Yoonju curiously inquired about the refugee flock. He casually promised to integrate them while distributing vital rations. Scratching the back of his neck with sudden shyness, he offered a surprisingly humble apology for effectively trapping them indoors. He honestly never anticipated his grand domain expansion escalating to such extremes. A gentle smirk graced her lips as she stroked her boy's hair, declaring their safety together was her ultimate paradise. Her heart was completely full. The holographic interface instantly chimed. Yoonju's loyalty meter had shattered the maximum threshold. A new, unbreakable vassal contract was permanently forged. The threshold shattered. Even ignoring those glowing system pop-ups, he totally knew. Her raw emotions bled through every single expression. She desperately pleaded for a dinosaur animation to play, sparking a joyful playtime vibe. Meanwhile, Jaehyun sank into the sofa cushions. Watching their bittersweet bond, a heavy gloom hit him, as relentless anxiety flooded his brain. Were his own blood relatives surviving this apocalypse? Did they have food? Were they bleeding out? Squeezing his eyes shut, he violently shoved those dark, intrusive thoughts aside. Freaking out wasn't an option. 24 hours. That was all they had, and Yeonju had literally bled for this exact moment. Yejin's scout mouse was currently tracking his folks. Once that familiar zeroed in, he'd instantly teleport a massive supply drop. Today was about guarding Yeonju's fragile miracle. He offered up the master bedroom so she could hold Siwoo close tonight. Blinking in absolute shock, she frantically insisted he should claim the massive bed instead. But his tone left zero room for debate. Accepting the command, she grabbed her little boy's hand and bowed deep with overwhelming gratitude. As they vanished into the room, the kid softly whispered sweet dreams. A gentle smirk crossed his face before pitch blackness swallowed the house. Crashing back onto the worn cushions, he listened intently. A hauntingly beautiful lullaby drifted through the bedroom doorway, wrapping around the silent living space. The main character felt ridiculous being lulled to sleep, yet heavy exhaustion finally dragged him under. Tomorrow brought pure, uninterrupted peace. They devoured a massive feast, crafted by Yeonju binging animated shows together. The kid relentlessly pursued Blackie, annoying the sunbathing raven into a total rage. Between power naps and intense toy battles with his awesome loot, the clock practically evaporated, soaking up every single second sunset eventually hit, signaling their heartbreaking finale. 24 measly hours was his absolute limit. Yeonju desperately crushed her child against her chest, her muffled weeping giving away the pain. He innocently asked why tears were falling. She tried faking a smile, but his tiny hands cupped her face, calling out her bluff. Brushing the salty drops away, he begged her to stay strong. Trembling, she confessed her absolute terror of facing this hellish reality alone. Squeezing her back, the boy promised his eternal presence. That innocent, sunshine-filled comfort completely shattered whatever remained of her fragile soul. But the countdown hit 0. Releasing his grip, he stepped into the fading glow, swearing he'd watch over her forever. She felt his invisible bond right. Pure panic hijacked her brain as his translucent figure drifted toward the glass panes. Clawing at the empty air, she screamed about all her broken promises. She desperately offered to cook infinite legendary meals, everything his heart desired. But Siwoo's tiny form was already melting into golden light, flashing a blindingly bright grin. Tears streaming down his glowing face, he shouted his final, "I love you," before fading away. Yeonju choked on her own breath. Biting her lip until crimson iron coated her tongue, she forced an agonizingly proud smirk, screaming her love right back. With one last wave, his soul completely dissolved into the blinding twilight. The dam finally broke, unleashing endless sobs. She collapsed right there, clinging to the fading residue of her baby's magical warmth. Hope is a twisted lotus blooming in pure agony. Carrying that light means you're basically drowning in an ocean of absolute despair. Brutal, right? Jian offered a steady hand, ordering her to kill the sadness. This wasn't their ultimate endgame, igniting a fresh spark in her dead eyes. Catching her breath, she begged for confirmation. Then came his wicked game-changing proposition. He swore on his life, give him the chance, and he'd pull this epic stunt again. Ding system, prompt Yeonju's loyalty, maxed out at 100%. Reward unlocked ancient vitality. Cut to Sungyeop, absolutely losing his mind. Spewing toxic curses, he realized his entire inventory was wiped dry. The backup polearm, the orc blade, literally everything vanished. Robbed blind in broad daylight, he aggressively cornered the sibling duo, only to hear their gear got swiped too. They spawned, completely stripped. The older twin nervously admitted he ran some quick intel, realizing half the camp got looted. And the victims all shared one glaring, hypocritical red flag. Every coward who dodged the boss raid got targeted. The craziest twist. The frontline fighters came back without a single scratch. Full of bitter regret, the kid muttered, they should have joined the vanguard. Instantly, Sungyeop violently grabbed the boy's collar, yanking him close. You blaming me for this trash, he snarled, making the kid stutter out a panicked, sweating apology. You chose to dodge, he roared. You literally claimed only brainwashed pawns follow stupid orders, remember? Trembling like a leaf, the dude begged for mercy. Shoving him into the dirt, Sungyeop realized they were prime targets for banishment. Precedents were already set. The rumor mill claimed some creep got instantly kicked out just for stalking a minor. They found his mangled corpse days later. Plus, conquering that Titan boss meant fresh refugees were currently flooding their safe zone. With the crowd watching, one wrong move meant he'd be the next guy permanently kicked out into the wasteland. Only that absolute clown Sungmin actually profited from answering the call. The dude literally scored a freaking gun. He clutched his hair, completely spiraling over this massive disaster. Meanwhile, our main character observed his mental breakdown, projecting a chilling thought he was absolutely clueless. This nightmare, just the tutorial phase. Once the real punishment drops, did he honestly think the other survivors would show mercy? Plus, a brutal reality check would force him to own his mistakes, guaranteeing he never crosses that deadly line again. A quest popped up, making the twins violently flinch. The system window practically glowed behind Sungyeop, prompting him to whip around. His ruthless mission, slaughter 20 goblins under 24 hours. Failure meant enduring 60 seconds of mind-shattering agony. Moving on, our protagonist flexed a fresh ability. Ancient Vitality, literally one of Yunju's top-tier A-rank skills. It wildly boosts healing speed based entirely on how brutal the physical damage is. He's absolutely stunned that hitting 100 trust points actually unlocked a legit citizen's power. Sure, it's basically useless for him right now, considering he avoids the frontline bloodbaths and stays indoors, making him practically immune to actual physical damage. But snatching an insanely overpowered skill just through loyalty points, that is an absolute game changer. Plus, very soon, Bongho's loyalty meter will max out too, letting our guy hijack his awakened teleportation. This god-tier move lets him physically warp anywhere within his direct line of sight. If he pulls this off, what if he triggers the watchtower and sinks his absolute vision there? On paper, with enough raw brain power, he could instantly teleport to that very spot. This observation zone operates safely outside the main house limits. Once engaged, that exterior territory temporarily snags the exact same defensive buffs as the main house. The catch is, it only works if a Knight-class citizen or higher is physically standing on that ground. If any uninvited threat lingers there beyond 24 hours, the whole zone gets wiped from existence. He seriously needs to grind his intelligence stats up. From here on out, quest drops will boost his raw brain power instead of basic skill levels. Yunju finally cooled off. She caught his attention, confirming everything was completely prepped, and she was totally ready to dive into the chaos. She swore to drag his family from hell herself. She knew the raid got delayed a whole day entirely because of her own personal drama. She felt incredibly guilty for burning his precious time, desperately wanting to pay him back for actually caring. He quietly realized she was reading his mind like an open book. Naturally, he appreciated the massive favor, yet a wave of awkward guilt still hit him. Flashing a nervous smirk, he wondered if his restless anxiety was painfully obvious. She instantly reassured him, swearing she would react the exact same way if the roles were reversed. At the end of the day, blood ties eclipse absolutely everything else. She completely gets the massive sacrifice he made by delaying the raid, and she respects him immensely for it. He figured it was probably because seeing Shiyu completely melted her icy exterior. Despite her massive red flags, that toxic hostility was completely replaced by raw, genuine loyalty. Thanking her for the massive reality check, he ordered her to hold room 2901 with Dongjun's crew. He promised to join the front line shortly. There was a very strategic reason he didn't just blindly chuck the assault team into Xiaomyun Station right after forming the guild. That apocalyptic crater in the subway completely shattered the main railway lines and caved in the surrounding underground networks around Xiaomyun. They desperately needed an alternate survival route. Yejin had been spamming her rat summons since yesterday, frantically scouting a safe path. He instantly fired up his absolute eyes to spectate the point of view of her furry little scout. Shockingly, one of the runts had evolved into a massive level 7 beast, completely dropping his jaw. Was this an insane buff from Yejin scoring her new citizen rank? But wait, what the hell was hunting it? Staring at an absolute horde of rotting undead, a cold sweat dripped down his neck. The cornered rat slammed the brakes. Vicious monsters completely boxed the little guy in. Yejin assumed it was game over. Instead of spamming more rat sacrifices, our main character debated unleashing a massive gas explosion to vaporize the zombie mob. Amazingly, the furry survivor spotted a glitch in this impossible death trap. It went full ninja, weaving past their rotting claws and escaped the ambush. The main character grinned at its insane survival instincts, mentally commanding the tiny beast to ditch the tunnels immediately. Salvation was inches away. Just a few more frantic sprints to the surface, but the second the rat tasted fresh air, a fatal threat camped the exit. A massive land shark lurking right by the gates let out a bone-chilling roar, paralyzing the scout. In a flash, the savage beast lunged and brutally inhaled the tiny creature. Simultaneously, our guy clutched his skull as the mental link violently snapped. He tried to process the sheer chaos that just unfolded. A freaking land shark. No, there was a far bigger mystery brewing. That exact scenario triggered massive déjà vu in his mind. Nampo Station loomed ahead, just a few miles from his childhood home. Vicious monsters were definitely swarming his family's neighborhood. They had to move fast. Meanwhile, Dabin was busy unboxing supplies. She let out an exhausted sigh as our main character approached, praising her relentless daily grind. Flashing a bright smile, she brushed it off. The sweet paycheck made it totally worth it. Did he need a favor? Avoiding her gaze, he mumbled awkwardly, struggling to string his words together. Her mind raced. Why was he acting so shy? Anxiety instantly gripped her chest. This felt way too serious. What massive request was he dropping next? She urged him to just spit it out. Rubbing his neck, he finally confessed. He needed to borrow Hyren for a crucial mission. Her jaw practically hit the floor in pure shock. Was he seriously demanding she solo the entire workload? With a cheeky grin, he placed his trust in her for the next 2 days. Snapping back, she immediately demanded that sweet overtime pay. Smirking, he promised double the cash. Her eyes literally sparkled with pure joy, and she instantly dived right back into her daily tasks. Jaehan stepped into the gathering spot, finding his entire crew locked in. He immediately launched the high-stakes tactical mission briefing. He reminded the squad of the massive threat. That colossal giant made crossing Seomyeon Station practically a total death wish. But ditching the underground network entirely was a huge tactical waste. Passing the torch, he signaled Yejin to reveal her master plan. Eyes practically shining, she enthusiastically unrolled her map. The underground passage, linking Seomyeon, Byeomnaegul, and Choryang stations, remained miraculously, completely untouched. Zero monsters lurked in the shadows. That hidden underground path was completely wide open. Phase 1 meant fully claiming the path toward Byeomnaegul Station. She confidently pitched this strategy, proudly displaying her unique handwritten blueprint. But the squad instantly sweat-dropped. It straight up looked like a kindergartner's doodle. Deoksu's face hardened as he raised a hand demanding silence. Suddenly, his serious aura shattered into a huge grin. He absolutely gushed over her adorable artistic talent. Our hero squinted hard at the chaotic scribbles, desperately decoding the mess, while Yejin pushed forward with her tactical masterclass. The ultimate danger zone lurked right near the local supermarket, sitting just before the crossroads of Jeonpo and Byeomnaegul stations. A massive army of 500 bloodthirsty orcs patrolled that exact grid. Dongjeon gulped, dreading a brutal all-out war. But Yejin smirked. Combat was totally optional. The actual mission was simple. Dive into Byeomnaegul Station and slip across the rails. Zero panic required. Using her rat scout, she uncovered a perfect blind spot, totally free of angry orcs. They simply had to smash any random stragglers blocking their direct path and rush straight down into the underground platform. Jaehan smirked inwardly, recalling the massive astronomical fortune he had just burned through. He had forcefully boosted Dongjeon's entire unit to their absolute limits. Almost everyone hit level 30, leaving only Hyunjin and Hyerin slightly trailing behind. Measly goblins were nothing but weak stepping stones now. Yejin pressed on, warning that hitting the lower subway rails was just phase 1. Gliding safely toward Choryang Station would be an absolute total breeze. The true brutal nightmare waited at their final stop. Busan Station. Deoksu sweated bullets. Was another massive giant lurking ahead? She quickly shattered that fear. The station was totally empty, for now at least. Deoksu exhaled a massive breath of relief, but Yejin's gaze darkened. The tracks themselves were the actual deadly trap. An endless sea of rotting undead choked the dark tunnel between Choryang and Busan. Pushing through that solid flesh wall would waste precious hours, unless they possessed a devastating skill perfect for tight, narrow corridors. Instantly, every single pair of eyes aggressively locked straight onto Hyerin. Intense pressure crushed her shoulders. Shaking it off, her eyes flared with determination. Her unique toxic powers were practically built for this exact slaughter. Wasting zero time, she packed her subspace with 100 kilograms of lethal gas, exhaling a heavy sigh of pure exhaustion. Jaehan and Yejin stepped into her workspace. He praised her insane grind, gently checking if her stamina was holding up. Flashing a thumbs up, she swore she was perfectly fine. It started off absolutely brutal, but then a mysterious, explosive second wind surged through her veins. Now she felt absolutely unstoppable. A knowing smile crossed his face. Despite her confident words, heavy bags weighed down her eyes. Hiding his system interface, he secretly pumped stats directly into her vassal profile. The massive upgrade cost an absolute mind-bending fortune. But with billions in the bank, it was mere pocket change. Her renewed energy proved his massive investment was flawless. Fidgeting slightly, she double-checked the plan. Could she really sit out the bloody front line? He ordered her to hold down the fort and mass-produce that toxic smoke. Her role was secured. With the pieces set, the ultimate subway raid finally commenced. Plunging straight into the darkness first was a rat, a terrifying level 3 beast. Our hero instantly cracked open his subspace, unleashing the lethal green smog. Spotting the tiny prey, the mindless undead triggered a horrific bloody stampede. Unfazed by the decaying claws swiping its way, the fearless rodent dashed forward. It completely blitzed through the horde, bathing them in thick poison. This toxic cloud guaranteed instant paralysis. One breath meant your muscles completely locked up. Stripping away all motor control, the venom ruthlessly freezes the lungs and chest cavity, forcing victims into a terrifying, breathless, and silent death trap. But these freaks were literally walking corpses. Without needing oxygen, choking meant absolutely nothing to this unkillable undead army. His master plan was set. He gave Yejin the ultimate signal to strike. A massive tide of rodents flooded the darkened subway tunnel. They violently swarmed the paralyzed undead, ripping into their rotting flesh. The monstrous feast shredded multiple monsters, but Yejin suddenly gasped. Something was horribly wrong with her summoned swarm. Tainted by the slaughter, the rodents mutated into mindless beasts. Their threat level instantly skyrocketed to 9. The main character held his breath. That was way too close. Even a single drop of tainted blood guaranteed an instant horrifying infection. A mere scratch could have doomed Yangju to a gruesome fate. Thank heavens, they dodged that absolute nightmare scenario. Did she still control the undead swarm? She nodded nervously, sensing a terrifying surge of pure, unbridled aggression within them. A satisfied smirk crossed his face. If they could just survive the trek to Jigalchi Station, a heartwarming family reunion was finally within reach. Suddenly, glaring system alerts flashed. 157 unverified entities were desperately trying to breach his secure territory. He instantly approved their citizenship, and the system chimed in. Hitting the massive 3,000 population milestone unlocked a god-tier skill, economic activity subsidies. Staring wide-eyed at the glowing holographic prompt, a wicked grin spread across his face. This changes absolutely everything. This newfound power let him bestow official titles and shower his loyal subjects with passive income. Best of all, this cash bypassed his absolute recluse savings entirely. Base-level laborers would rake in 100,000 won daily. Assistant managers banked 150,000. One managers claimed 200,000. Deputies grabbed 250,000, while general managers flexed 300,000. Despite the strict cap on elite ranks, he realized upgrading Dabin and his crucial public infrastructure management squad was an absolute no-brainer for survival. His initial weekly promise of 700,000 won synced perfectly with the system's standard daily worker rate of 100,000. His personal treasury was finally safe from payroll. Honestly, rapidly expanding the infrastructure crew was the ultimate power move now. With massive system subsidies, citizen salaries became absolutely free. The math was absolutely mind-blowing. If he maxed out all 300 standard labor slots at their base rate, the total daily output hit a staggering 30 million won. Maxing out every single tier would unleash a colossal 50 million won daily cash flow. As this massive wealth cascaded through his territory, his overpowered tax collection skill would harvest insane returns. A hefty chunk of that booming economy would flow right back into his pockets through local shop transactions. Handing out powerful ranks was his ultimate cheat code for unlimited wealth. Beyond the core public infrastructure management squad, he could easily lock down maintenance, sanitation, and heavily armed security teams. That covered his essential needs. Frontline defense rightfully belonged to the fierce gatekeepers. Without hesitation, he crowned Dabin as the supreme general manager. Who would she recruit next? Hyunjin Hyun was obvious, but they desperately needed more firepower. Suddenly, a familiar chime rang out. System alert, Dabin's loyalty just maxed out at 100%. She officially awakened as a sworn vassal, expanding his ultimate inner circle. Jihan smirked, knowingly watching the holographic text. Hitting absolute maximum loyalty naturally triggered this incredible evolutionary rank-up. A fully devoted vassal meant unlocking an exclusive game-changing passive skill. He eagerly moved to inspect her newfound hidden talents. His finger hovered over the glowing holographic interface, but a thunderous snore shattered the silence. Hiron had completely passed out from sheer exhaustion. He blinked in utter disbelief. Yejin chuckled awkwardly, asking nervously if she should shake the sleeper awake. Flashing a warm smile, he ordered Yejin to let her rest. The poor girl had crushed her mission while hiding her grueling fatigue. She had pushed her limits far beyond the breaking point. Such intense, back-breaking dedication absolutely demanded a proper, peaceful recovery. Channeling his telekinetic aura, he gently levitated her unconscious body onto a soft mattress. Yejin whispered that the strain was finally catching up. The main character stepped closer, genuinely checking on Yejin's stamina. She beamed brightly, playfully, claiming she hadn't done anything remotely exhausting yet. The situation was perfectly stable. Their underground advance had finally pushed into Sampo Station's territory. He praised her stellar, unmatched performance. She confidently cheered, vowing to remain his ultimate trump card. But as her psychic senses reached out, her bright expression suddenly crashed into pale terror. Her voice trembled. The mental link was completely dead. Panic flared in his eyes as he demanded to know what just shattered her control. Begging for a second, she squeezed her eyes shut frantically, channeling her remaining spiritual focus. A heavy sigh escaped her lips. The terrifying reality hit. They had crossed the ultimate range limit. He froze, thoroughly confused by this sudden nerf. She frantically explained the system's cruel mechanics. Moving actively stretches the psychic tether until it completely snaps. Their absolute boundary ended at the central hub. Cold sweat dripped down. Why now? His scouting plan relied entirely on that mutated rodent swarm. He needed them to find his parents trapped near Jigalchi. Clenching his fists, his voice dropped. Acknowledging the insane risk, he begged her. Could she force a desperate reconnection to the central hub? Nodding fiercely, she plunged into the mental void. As she reached out, the main character's mind raced. Backed into a corner, they had to risk it all. He just prayed everyone would survive this absolute nightmare. The Mouse Scouts hit Central Station with Dongjun's crew tailing close behind toward Choryang. Finally, they breached the subway exit. Topside, pure devastation waited. Colossal footprints scarred the earth, crushing the city blocks into absolute rubble. Absolutely insane, Jian muttered. Gaiyang ordered a quick recon, so he immediately launched his shadowy raven into the sky. The bird patrolled the airspace for a minute. According to his familiar, the coast was entirely clear of monsters. Deoksu pointed out the eerie silence. Not a single goblin lurked around Choryang Station. The giant's rampage actually carved an easy path forward. Jian nodded in agreement. Only a lunatic would willingly step into this absolute wasteland. Panic flickered in Dojin's eyes. Shadows were lengthening fast. Was diving into the dark really their best move right now? Setting up camp until dawn seemed way smarter. But Gaiyang just smirked casually, brushing off the heavy anxiety. Goblins are total cowards, she explained. They hide after sundown. Moving through the night is actually our safest bet. Dongjun stroked his chin, making the hard call to push forward. If things went south, Jian could easily bail them out. Suddenly, a faint squeak broke the dead silence. A scout mouse darted ahead, desperately signaling them to follow its lead. The tiny scout guided them toward a massive flooded zone. Busan Station is a literal lake, Jian gasped in shock. Did the Titan's rampage cause all this destruction? Highly likely, Gaiyang replied. The sheer weight probably collapsed the entire infrastructure straight into the underground drainage systems. Right on cue, the dark water suddenly rippled. A terrifying silhouette slowly dragged itself onto the shattered concrete rubble. Jian caught the sinister splashing sounds. He instantly snapped his gaze toward the lake, urgently warning the entire squad. His pupils shrank in pure shock. He pointed at the eerie figure perched on the ruins, shouting a frantic alert. Peering through the gloom, they spotted humanoid features. It resembled a weeping woman, sending absolute chills down their spines. It was a deadly siren. Her glowing eyes locked onto them before unleashing a devastating shriek. The squad clamped their hands over their bleeding ears. Completely useless, the siren's mind control hijacked their nervous systems. Marching like literal zombies, Yeonju and Deoksu plunged straight into the freezing abyss. They sank like absolute stones. Yeonju violently snapped out of the trance, but Deoksu remained totally paralyzed underwater. Panic kicking in, she desperately paddled toward him. If she didn't act fast, he was totally going to drown. Suddenly, cold, slimy hands clamped around her ankles. Deep water abominations dragged her downward. She thrashed wildly, only wasting her precious remaining oxygen. Topside, the rest of the crew was still completely hypnotized. The cursed melody was literally rotting their brains from the inside. Fighting through the agonizing noise, Dojin finally locked in. She slammed down an area of effect magic barrier, completely shattering the mind control spell. The suffocating pressure instantly vanished. Drained of her magic, Dojin collapsed to her knees, gasping heavily for fresh breath. Save them. Right now, she choked out in a panic. But as she stared into the churning water, absolute terror struck her face. A literal army of grotesque fishmen erupted from the depths. They hoisted jagged spears, unleashing a blood-curdling battle roar. The horde surged forward like a deadly tidal wave. Dongjun unsheathed his battle blade, roaring at the squad to hold the line. The gap closed in mere seconds. Violent splashes ripped the lake surface as a vanguard fishman launched itself into the air. It completely blindsided Dongjun, but with lightning reflexes he swung his massive weapon, parrying the lethal strike perfectly. Suddenly, a precise arrow pinned the beast's skull, but there was zero time to celebrate. Dozens more were breaching the surface. Gaiyang fired heavy arrows like an absolute machine gun, but the sheer monster numbers were insanely overwhelming. In seconds, the squad was totally boxed in. Cold sweat dripped down Dongjun's face. Their time was completely up. He desperately needed to rescue his trapped comrades. Out of nowhere, a massive splash violently blasted the fishmen away. Yeonju burst from the raging lake, carrying a soaking Deoksu. Against all impossible odds, she had violently broken free from the abyss. Hacking up black water, Deoksu sputtered about seeing the Grim Reaper. The entire squad breathed a massive collective sigh of pure relief. The shivering kid endlessly praised Yeonju for the clutch rescue. She just flashed a warm smile, completely brushing off the gratitude. "You've guarded my back plenty of times," she reminded him. But the heartwarming moment was violently shattered by a furious monster roar. "Are you kidding me? Not even a single second to breathe," someone yelled as the ugly horde blitzed them again. Enough was enough. Deoksu instantly materialized, his heavy armor standing shoulder to shoulder with Yeonju. The tide of battle was finally turning around. Deoksu's halberd became a literal blender of destruction, while Yeonju flung enemies like ragdolls. One monster crashed violently into a rotting support pillar. An agonizing crack echoed through the ruins as the massive timber gave way. Recognizing the death trap, the crew violently scattered. An earth-shattering boom violently shook the ground, coughing through the thick dust. Byunho sprinted toward Dongjun, checking for serious injuries. "I'm good," Dongjun grunted, staring through the thick haze. But as the smoke cleared, an insane sight awaited. A battered goblin bound tightly to the collapsed pillar. Jian's blood ran cold. He pointed upward, his voice barely a whisper. Above them hung a nightmare, a massive cluster of crucified goblins. Pure dread washed over Dongyan. They had been entirely consumed by the bloodbath, totally blind to the gruesome ceiling. These freaks slaughtered indiscriminately, tearing apart humans and monsters alike. The massacre was absolute. Suddenly, Ga Young froze her weapons, clattering to the ground. Her breath hitched. Her wide, tear-filled eyes locked onto a lifeless face above. It was her dad. Right then, a water beast erupted from the dark lake, charging straight for the paralyzed girl. She was completely checked out. Dongyan screamed her name, desperately trying to snap her out of it. Bang gunfire shattered the chaos. A precise shot obliterated the beast's skull, dropping it dead right at the horde's feet. Smoke trailed from Byung-ho's barrel as he frantically checked if Ga Young was hurt. Still reeling, Dongyan threw him a quick thanks, totally baffled by Ga Young's breakdown. What was wrong with her? Suddenly, Jian hollered, claiming he had finally cracked the enemy's code. His raven familiar had been scouting from the sky the entire fight. That twisted siren chick was the puppet master. He could not translate her freaky chanting, but every single sound commanded the fish mutants. Taking out the queen bee was their only shot. Break the link, and the grunts might scatter. Dongyan gritted his teeth, agreeing to the desperate gamble, though pushing through the meat shield looked impossible. Stepping up, Doksu cracked his knuckles. Just zero the siren right. Bet. He had a killer strategy locked and loaded. Across the field, the siren unleashed another eerie command, shifting the horde into an ironclad defensive wall. Sweat dripped down Dongyan's face. Jian cursed, realizing the enemy knew they were hunting the boss. Dongyan shot Doksu an intense look. Could he actually pull this off? Deoksu smirked, radiating absolute confidence. Drawing aggro was exactly what they needed. Just carve out a path and he would handle the rest. Dongyan vowed to shield the shattered Ga Young with his life. With a ferocious roar, the squad dove back into the meat grinder. Twin pistols blazed as Byung-ho and Jian laid down cover fire, while Dongyan's spear shredded the front line. The gap finally opened. Dongyan roared the signal, muscles bulging. Deoksu spun his heavy halberd and launched it like a missile. The siren tracked the incoming strike. With terrifying speed, she casually dodged, letting the heavy steel sail right past her face. The crew's jaws dropped in pure horror. So much for his big game talk. The monster queen threw back her head, howling with mocking laughter, as her loyal fish freaks echoed her taunts. But Deoksu was not done yet. He glanced back, a crazy glint in his eye. Did they really forget his hidden trick? Dongyan blinked, brain scrambling through the panic to figure out the crazy bastard's play. Then it clicked. A wicked grin spread across Deoksu's face as he thrust his hand toward the monster. You catch a big fish by reeling it in. Activating his skill, the halberd violently reversed course, brutally impaling the siren from behind. An ear-piercing shriek echoed out. The system instantly chimed, confirming a level 34 boss capture. The brainwashed fish horde, finally snapping out of their trance, panicked and violently thrashed their way back into the deep lake. Adrenaline crashed, leaving everyone gasping with relief and cheering for their tank. But Dongyan immediately sprinted back to check on Ga Young. She looked totally hollowed out, begging him for answers with shattered eyes. Dongyan froze, completely lost, until she choked out that her own father was nailed to the ceiling. The blood drained from Dongyan's face. He prayed it was a lie. It had to be a hallucination. He desperately fought the awful truth, slowly lifting his gaze to the macabre display. Ga Young was hyperventilating now. Up there, dangling in the dark, a blood-stained name tag clearly read, Kim Do-kun. The crushing reality hit. Dongyan collapsed onto the hard ground, totally gutted, while Ga Young sobbed, whispering how much her dad must be hurting. Far away, the main character frantically typed up a custom system quest to revive him. Error resurrection denied outside the designated territory. Panic setting in, he mashed the confirmation button over and over, like a madman. But the cold system rejected every single attempt. Yejin's gentle voice finally pierced his spiral, grounding him back to reality. He had risked it all on Dongyan's squad. If death was truly knocking, he was ready to yank them back instantly. But an emergency recall meant losing all their progress. The stakes were astronomical. His hands were totally tied. Or were they, getting dragged into the abyss by armed mutants, if that was not a lethal threat? What the hell was? The bitter truth finally hit him. He was just desperate to save his own family a day sooner. But he was not the only one grieving. Every single player had loved ones out there terrified and waiting. He knew the score all along, willingly playing dumb just to put his own flesh and blood first. His team was bleeding for his selfish desires. Guilt crushing him, his shaking fingers drafted a completely different system quest. A quest to build a proper grave. As the blue screen popped up, Ga Young's heart shattered into a million pieces. Dong-hoon gently guided her back to reality. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun aggressively raked his fingers through his hair, hissing vicious curses under his breath. Moments later, they assembled a makeshift stone memorial, giving Gu-young space to grieve. Dong-hoon quietly asked if this was truly what she wanted. Scanning the landscape, she whispered that her father would have adored this spot. He was a relentless workaholic, fiercely proud of his grind. He always joked about resting eternally beside the tracks. With trembling hands, she gently rested his nameplate against the cold memorial stones. murmuring how her childhood self thought it was pure nonsense. Yet in the end, her father's final wish had actually materialized. Guyong's agonizing words stabbed right through our main character. He swore their devastating tragedy wouldn't become his destiny. That's why he would risk everything, to guarantee they'd never experience such suffering again. To pull this off, they desperately needed awakened fighters, and their absolute best wildcard right now, Jun-hyuk. At that exact moment, the guy was actively blasting goblins with his powers. The second his loyalty gauge hit 30, our main character officially locked him in as a loyal vassal. Suddenly, a squadmate shouted his name, pointing out his body was literally radiating light. Startled, he stared down at his own hands. A brilliant aura pulsed around him, leaving him completely speechless. Jaehyun instantly pulled up the guy's system interface. He flexed two massive titles, Knight and Mage, alongside a loaded arsenal of skills. Water Creation, Water Bomb, Water Manipulation plus an insane passive buffing his magic damage by 100%. The A-rank skill, Water Bomb, summons highly pressurized explosive currents. The destructive blast scales perfectly with the exact amount of mana poured into it. Then there's the legendary S-rank Water Manipulation draining mental stamina to bend the summoned waves. Suddenly, a quest popped up demanding he test these fresh abilities, carrying a strict 10-minute deadline. The ultimate prize, a massive boost to his mental fortitude. Reading the glowing holographic text, the teenager instantly knew Jaehyun was pulling the strings. Seeing him paralyzed like a statue, Heechan nervously checked on him. Smirking Jun-hyuk told him to hold on, flashing a confident grin toward Jaehyun's direction as everything clicked. They definitely had plenty of monster bait standing around. Without hesitation, he materialized a terrifying massive sphere of swirling water, sending pure panic rippling through the goblin horde. Then he unleashed the devastating water bomb. The catastrophic blast obliterated the concrete street, instantly wiping the monsters out of existence. As a gentle drizzle started falling from the sky, the young mage casually swiped his hand, activating his supreme water manipulation. The descending raindrops magically suspended midair. His stunned crew gasped at the breathtaking spectacle, completely mind-blown by this godlike power. Jun-hyuk released his magical grip and burst into hysterical laughter. Dropping heavily to his knees, he started bowing aggressively toward Jaehyun, screaming his eternal gratitude. His teammates stared in absolute bewilderment. One of them nervously asked what was malfunctioning in his brain, thinking he had literally lost his mind. Another guy whispered, "Is the tutorial world trauma kicking in?" Meanwhile, golden system alerts flooded our main character's vision, confirming Jun-hyuk's absolute devotion. Quest cleared perfectly. Our protagonist internally cheered. He honestly never predicted this kid would unlock a game-breaking S-rank skill. That officially crowned him as their second heavy hitter, with a top-tier ability, standing right alongside Yoonju. Considering the kid started with a measly B-rank talent, nobody expected this insane glow-up. Was his impressively high level the secret trigger? This definitely wasn't just blind luck. Regardless, the payoff was absolutely spectacular. The water creation skill perfectly channeled pure mental focus into liquid reality. Now came the ultimate strategic dilemma: how to deploy this new powerhouse. Should he recruit him directly into Donghun's elite squad? But that team's synergy was already flawless. Ripping Jun-hyuk from his current lineup just felt like a tactical mistake. Plus, his original crew practically worshipped him as their core pillar. If he left, they'd crumble instantly. For now, letting him command his own vanguard was the smartest play. Suddenly, the interface pinged with fresh goblin capture reports. Glancing at the sky, he realized the night had grown dangerously deep. Yet outside of Jun-hyuk's flashy show, other stubborn survivors were still grinding relentlessly. Without warning, an agonizing spike of agony shattered his focus. The glowing blue panel declared his house declaration had skyrocketed to level 20. He scored 3 precious stat points. While unlocking a brand new ability, his domain was violently expanding. He desperately clutched his chest, letting out a gut-wrenching scream. He writhed against the escalating torture, sending Yejin into a total state of panic. The safe zone fiercely pushed its borders outward, aggressively devouring the ruined landscape surrounding their base. Searing pain scrambled our protagonist's mind. Yejin shrieked in sheer terror. Jaehyun, was he dying? This evolution felt endlessly worse than the last, like a million scorching needles piercing his veins. Yejin's terrified voice echoed Jaehyun. "Give him some air. Please don't close your eyes. Oh my god, what do I do?" His heavy eyelids finally fluttered open. Wait, what? Had he actually blacked out? His blurry vision focused on Yejin, leaning dangerously close to his lips. Startled, he awkwardly shoved her back. He choked out a confused question about her intentions. Blushing furiously, she stammered a frantic apology, swearing she thought his lungs had completely stopped. She was literally prepping for emergency CPR. Brushing off the dust, he reassured her he survived. Little Blackie squeaked anxiously, earning a comforting head pat from his master. Massaging his throbbing temples, he triggered his absolute gaze. The sheer scale was mind-blowing. It didn't just claim Jompo Station, but swallowed Somyeon and Bujeon too. His absolute domain had conquered every single street within a 1-kilometer radius of their stronghold. No wonder the physical backlash nearly killed him. This marked the most massive territorial upgrade in his entire life. Utterly drained, his only desire now was to pass out for 5 sweet minutes. But distractions must wait. Reaching level 20 granted him 3 precious skill points, and he knew exactly how to spend them. His upgrade path was already locked in. For this brutal survival mission, the glowing system interface confirmed his ultimate choice. Absolute Sight evolved. Hitting level 4 triggered a massive upgrade, unlocking the overpowered multi-perception ability right before his eyes. His mind exploded with new angles. It felt like hacking into a dozen security feeds, watching everything simultaneously. This overwhelming sensory overload strained his brain. For now, tracking 3 different visual threads was his absolute mental limit. 2 points remained. Without hesitation, he dumped them straight into his Maintaining Dignity skill to boost his sovereign aura. The holographic blue screen flashed. Maintaining Dignity hit level 5, awakening the legendary Divine Artifacts feature from its slumber. Ding, 300 crystals acquired. Jaehyun smirked. A mystical gacha pull cost exactly that amount. The universe was practically begging him. A free first pull. He was not about to pass that up. He slammed the mystical draw button without a second thought. The room violently quaked. Blinding light erupted. Yejin shrieked his name while Blackie chirped wildly in the chaotic glow. A sleek communication ring materialized mid-air. This magical artifact allowed flawless voice transmission directly to his loyal vassals. Jaehyun grinned. A voice-transmitting artifact, not too shabby. This was the exact gear his overworked subordinate Kim Daebin desperately needed right now. He pulled up his vassal management tab. The glowing blue interface confirmed Kim Daebin was sitting comfortably at level 25, armed with a rare telepathy trait. Absolutely insane, a perfect match for her brutal management role. Suddenly, an angry scream echoed. 50 survivors crammed into one apartment. Through his new vision, he spotted a furious mob cornering a totally overwhelmed Daebin. She desperately explained the temporary setup, but an enraged dude snapped back. Temporary? Did she think they were caged livestock? The mob demanded the empty suites. They had scouted the building, and their toxic entitlement ignited a massive shouting match. They demanded proper beds. They weaponized their kids screaming for comfort and ordering Daebin to unlock the hoarded vacant rooms immediately. They promised they just wanted to sleep. Daebin nervously defended the sanctuary rules. Watching this pathetic display, Jaehyun felt pure rage. He instantly triggered his gate of absolute reclusion. This fresh level 20 power let him warp through any door in his domain. Time to test this bad boy out. Meanwhile, the loudmouth kept barking, accusing Daebin of illegally squatting in these apartments anyway. In this apocalyptic hellscape, humanity should share. He raged, claiming she acted like an arrogant dictator drunk on power. Actually, I am the one claiming these houses. Jaehyun stepped out from nowhere. Daebin gasped his name in pure relief. My territory, my absolute rules. Don't like it, then get out. The entitled man's face turned bright red with furious disbelief. How dare this punk disrespect him? With a cold, dismissive wave, Jaehyun executed the banish command. The man barely sputtered. What? The troublemaker vanished into thin air. The terrified crowd froze as Jaehyun smirked. Peace at last. Anyone else want to test me? Dead silence filled the hallway. Good. Because effective immediately, I am cutting your power, water, and gas right this second. The group erupted in panicked shrieks. Was he insane? Jaehyun's eyes turned ice cold. No, the real joke here is your attitude. Did they really think their timing was clever, flocking to his base the exact second his squad slaughtered the giant boss? A pure coincidence, please. These leeches crawled here, begging for sanctuary, because his team proved they had the brutal strength required to protect the weak. Hundreds of desperate survivors swarm these gates daily. Did they truly grasp the grim reality they faced? Giving in creates 3 fatal disasters. First, this safe zone will rapidly run out of precious living space for useful survivors, stranding true assets outside. Second, his loyal veterans would rightfully riot over the blatant unfairness. Third, yielding to one pathetic demand breeds an endless infection of toxic whining. Let me make this painfully clear. Your precious human rights and comfy social safety nets. Bury those useless concepts immediately. The government is completely dead, and I am definitely not your friendly neighborhood public servant anymore. Call me a power-hungry tyrant if it helps you sleep. But the brutal apocalyptic nightmare outside these fortified walls cares nothing for your delusional civilian demands. Jaehyun's gaze darkened with heavy, lethal intent. Want luxury privileges? Earn them with blood and sweat right now. Take a damn look at the actual hardcore survivors here. They bleed daily to adapt. They rotate sleep in grueling 3-hour shifts just to maximize every inch of this bloody fortress. They humbly learn from the veterans. Even crammed like sardines, true heroes are quietly protecting the helpless and shielding the innocent, uniting to survive the apocalypse. Yet you parasites chose to throw tantrums instead of offering any actual survival value. Move now. He aimed a lethal finger at the trembling crowd, ordering them back to their cramped cages. Their arrogance was shattered. One more word, and you join the monsters outside. The terrified mob broke eye contact and scurried away fast. As the hallway cleared, Dobbin let out a massive breath. Thank you, boss. He totally saved her sanity. Jaehyun just shrugged. Honestly, I should be thanking you for dealing with this trash. Dobbin blinked in pure shock. Surprised, he chuckled. Absolutely, she whispered. Jaehyun smirked, knowing she possessed the potential. You mean this telepathy, right? Just picture the exact target in your mind and project your thoughts. Focusing her energy, she projected her voice. Like this, she echoed. Jaehyun nodded approvingly. Perfect hit. Just keep practicing, and you will master its range and limits. Blinking in awe, Dobbin thanked him, questioning the crazy mechanics behind it. Out of nowhere, a desperate voice shattered the moment. Jaehyun spun around, facing an apologetic survivor, demanding answers. Got something to spit out. The guy stepped up nervously, bringing up the exact troublemaker Jaehyun just ruthlessly exiled. Please, can you just show mercy this once? Jaehyun narrowed his cold eyes. Give me one good reason. Sun Young-shik screamed the loudest, but we all agreed. Honestly, the guilt falls on every single one of us, so he should not be the only sacrifice. We will gladly swallow whatever brutal punishment you dish out. Just spare his life. Jaehyun paused, his mind calculating. Truthfully, he was already plotting the perfect window to drag that fool back. Executing a man merely to set a bloody example was never his actual endgame. Luckily, the exiled idiot had just been pathetically hammering against the locked gates. Jaehyun locked eyes with the advocate. Name: Han Kyu-hoon, sir. The main character smirked faintly. All right then, Han Kyu-hoon. I am reviving his base citizenship. Your sector keeps its running water, grid power, and gas supply intact. Kyu-hoon gasped in pure shock. Are you serious? Jaehyun stated. He was rewarding the man's raw loyalty. But cross me again and it is over. Make sure the others understand. Kyu-hoon dropped into a deep, desperate bow. Thank you, I swear, thank you. A glowing blue system prompt flashed. Sun Young-shik's citizenship stands fully restored. Han Kyu-hoon's loyalty skyrocketed. Jaehyun analyzed the massive shift. Giving back the thermal gas line was a calculated move, strictly to keep the faction's innocent kids breathing. But dodging a harsh penalty completely felt entirely wrong. Let them suffer the miserable sting of freezing showers. And shivering on concrete, Dobbin's telepathic voice chimed in. Jaehyun, you actually have a soft core. He scoffed. Do I? Totally. The main character sarcastically accepted the ultimate compliment, while Dobbin teased his obvious embarrassment. He deflected instantly. Listen, Dobbin, our core priority is the communal safe zone operating in Building 3. I am about to mass-produce these exact sanctuaries across all 25 towers. Her jaw dropped in absolute shock. Wait, what? Jaehyun casually ignored her panic. What is your current squad count? She quickly tallied. 15 counting Hyun and Hyunjun. He proposed instantly swelling their ranks to 100 to dominate this massive expansion. Stationing 4 elites per tower would lock down maximum security and absolute order. An army of 100, Dobbin stammered. The main character nodded. Yeah, funding each warrior 100,000 won daily. That guarantees absolute loyalty. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed from the steel elevator. Level 21, unlocking now. Dobbin realized this epic promotion gave her massive political leverage. An unexpected greeting echoed, forcing them to whip around defensively. Scanning the stranger, the main character demanded his purpose. The nervous man adjusted his glasses. Spot on. Are you lacking a clinical division? I am Dr. Lee Sunmin, a high-ranking surgical professor from the Busan Paik Trauma Center. Later, Jaehyun revealed he temporarily dismissed the medic, debating their next strategic move. Dobbin argued that elite healers required VIP treatment. The main character sparked an idea. What if we hijack a penthouse suite and forge an impenetrable medical fortress? Dobbin agreed, confident a thorough base sweep would uncover hidden nursing staff. He formally transferred the hospital's command to Dobbin, tapping her temple with a cocky grin. She promised flawless execution. Sometime later, Yejin chimed in anxiously. Jaehyun did. The intense negotiations succeed. Flawless victory, he replied smoothly. Suddenly, a blinding system interface triggered his signature skill, Absolute Eyes. His vision expanded. The Hadongyeon strike force was currently advancing toward Jagalchi Station. 0 hostile threats detected. Now, it was time to unleash his hoarded potential. He slammed his final skill point into evolving the legendary Absolute Inventory. The holographic screen exploded with golden text. Absolute Recluse's Absolute Inventory has ascended to level 2. Storage limits drastically spiked to 200 kilograms. A brand new passive mechanic unlocked state save. Any gear locked away becomes eternally frozen in the exact condition it was stored. His spatial power was practically doubled. The tactical possibilities were endless. Wait, a preserved state. If he exploited this broken mechanic properly, the main character instantly summoned his lethal S&WM-60 revolver, packed with 138 caliber rounds. Complete preservation meant Anything materialized into reality would remain primed and deadly. Aiming the heavy barrel straight ahead, a wicked strategy formed in his mind. Bingo! He warned Ye-jin to plug her ears instantly. She spun around, totally clueless. Brace yourself, he roared. Ye-jin shrieked in pure terror. Jae-hyun, that is a gun. Store the fired bullet, he commanded mentally. Ye-jin hit the deck, screaming as the projectile vanished into his digital stash. The blue system screen flashed, confirming the bullet's capture. Holy crap, he realized it actually worked. With perfect timing, this insane glitch was exactly what he needed. As Ye-jin questioned his outstretched hand, he summoned the stored round. Boom, the bullet materialized and launched forward. Absolutely wild. This was the ultimate cheat code to protect Ha Dong-jin and his squad. Moments later, beasts dropped dead across Chigolchi. Wiping sweat, Dong-jin grunted. We finally made it to the station. Mic check, Jae-hyun called out. Do-mi, gasped Jae-hyun, smiling. He replied, audio is crystal clear. Loud and clear, Do-mi confirmed. Jae-hyun declared this their new official comms channel. Take exit 2, he instructed. Copy that. Do-mi nodded. Pushing through the doors, the squad scanned the surface. Pure, uncharted danger zone. Ye-jin's connection attempts at Junon failed completely. Unlike past raids with mapped routes, they were flying totally blind here. Zero prep, maximum risk. Dong-jin locked eyes with Jae-hyun. What is the play? Push 1 kilometer down the left side of the main strip, Jae-hyun directed. Target is straight ahead. Roger that. But suddenly a massive shadow loomed, and Dong-jin roared. Fall back. Surviving sea beasts was one thing, but a literal land shark. The monstrosity snapped its razor jaws, forcing Dong-jin to grip his spear and bellow. Jae-hyun whipped out his piece, blasting the beast straight between the eyes. Roaring Dong-jin cleaved his spear through the monster. Instantly, a monstrous bear charged, swiping its lethal massive claws. A blue prompt flashed, level 24. Land shark eliminated. Sweet EXP flowed in. 14 million won instantly hit his ultimate recluse account. Dong-jin snapped around, demanding immediate aerial recon. On it, scowling Jae-hyun hijacked a crow's vision to scout the perimeter. He gasped, no freaking way. We are totally surrounded, he yelled. Mid-sentence, a colossal nightmare spawned directly in their path. Absolute morons, Jae-hyun cursed. The squad panicked. Heads up, more incoming. What absolute nightmare is this? The Titan locked eyes on the squad and charged. Daeoksu, hold the line, Dong-jin roared. Equipping his armor mid-sprint, he slashed with furious power. Ding, level 16, Sky, Marlin, vanquished. EXP distributed, and 785,001 padded the ultimate recluse wallet. Weapons drawn, the hunters unleashed a relentless hail of gunfire. Blasting away, a pissed-off Guyong spat. This is an endless wave, we cannot kill them all. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed. Dong-jin. She emptied her clip, screaming at the beast to back off. A glowing inventory window manifested. The stored rounds instantly shot out, shredding the monster's hide into Swiss cheese. Notification level 17 Sky Marlin destroyed. EXP dropped plus 200, 30,001 richer in the ultimate recluse stash. Jae-hyun frowned. His glitched bullets secured the kill, but the loot was pathetic. So Ye-jin, he barked. She snapped to attention. Yeah, drop the comms completely, he ordered. Just focus on pulling that trigger. Using this dinky pistol, she questioned. Exactly, he nodded. Aim where she panicked. Literally anywhere. Just shoot, he demanded. Squeezing her eyes shut, Ye-jin squeezed the trigger. Ping. The system absorbed the lethal round. Empty the mag, he ordered. Copy that. Ye-jin shrieked. Calculating the stored firepower, Jae-hyun smirked. Time to summon his arsenal and wreck absolutely everything. Holographic panels spawned, unleashing a deadly metallic storm. Ding, level 17, Sky Marlin absolutely obliterated. Massive EXP gain. A sweet 1.5 million won hit his recluse account. I am out of ammo, Ye-jin cried. Reload and fire go faster, Jae-hyun yelled. On it, she replied. His damage output just multiplied 6-fold. Using her as a human turret felt bad, but survival demanded it. Bang. Suddenly, Hae-rin threw the door open, utterly bewildered. What is happening? Were those actual gunshots? Staring at Ye-jin blasting a floating blue screen, she muttered, What, this has to be an insane dream. So why the heck am I not waking up? Right then the squad clashed with the colossal beast. Dong-jun scowled, his patience snapping. Are you dragging me right now? Can we even take this tank down? We have company incoming. Without hesitation, they unleashed a furious barrage on the creature. Yeonju roared over the chaos, begging Dong-jun for backup. Channeling a massive surge of mana, she ruthlessly locked onto the monster's massive limb. With a brutal crack, she ripped it clean off Jae-hyun. Now Dong-jun bellowed, hurling his aura-infused spear straight at the nightmare. The blade buried deep into its tough hide. Seizing the opening, Yeonju vaulted onto its back, unleashing a devastating swipe with her razor-sharp claws. Her strike sparked against its armor, leaving 0 scratches. No way, not even a dent, she panicked. Yeonho barked a retreat order, laying down heavy cover fire. Ping. The bullets bounced off like mere pebbles. The whole squad froze. Its defense was absolutely insane. Dongjun gritted his teeth, his mind racing. Was this raid boss literally invincible? This was not just armor. They needed a devastating, earth-shattering impact. They needed a literal sledgehammer. Activating his absolute sight, the main character scanned the chaotic battlefield. His glowing eyes locked onto the perfect weak point. Jaehyun ripped open his spatial inventory, flashing Yeonju a tactical glare. On my mark, vault straight onto that crab's armored back. She did not hesitate for a split second. Consider it done, boss. He locked onto the ultimate shield breaker hidden in his stash. A literal, massive gym barbell, silently begging Minho for forgiveness. He swore he would cash in some system points to buy the guy a brand new setup later. The master plan: drop the massive weight from the sky, let terminal velocity do its magic, snap it back into his spatial void, and then barbell summon. In a flash, the colossal hunk of iron plummeted from the heavens like a meteor. Yeonju dropped the hammer, Jaehyun roared. The iron smashed into the shell, shattering it like glass. Yeonju instantly blitzed the exposed flesh. Ding. The iconic blue screen popped up. The level 35 giant crab was officially terminated. A massive wave of sweet experience flooded in. Boom, 1,000,000,001 just dropped straight into the absolute recluse's bank. With the boss wiped out, the apocalyptic streets basically turned into a bloody seafood buffet. The squad pushed through the ruins mercilessly, slicing through mutant fish, armored crustaceans, and deep-sea nightmares. Several times they nearly got wiped out by brutal ambushes, only surviving thanks to his god-tier interventions. Yet through the bloodshed, a dark realization hit him. Even with their insanely stacked stats, this hellzone would easily slaughter Ha Donghyun's elite vanguard. They were fully geared, awakened powerhouses, yet every single block was a brutal fight for survival. The cold hard truth was setting in. The survival odds for his family were basically zero. With every step closer to home, a suffocating dread wrapped around his throat. But even if the drop rate of a miracle was just 1%, he refused to break. They navigated the ruined, nostalgic streets. Just past that alley, his childhood home awaited. Wait, a massive tree, his blood ran cold. Hold your ground, he commanded. This was his turf. He knew every single crack in the pavement. That towering monstrosity definitely did not belong here. Nature did not plant that. It was a glitch of the apocalypse. Ding, the system window flashed red. Level 38, giant tree detected. Just as his gaming instincts warned him. Squad, listen up, Jaehyun snapped. Dongjun immediately gripped his weapon. Talk to me, boss. You guys seeing this absolute unit of a tree, he asked coldly. Dongjun nodded tightly. That is no plant, Jaehyun warned. That is an elite mob. Prepare to engage. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying eye snapped open on the bark, and the colossal titan lumbered straight toward them. Guyong charged with a fierce battle cry, but twisted wooden arms burst from the trunk. Dongjun parried gracefully, slicing through the air with a brutal spear thrust. What kind of nightmare fuel is this? He cursed. Yeonho gracefully dodged backward, unloading a rapid-fire clip into the monster's core. Yeonju launched herself airborne, unleashing a flurry of primal, heavy-hitting swipes. But without warning, vicious roots erupted from the concrete, snapping right toward her. Like brutal iron chains, the vines instantly restrained her. Yeonju Dongjun's terrified scream echoed through the ruins. A massive fatal spike aimed straight for her trapped body as she snarled in defiance. Yeonho instantly flash-stepped in front, screaming for her to fall back. But magically, the root halted inches from his face. Yeonho's eyes widened in pure shock. Yeonho moved. Dongjun roared desperately, using his aura to yank them both out of the death zone. Jaehyun's tactical mind raced. What in the world just happened? The relentless aggro had completely vanished. Was it a bug? He quickly pivoted to Dongjun. Pull Yeonju completely out of the strike zone. The rest of us keep up the damage. Dongjun blinked, totally bewildered. Wait, seriously? Only bench her. Jaehyun nodded with absolute certainty. Trusting his raid leader, Dongjun gritted his teeth and barked out the new formation orders. Yeonju, fall back right now. Guard Guyong and Daejung with your life. Deoksu's vanguard pushed the front line. Deoksu sweated bullets. Got it, but can that guy really tank this freak? Dongjun smirked grimly. His defense stats are cracked. He will hold. He was built for this. Deoksu braced his weapon. Alright, let us dance. The tree shifted its massive weight. What is this brain-dead mob even doing? He muttered. Jaehyun, talk to me. What is the play here? Dongjun asked, as the creature bizarrely reset its aggro. Jaehyun's eyes gleamed. Wait, does this boss have a strict no-human combat rule? The puzzle pieces instantly clicked. The boss only triggered its brutal rampage. The second Yeonju shifted into her beastly bear form, exclusively targeting her. The truth hit him like a lightning bolt. Her wild shifter aura was the absolute trigger. This monster was exclusively hunting beasts. He scowled, noting the beast abruptly snapped back to its original spot. A shark-like beast materialized, but the massive tree instantly impaled it. Jian smirked inwardly. Exactly as expected. It actively ignores humans. Since this botanical titan lacks hostility, we simply push forward and completely disregard it. Dongjun nodded. They stealthily sneaked past the creature but suddenly froze, studying it with intense suspicion. Dongjun muttered thoughtfully, Jian, he begged us to keep this a secret. This towering tree swallowed his childhood home. Jian panicked. Did we take a wrong turn? Absolutely not. The coordinates were perfect. This exact spot held his family estate, harboring his parents and grandparents. Jaw clenched, tight fury ignited within. That overgrown weed trespassed on sacred ground. He would obliterate it immediately. Only utter destruction could quell his blazing rage. He would douse it in gasoline and ignite an inferno. Recalling his vassals to shield Dongjun's crew, he prepared to mercilessly eradicate this botanical nightmare once and for all. A golden system prompt flashed relative of the absolute recluse detected nearby. An elder bellowed furiously, "Who dares trespass? Stop bullying precious little Poppy." The bewildered squad exchanged thoroughly confused glances. Rushing toward the massive trunk, the elder whimpered. Good heavens, they gouged a hole. Poor Poppy, that must hurt fiercely. The boss will absolutely explode over this, the elder shrieked. Did you brats cause this damage? The squad sheepishly nodded. Frantically waving his wooden cane, he roared, tormenting a paralyzed baby. Have you no shame? The hunters bowed desperately, pleading for mercy. Another elder sighed. Poppy scored another kill. Grabbing blades, the men swiftly swarmed the slain beast, expertly butchering its carcass. The elder scoffed in disgust. This mutant grew too chubby. The meat texture will be absolutely garbage. Getting picky now, starve if you hate it, he snapped. A younger guy chuckled. Boss, don't twist his harmless words. Epiphany struck Jian like lightning. The puzzle pieces flawlessly connected. A monstrous pacifist guardian tree shielding humans, sprouting precisely atop his family's sacred soil. This was no random mutant. Childhood memories flooded back. Their home was a vibrant jungle. The courtyard garden transformed brilliantly with every passing season. Rooftop vines yielded endless harvests. After retiring, his grandfather cultivated a thriving, lush vegetable sanctuary up there. Those crops constantly fed their family, this colossal titan dominating their former property. This gentle giant must be an awakened manifestation. Grandpa likely triggered a legendary botanical class mirroring his own awakening. Grandpa awakened. Jian clutched his temples, exhaling a massive, trembling breath. Thank the heavens. He envisioned a total massacre. With level 20 predators roaming and aerial terrors dominating the skies, survival seemed impossible. Defying apocalyptic odds, they thrived. A relieved chuckle escaped his lips. Yijin tilted her head asking what happened. Jian beamed. Nothing. My family survived the apocalypse. Time for a long overdue reunion. Ah, to possess youthful vigor, a man praised. Wiping sweat, Dongjun asked if that sufficed. The elder smiled, warmly confirming. Perfectly done, youngsters. Jian subtly signaled Dongjun, silently instructing him to interrogate these locals regarding their mysterious boss. Dongjun nodded sharply. Facing the elder, he respectfully inquired about their supreme commander's identity. The elder boasted proudly. Our absolute ruler is Li Bunja. Jian's heart skipped a beat. He knew that name. His own grandfather ruled this territory. The elder insisted they pause before requesting an official royal audience. Scanning the hidden enclave, Dongjun gasped loudly. Jian stood stunned. Over 100 survivors thrived within this secret sanctuary. An entire bustling market resurrected post-apocalypse. A butcher flawlessly sliced fresh catches loudly, hollering at his buddy Park Young-gum. Hearing the commotion, he shouted, Did Invincible Poppy secure another trophy? The butcher grinned. A massive beast today. These strong youngsters assisted. So slice up premium sashimi portions. Chop chop. Young-gum enthusiastically agreed, firing up his blades. Serving a masterfully crafted platter, he urged them to feast. Yejin politely requested chopsticks. Young-gum shook his head firmly. Utensils are a luxury. Use your hands. Jian smoothly accessed his inventory, instantly manifesting elegant chopsticks for her. The locals gaped in sheer disbelief. Yejin tasted the glowing meat and squealed in culinary heaven. The squad ravenously devoured it. Tears fell, tasting real sashimi again. Suddenly, Jian flexed his system, summoning ice-cold lemonades. Young-gum literally screamed in ecstasy. Literal magic cola. Where did this legendary nectar spawn? Someone gasped over sparkling cider. Dongjun graciously invited the elders. Seriously, we can. Out of thin air, glittering supply crates materialized. Young-gum collapsed in shock at the miraculous bounty. A divine feast for us peasants, Dongjun offered a charismatic grin. Consider it a humble tribute from our Lord Jian. Is your captain a literal deity? Can mortals accept such divine blessings? Suddenly, an intimidating, aura-heavy elder phased behind them. What's all this commotion? He demanded. The leader gasped, Young-gum. Meanwhile, our main character froze completely. Grandpa. A glowing blue holographic screen materialized. Passive skill, unlocked, Guardian of the World Tree, a mythical tier blessing. It granted absolute life force, divine blessings, and the ultimate protection of the ancient world tree itself. System alert. Vassals encountered a blood relative of the absolute recluse. Hidden lineage powers fully unlocked. Status window confirmed Lee Bunja level 55. Title blood relative. Trust level 88 points. Awakened ability World Tree Guardian. Conditions perfectly met. Bunja gracefully leaped from the massive branches, landing safely before the stunned crew. Jaehyun watched in pure shock. He looked so much healthier and stronger. His confident stride proved everything. Gone was the frail old man with failing memories. This legendary glow-up was absolutely his newfound awakened ability. Through the connection, our main character urged his squad. Guys, that's my grandpa right there. Please greet him. Dongjun immediately bowed with profound respect. Understood, he whispered, then announced, "It is an absolute honor, sir." The camp leader quickly chimed in. "These two rookies are insane. They literally manifest resources out of nowhere. Every single supply here, all they're doing," Bunja gasped. "Seriously, we were practically dying of thirst. You guys are absolute lifesavers," the elder praised. Dongjun humbly shook his head. "We didn't bring this, sir." Bunja tilted his head in sheer confusion. "Hold on then, where in the world did this gear originate?" Dongjun smirked slightly. "It's all thanks to Jaehyun's divine abilities." Bunja froze his jaw, practically dropping. "Wait, what?" "We operate directly under Kim Jaehyun's command," Dongjun declared proudly. The old man trembled, completely shell-shocked. "Jaehyun, are you talking about my grandson?" he gasped, desperate for hope. Dongjun flashed a warm smile. "Yes, sir." The Kim Jae-hyun from the Somyeon apartment complex tears welled up in Bunja's eyes. He actually survived. The squad stepped onto a massive magical branch that instantly levitated upward. Jaehyun's heart raced. "Mom, Dad, and Grandma, I'll finally see them." He lacked a direct teleportation path, but once that outpost finished building, he could spam his ultimate recluse skills and bridge the gap. Then a sudden realization struck him entirely. A brand new architectural blueprint unlocked. The glowing system interface pinged, announcing that all hidden prerequisites were cleared. The legendary annex structure became fully available. But this premium base expansion carried a massive 10 billion won price. This wasn't just any building. It was an invincible safe zone, deployable outside his main sanctuary. Its absolute defensive radius automatically expanded perfectly, matching the scale of his core territory's insane growth. Activating it projected his overpowered house declaration aura across the entire zone, but there was one massive catch. It strictly required a blood relative to remain inside. Jaehyun smirked. Expensive, sure, but completely indestructible. Plus, the system had just blessed him with a massive 10 billion won subsidy for conquering that apartment. Even after purchasing the solar grid, he possessed 7 billion won. This epic base cost merely 3 billion. Money was basically a joke now. Jaehyun thrust his hand forward with absolute authority. "System, construct the annex." He gasped, his eyes widening as a massive holographic blueprint mapped the ground below. "Does it preview scale?" The projected zone mirrored his current fortress, perfectly evolving alongside his power. This monumental structure dwarfed standard outposts. Outposts had pathetically restricted borders despite their insane 10 billion cost. Jaehyun grinned fiercely. Zero hesitation required. The blue interface flashed a final warning. A direct blood relative must remain inside the designated borders. "Confirm construction protocol. Hell yes," he declared without blinking. Immediately, a massive countdown timer materialized overhead. 167 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds remaining. Perfect, Jaehyun plotted strategically. "Now I just need Grandpa to chill safely inside that absolute radius until completion." Suddenly, another glowing system notification popped up unexpectedly. The screen flared gold. "Loyal vassals have made contact with a second blood relative. Expanding divine lineage powers. Name Kim In-shim, level 21. Title, blood relative. Trust 100 points. No awakened skills." Jaehyun gasped. "Grandma." Back at the tree, Bunja gently clutched the frail woman's hand. "Honey, listen. These heroes claim Jaehyun sent them. Our grandson survived the apocalypse." Watching through the screen, panic gripped our main character's heart. "Guys, ask what's wrong." Yoonju stepped forward. "Jaehyun is desperately asking what happened." Bunja spun around, trembling with hope. "How is he?" "He safely monitors everything through us," Yoonju explained softly. The elder smiled weakly. "Don't panic, Jaehyun. Grandma was just worried." "It's nothing life-threatening," someone asked softly. "How long has she been unconscious?" Bunja squeezed his eyes shut, devastated. "Since that cursed day," he whispered, his voice cracking. "The exact day those nightmare monsters shattered our world. Grandma hasn't opened her eyes since." Seeing Grandpa completely shattered like this, it's a first. That absolute despair on his face just rips Jihan's heart to shreds. Still, thank heavens, she's breathing. A whole month locked in this coma, yet she just looks like she's drifting in a deep, peaceful slumber. Grandpa's awakened powers definitely kept her alive. If only Jihan's system allowed him to assign quests to his own blood, he'd sacrifice anything to heal her. Too bad the system flat out rejects it. But wait. Daejung steps up, channeling pure mana into Grandma's body. She tearfully begs for forgiveness. Her healing skills just aren't strong enough. Bunja gently brushes it off, accepting their grim reality. Meanwhile, a chilling thought hits Jihan. Why is this place so dead silent? A 7-person squad just rolled in, yet not a single soul stepped out to investigate. He silently signals everyone to keep quiet. Desperate, he nudges Yoonju to pop the heavy question. Taking the hint, she softly asks, "Sir, where are Jihan's parents?" Boonja's gaze sharpens. "Is Jihan watching through your eyes right now? Fine, I'll speak directly to him. Listen closely, Jihan. When the chaos dropped, both your parents were at work. Your dad never abandons your mom, so they must be locked down somewhere safe." Jihan freezes. The words sound reassuring, but Grandpa's trembling voice betrays him. He doesn't actually believe they made it out alive. And honestly, Jihan knows the brutal truth. Unless they awakened some overpowered skill like Grandpa, their survival odds are absolutely zero. Still, giving up isn't an option. He faces the crew declaring their next strike zone. Ikwon Hospital Dongjun instantly shouts back Jihan. Jihan bites his lip. Even if it's a fool's hope, he has to try. He sighs. "You guys pushed your absolute limits today. It's pitch black out, so crash at my place tonight. We move tomorrow." Suddenly, a glowing blue system prompt violently flashes. Warning: blood relative of the absolute recluse detected in the immediate vicinity. Adrenaline spikes. Jihan immediately commands the squad to move out. Yejin channels her taming skill linking with the rat swarm. "What's the mission?" she urgently asks. Jihan roars, "Scour the entire perimeter. Hunt down every single survivor in this grid right now." Yejin nods firmly. As the swarm scatters, Jihan's mind races. The radar isn't locking onto Dongjun. He's already right beside me. That means another blood relative is rushing straight into our zone. He doesn't even need a visual confirmation. It has to be Mom and Dad. Elsewhere, a sweaty worker wipes his brow, groaning. "It's dead of night and we're still grinding away." An old man chuckles. "Hey look, on the bright side, we're stocking mountains of food." "Can't complain, right?" The younger guy sighs. "Yeah, I guess, but..." Suddenly, shadows block the moonlight. They look up. A massive monster wave is cresting the hill. What the actual hell? The worker hammers the alarm bell. "Monsters, a massive horde is incoming. Drag all the supplies into the seafood warehouse and bolt those steel shutters right now." A scout bursts into the room, panting heavily. "Chief, it's a total disaster out there. You need to evacuate immediately." Boonja frowns. "What's happening?" "A literal army of monsters is stampeding straight for our gates." Hearing this, Boonja casually steps out into the cold night air, and his eyes lock onto an ocean of terrifying beasts. Dongjun stammers, "Are those all monsters?" Grandpa immediately barks a retreat order to the crew. Strange mutant trees lumber forward. Someone gasps, noticing Poppy's brutal fresh wounds. The girls tremble in absolute terror, while Dongjun steps up determined. "We're jumping into this fight too," but Boonja blocks his path. "Fall back. We aren't their prey." Dongjun blinks, utterly confused. "What do you mean?" Grandpa smirks coldly. "Do those mindless freaks look like they're forming an attack formation, if you ask me? That stampede is running away from something much worse. Still, there's absolutely no way this chaotic horde passes through here without flattening our entire base, so brace yourselves for impact." The mutated treants violently push the front line, and Dongjun's jaw drops as realization hits. He's right, the flying beasts are completely ignoring us. But the ground forces, they are definitely going to trample us. There's no way Grandpa can hold off an entire army alone. Dongjun desperately readies his weapon. "I said, stand down." Boonja roars, commanding everyone back inside the stronghold. Dongjun protests. "But sir, facing that wave solo is pure suicide." Grandpa violently stomps the earth. "Kids, I told you to take cover." With a single devastating shockwave, he instantly shatters dozens of massive mutant trees and lunges headfirst into the monstrous tide. Dongjun screams in absolute shock. What the hell? The vanguard beasts are instantly pulverized into dust, and Boonja becomes a literal whirlwind of destruction. System notifications erupt. Target eliminated. Level 24. Land Shark. Massive experience acquired. Target eliminated. Level 23. Saw Ray experience acquired. Target eliminated. Level 29. Blue Crab experience constantly flooding in. Passive skill activated. Blood relative buff applied. All core stats skyrocket based on mutual trust. Furthermore, any combat experience harvested near a family member is instantly multiplied by 10 and shared across the party. But wait, the actual loot drops and kill rewards are strictly locked to the one who actually lands the fatal blow. Jihan watches in awe. Is every level 55 player this overwhelmingly broken? Honestly, he thought Grandpa was just marching to his death. But the old man just evaporated 100 nightmarish beasts with one casual stomp, jumping in to help him. Absolute nonsense. They are just lucky they didn't get caught in that explosive crossfire. Right now, Grandpa isn't a survivor. He's the ultimate boss monster. The system pings endlessly. Target obliterated. Level 31. Blue Crab experience. Massive boost. Target annihilated. Level 29. Giant lobster. The slaughter is beautifully terrifying. Experience gained. Slaying that level 29 sawtooth crab triggered a massive XP drop. He just leveled up. Jian's eyes widened. Wait already, he definitely wasn't prepared for another brutal ascension. Blinding blue mana engulfed him as an agonizing roar echoed across the ruined city. Damn it, he cursed. Pure agony ripped through his veins, tearing his physical vessel apart, frame by agonizing frame. No matter how many times he leveled up, this hellish torment never got any easier. A glowing holographic window suddenly popped up. Eligible entities detected for citizen status. Grant territory, citizenship. His heart immediately began to pound. Could his missing parents actually be among them? He frantically scrolled through the glowing interface, realizing there were way too many new names. Manually checking each resident was impossible. But based on the previous situation with his grandparents, if his folks were nearby, the system wouldn't just offer basic citizenship. A specialized bloodline notification would have triggered immediately instead, meaning they weren't in the zone yet. Thankfully, So-Yun was aggressively tracking their coordinates, ensuring he'd get a ping the second they surfaced. His muscles screamed in protest, but resting wasn't an option. How was Grandpa holding up? Meanwhile, Bunja muttered, "Something feels entirely off." Dongjin tilted his head. "What's wrong, sir?" Bunja frowned, wondering if the entire group's attitude toward him had suddenly shifted. It wasn't the main issue right now, but previously, slain beasts would vanish into pixels, dropping at least some usable loot. But now, zero trace remained. Even the bones were completely wiped from existence. "It's definitely Jian's new power," Dongjin explained. "Ever since we entered his territory, enemy corpses have been dissolving into thin air." "Is that true?" Bunja gasped. "Are those floating holographic text boxes his doing as well?" Dongjin nodded firmly. "Exactly." Bunja shook his head in absolute awe. "What a god-tier skill. Since the perimeter is secure, I'll grab some manpower from the supply warehouse," he decided. Dongjin blinked in confusion. "Wait, manpower?" Bunja scoffed. "Do we want meat or not? Someone needs to manually hunt these beasts so we actually get fresh drops right." The man quickly saluted. "Understood, sir." He rushed off immediately. Meanwhile, our protagonist never expected his auto-loot ability to cause such a massive survival headache. Honestly, dining on mutated beast meat had never crossed his mind. Was it even edible? He extended a hand and activated the item registration protocol. Ding, the interface flashed green item successfully registered. A brand new seafood category unlocked. Perfect. The cost was astronomically high, but this single feature could feed 100 survivors. Suddenly, Yejin shrieked, "I found them, Jian." He whipped around, eyes wide with pure shock. "Look, survivors," she yelled frantically. Right on cue, a golden notification popped up. Yejin has located the direct bloodline of the absolute recluse. The ancestral lineage power officially awakened. Trembling, she pointed out into the distance, urging him to look at the horizon. Their old family home stood completely unharmed. "You're right," he breathed. The system analyzed the targets: Lee Jisoo, current level 50. A verified blood relative boasting 97 trust points. Her exclusive awakened skill, the Sovereign Ruler. Beside her, Kim Dong-hyuk sat at level 42. Another direct bloodline connection. His designated class was Escort Knight, wielding the heavily fortified Aegis Protection aura. Tears instantly blurred his vision as his heart soared. It's them. It's actually Mom and Dad. Ding. The interface confirmed territory citizenship would be automatically granted to 23 surviving followers of his mother, Lee Ji-suk. Jae-hyun calculated rapidly. His parents were bordering his newly expanded domain. Judging by their current movement speed, they'd cross the border any second. Thanks to the active bloodline perk, the territory's invisible barrier let them phase right through. The ultimate reunion was here. He sprinted outside, screaming, "Mom, Dad." Ji-suk gasped, dropping her weapons. "Honey, is that really our boy?" Dong-hyuk roared with disbelief. "Am I hallucinating? He survived." Jian broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. "Mom, Dad, I'm here." His parents sprinted forward, colliding into him with a desperately tight, tearful embrace. Weeping softly, his mother cupped his face. "Heavens, is it truly my Jian?" "Yeah, Mom, I'm real," he choked out. His father frantically checked him over for fatal wounds. He desperately reassured them he was perfectly healthy. Dong-hyuk collapsed to his knees, sobbing, "Thank God, thank the heavens." Pure euphoria washed over them. Glancing back, he realized those survivors were likely the medical team from his mother's hospital. Insanely, all 23 possessed awakened skills. Wait, no, his mother's OP class had literally granted them those powers. Suddenly, 2 large hounds started barking aggressively, prompting a nearby girl to ask what provoked them. Jian narrowed his eyes. Tamed beasts. Someone here had a familiar control skill. System rules strictly prohibited granting territory citizenship to regular animals. That explained why they were stuck outside the barrier until now. But wait, entry granted. This functioned exactly like a high-tier vassal registry. A notification flashed. Subordination contract activated. This god-tier passive allowed the user to bind 100 loyal followers and forcefully awaken their dormant powers. Essentially, the moment they signed their loyalty to her, they instantly evolved into superhumans. Since getting an early awakening was the ultimate cheat code in this apocalypse, his mother was essentially a walking powerhouse. Jisuk kept sobbing, "Oh my god. Thank the heavens, thank Buddha, we found him." Meanwhile, he smirked inwardly, realizing his father's combat skills had definitely awakened through her contract too. Through his mother's contract, the system screen flashed with blinding light. He just unlocked the S-rank skill, Enhanced Defense Aura. This godly ability devours mana to forge an impenetrable full-body shield. Once activated, his raw physical stats instantly skyrocket threefold. The true terrifying potential of this skill lies in one specific word: triple. A basic plus 300% boost sounds totally mid. Think about it. If you stack a standard double and triple physical buff, they just add up to a basic 500% multiplier. But what happens when you take that base 200% and actually multiply it by 3? That base, 300%, gets mathematically supercharged, resulting in an insane 900% total boost. This explains his dad's current status. Thanks to the universal citizen buff, Power of Trust, all his base stats jump by 93%. Add the power of lineage, giving a massive 930% stat spike. It operates at a flawless 1000% efficiency. Stacking the enhanced defense aura on top of all that, the synergy creates a mind-bending 3500% efficiency, absolutely broken. With these god-tier buffs, wiping out multiple dungeon floors is a total breeze. Among the 23 awakened survivors, his parents command, most are solid B and C ranks. Compared to regular civilians, their combat power is literally in another dimension entirely. That sheer strength kept them completely scratch-free until now. But enough flexing, it is time to bring his people home. Knowing they are dead tired from grinding through the apocalypse, the main character promises each survivor enough loot to feed 5 entire families. Craving rice, ramen, or literally anything else, just say the word. He guarantees hot showers and cozy heated rooms for everyone. Jisuk panicked. What is their game plan? The main character acts chill, but he is definitely hiding something. Donghyuk clutched his head in total despair. This is bad. Did the trauma make him hallucinate the pre-apocalypse days? The main character just smirked. Not even close. He asked his mom if she noticed the glowing apartment windows earlier. She nodded, admitting the whole vibe felt incredibly sus. So many units were lit up, which is exactly why they investigated. Jian raised a hand dramatically, snapped his fingers, and dropped the question. In a ruined wasteland with 0 power grids or running water, how exactly are those lights shining so brightly? He told them to look closer. His parents scanned the room, utterly baffled. What on earth is going on? His dad gasped. Holy crap, he literally spawned a fresh bottle of cola. He casually offered a sip. The crowd went absolutely feral. Real cola. One girl trembled. Can they actually drink this legendary item? The main character just grinned. Heck yes, you can. The survivors cheered in pure gratitude. Jian smiled warmly, told them to hydrate, and gestured to follow. Activating his absolute recluse gate, he warped the entire crew straight into the complex. First up, securing epic luxury dorms for his guild members. He hooked them up with ultimate survival kits, infinite ramen, rice, eggs, and fresh milk. Stepping inside the penthouse, Jisoo hesitated. Jaehyun, this crib definitely belongs to someone else. Are we seriously crashing here? The main character glanced back with zero hesitation. If the original owners ever respawn, we will hand it back. But honestly, that is highly unlikely. Let us just enjoy the VIP treatment. He pushed open the heavy doors, welcoming his parents inside. Instantly, a squad of girls bowed deeply, screaming out an incredibly synchronized greeting. His mother gasped. Son, are these your girlfriends? Jaehyun instantly sweat dropped. No, absolutely not. It is a total misunderstanding. Hyun eagerly offered full maid service. Yejin smoothly flipped her hair, adding with dramatic flair that she would serve from the bottom of her soul. The main character cringed. Stop acting like NPCs. He awkwardly thanked their hustle and dismissed them back to their own quests. The girls happily complied. With the chaotic squad finally out of the picture, the family finally had some peace. Once his parents washed off the apocalypse grime, it was time for a serious lore dump. His dad worked the taxi driver hustle, always chauffeuring his mom around. But on that cursed day, he was grabbing her from the hospital. When the monster waves suddenly spawned, they fought back to back, miraculously defying all the odds. They clutched a flawless survival. Just as he suspected, his mother actually awakened a hidden power. Absorbing their epic backstory, he dropped his own truth bomb, revealing his broken system skills and his solo leveling journey so far. He also updated them on Grandma's status, confirming Grandpa was currently guarding her. As they traded insane survival tales, midnight slowly swallowed the sky. The apocalypse was still raging outside. Yet for the first time since the world ended, this sanctuary felt completely warm and safe. He was finally reunited with his bloodline. Meanwhile, in Nagasaki, Japan, a terrified local shrieked in absolute mind-shattering horror. What kind of demon is that? It is a walking nightmare. Suddenly, a colossal leviathan exploded from the dark ocean depths. The guy screamed as the Titan glided past. Nobody knows this raid boss's final destination, but wherever it makes landfall, total annihilation is guaranteed. The very next morning, the main character rushed to his communicator. Grandpa, he eagerly dialed in, dropping the massive news that his parents had officially survived the death game. His heart soared, absolutely buzzing with pure, unadulterated hype. Jaehyun reassured everyone that his parents were totally safe by his side. Panic wasn't an option. He looped the footage of them, for his grandmother endlessly. Jisoo immediately begged Jaehyun to show clips of their grandparents next. The main character confirmed he had already requested that exact recording. Seeing Ha Dong-gun's freshly recorded footage of the elderly couple caused her mother to completely break down crying. He promised a real-life reunion was approaching fast. The second this base extension finishes building, he can activate his absolute eyes to directly monitor his parents' faraway estate, sheltering his grandparents. He ordered Ha Dong-gun's elite squad to slaughter nearby beasts and establish a heavily fortified outpost right there, while the building upgrades finish. This happened because the glowing system window alerted him that 3 loyal vassals, bearing the prestigious Knight title, were actively boosting the construction site. Their powerful aura skyrocketed building efficiency by a massive 50%. Meanwhile, having heavy hitters like Ha Dong-gun, Yeonju, and Dajong present skyrocketed the building process even further. A grueling 7-day grind wrapped up in just 5 days. Plus, following yesterday's brutal monster raid, beast spawn rates near his parents' place exploded to insane heights. Considering their current stats, grinding levels out there was way smarter than retreating home. But this required pushing through 1 brutal kilometer. Ever since that epic declaration massively expanded his domain, regular citizen hunting parties practically vanished. This happened because clueless residents, totally blind to the recent border upgrades, confidently strolled into their usual grinding zones. But instead of finding combat, they were completely shocked to discover that these old hunting grounds were now swallowed by the residential safe zone, and every single goblin roaming there was instantly wiped out during yesterday's massive level up. He locked eyes with Dabin, waiting for her report, ordering her to broadcast a huge public announcement. She tilted her head, asking for specifics. He instantly laid out step 1, telling her to clarify the insane domain expansion. From now on, hunters needed to push way past Silim Station, just to find prey. Dabin nodded sharply. Jaehyun then declared he was forming an elite rescue squad immediately. They desperately needed brave souls to extract trapped survivors inside the borders. He explicitly drafted the combat medics from yesterday to form the core of this extraction unit, knowing their skills were absolute game changers. Dabin firmly agreed. Thousands of stranded humans littered this new zone, with the vast majority hanging on by a thread. Even inside the newly established safe borders, over 10 tragic casualties had already dropped. The silent killer, severe dehydration. Leaving shelter meant getting shredded by roaming beasts. Even though they pushed out emergency supply drops to struggling survivors, they spotted it simply wasn't cutting it. He was dead set on saving absolutely everyone. They had to drag every single victim out of hell. If things got desperate, he swore to activate the door of the absolute recluse, to teleport right into the chaos and cheat death itself. Suddenly, his mother locked onto his intense aura, asking what was wrong. His dangerously dark expression gave it away. He vented his frustrations. Sensing the heavy tension, Jisoo chimed in, realizing the brutal stakes. She confidently declared she could help. Shocked, he demanded how. His mom smirked, stepping up. Among the refugees they escorted over a rare few harbored dormant healing and support classes. Their raw potential was perfect for curing severe dehydration, sudden blackouts, and toxic poisoning. His mom theorized that, by binding these extraction members through a subordination contract, their hidden support skills would forcefully awaken. Exactly as predicted, over 80% of them instantly unlocked potent healing magic. Sure, most hovered around basic D or C ranks, but the second this new medical unit hit the field, the massive death toll plummeted. Following 3 grueling days of breaching every house, inside the safe zone, they dragged countless souls back from the abyss. He completely collapsed onto the couch, groaning that the nightmare was paused. He had been grinding so hard his lungs burned. Suddenly, the glowing interface chimed, detecting a massive wave of humans qualifying for citizenship. The system demanded his final approval. Jaehyun didn't hesitate, shouting to accept everyone. Because of his insane domain expansion, desperate refugees flooded in. This influx spiked their population to almost 10,000. Then, heavy rain started pouring, and he pressed his hand against the glass, questioning the unnatural downpour. Right then, Dabin frantically grabbed his attention, demanding the bad news. She nervously reported the extraction squad wanted to push outside the barrier. He gasped. That was pure suicide. Dabin insisted she fought their insane logic, but the squad claimed this storm offered perfect tactical cover. Perfect cover. The wasteland wasn't some basic tutorial zone anymore. The threat level had evolved way past pathetic goblin hordes. Nightmare-inducing aquatic horrors had literally crawled out of the ocean to conquer the streets. Jaehyun argued that under these apocalyptic conditions, normal humans would literally freeze in terror going outside. These guys were absolute legends. Their past lives as fearless firefighters really showed. He respected that fiery grit. Spinning toward Dabin, he ordered a temporary hold. He needed to draft a hardcore vanguard to escort them. Dabin instantly saluted. He then checked his system window, which randomly pinged with fresh experience from a level 33 blue crab kill. He gasped. Was his crazy dad seriously grinding mobs in this lethal storm? Feeling his raw stats absolutely skyrocket, he genuinely started craving the thrill of the hunt. Since his power spiked, fear vanished entirely. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as fresh system notifications flooded his vision, regarding massive kills. Wait, our main character realized Dad's speed isn't this insane. Triggering absolute eyes. The shocking truth clicked. It was Grandpa. Snapping back, he grilled Dongjin. What's happening? Jaehyun, a massive monster wave inbound, our hero thought. Seriously, another raid. At this twisted, escalating pace, aquatic beasts will entirely swarm the dry land, and these mob numbers are absolutely off the charts. What triggered this fresh nightmare? Bunja growled. This feels completely wrong. Why are these charging beasts frantic, like terrified prey, running from what suddenly, a colossal apex shadow materialized, paralyzing the entire squad with dread? What the hell is that? Jaehyun shrieked. A colossal level, 63 white dragon spread its apocalyptic wings. A literal mythic dragon, Bunja gasped. Jaehyun panicked. Popping vassal summons right now could definitely rescue Dongjun's trapped squad. But Grandpa, the World Tree's absolute guardian, cannot abandon his sacred post. He'd face slaughter utterly alone. Absolutely unacceptable. Yet commanding his crew to clash with a literal dragon, pushing them into that hopeless, beastly bloodbath, equals a guaranteed team wipe. A glaring system prompt ticked down 38 agonizing hours, 21 minutes 19 seconds, remained until territory expansion finished. Once that ultimate barrier locked into its final place, his domain could easily decapitate this beast. Still, even exploiting a massive 50% raw efficiency buff and maxing out construction speeds, 38 agonizing hours still remained. That utterly doomed timeline basically meant surviving a whole day against a mythic threat, literally impossible. Was their fate totally screwed right here? Wait, the terrifying apex predator paused. Bunja roared out. Soloing this massive titan is pure suicide. I'll violently hold the defensive line, grab the squad, and immediately evacuate. No way, his fearless team hollered back. We bleed together today. The veteran smirked. Fine, let's draw first blood. Then primal battle cries erupted from the squad. But our main character sharply commanded absolute stillness. Dongjin glared, hopelessly confused. Listen to me, Jaehyun urged intensely. Just trust me and freeze. Byunho, stop Grandpa from attacking right now, Bunja snapped. Are you completely insane, he bellowed. Why hesitate? First strikes win brutal wars. Byunho desperately apologized for the boy's crazy bold call. But Jaehyun locked it down. Absolutely no fighting. Bunja raged. The main character exhaled, plotting rapidly. Frantically scanning for fatal flaws, a glowing blue status screen instantly materialized. Boss entity, the White Dragon. An imposing level 63 abyssal terror. Crucial intel dropped. Due to having just spawned its fragile eggs, the creature's massive stats were severely nerfed. Its mythic offspring strictly require the World Tree's ancient roots to survive. The absolute truth struck Jaehyun instantly upon seeing it. This wasn't a brutal raid boss invasion. It dragged itself here, seeking the ultimate sanctuary of the tree, to incubate its vulnerable legacy. A majestic, telepathic voice echoed, "Fear not, ancient tree guardian." Pure telepathy. Bunja's mind completely reeled. So this tiny sapling is the legendary world tree. Surprisingly underwhelming, the dragon confessed. I must tread lightly. Bunja narrowed his eyes, demanding its purpose. The towering beast formally requested the guardian. A sacred soul-binding pact. The grizzled warrior blinked in shock. A literal contract. The dragon nodded slowly. Yes, nurture my drained power, and I shall become your unstoppable apocalyptic shield, in absolute return. A glowing crest seared into Bunja's flesh. Summon me during absolute peril. I'll bend time and space to arrive instantly. Gently handing over its precious egg, it desperately pleaded for protection, then turned its colossal draconic frame away. The squad stood completely paralyzed. Deoksu swallowed hard. If that thing aggroed, we'd be instantly vaporized. Young Ho shivered. Jaehyun's insane zero-action gamble literally saved us all. Suddenly, glowing system notifications spammed the air. Kang Deoksu's loyalty officially maxed at 100 points. Vassal status permanently confirmed. Total vassal capacity has been forcefully expanded. Citizen Kim Ga-young hits absolute peak loyalty, 100 vassal registered permanently. The command limit shattered and broken once again. Ha Dongjun locks in at 100 loyalty, vassal safely secured. Jaehyun grinned wildly. His top 3 commanders, just simultaneously hit max devotion. His total command authority literally tripled in a single glorious instant. That's 18 loyal warriors secured. Soon he'd literally command a massive 100-man army. Drafting Mom's newly awakened heroic crew sounded absolutely epic. But the system flat out rejected him. Subordination pacts are strictly exclusive magical bonds. They belong solely to Mom's chain of command. Running a frustrated hand through his hair, Jae-hyun sighed. If only he possessed Natural Awakening, an ultra-rare cheat code. Suddenly, a brand new, glowing interface left him completely and utterly stunned. A system alert flashed Citizen Moon Byung-ho's loyalty maxed out, hitting a perfect 100 points. Boom! The teleportation skill unlocked. Absolute jackpot. Plus, a rare item awakening pill dropped into his inventory. Jihan smirked. Why was his RNG always this insane? The pill's purpose was clear, triggering Byung-ho's spatial warping. But who should actually consume it? The choice was obvious. Jihan pivoted toward David, ordering him to fetch his dad immediately. Dong-hyuk arrived, eyes wide with pure shock. Son, what's all this? He asked. Jihan just grinned. A present. Dad blinked in confusion. A present, exactly. Just swallow it down. Tossing the pill back, Dong-hyuk chuckled. My boy always taking care of me. Buying me vitamins so I don't burn out. Suddenly covered in a raging aura of raw mana, he panicked. Whoa, what's happening? Did you feed me something sketchy? Jihan laughed. Dad, just visualize warping across the room. Warping, his father stammered. Yeah, try it. Closing his eyes, Dong-hyuk focused hard on teleportation. Instantly, he vanished, reappearing right behind Jihan. Like this, he yelled in shock. Jihan smirked, realizing the truth. His dad was a pure physical brawler. Handing a close combat beast the power to teleport, that's giving wings to a tiger. Dong-hyuk roared with laughter. Son, what is this crazy power? Was it that pill? Instantly, another alert popped up. Kim Dong-hyuk's familial bond leveled up. Trust maxed at 100. New passive unlocked enhanced defensive aura. Wait, maxing out a family member's loyalty copies their abilities. Hold on, if he boosts his mom's bond rating, he could absolutely steal her powers too. The system chimed Lee Ji-suk's familial bond sits at 97 points. Just 97. 3 measly points left until he copied her skill set. This was shaping up flawlessly. No need to rush. He already knew the ultimate cheat code for farming trust. By sunrise, the system flared again. The Annex expansion was officially finished. A massive barrier expanded outward, immediately detecting enemy units targeting the absolute recluse. Hostiles engaged. The system aggressively logged countless monster executions, instantly rocketing his skill mastery to the next tier. Domain expansion complete. Blazing mana violently engulfed Jihan, forcing a raw scream from his lungs as he leveled up at dawn. With the Annex fully built, he ruthlessly purged the freshly claimed zone of every newly spawned beast. Since barrier kills belonged to him, the individual experience drops were tiny, but the sheer volume stacked into a massive EXP goldmine. Another system prompt announced newly detected lifeforms, meeting the strict criteria for citizenship. Accept them into the territory. Jihan didn't hesitate. Grant them access. A massive milestone hit. His population capped at 10,000. Hitting this critical demographic threshold unlocked a brand new feature allowing civilians to awaken specialized classes. Requirement satisfied. The class research lab just dropped into his available building roster. These upgrades were absolutely game-changing, but Jihan had a far more pressing mission. He turned around. Mom, startled, she asked if something was wrong. He smiled gently. You've been waiting forever for this, right? Reaching out, he offered to finally visit Grandpa. We can leave right now. Go pack. Overwhelmed, Jisoo broke down in heavy tears. Really, a short while later, Jihan threw open the heavy door. Grandpa, I made it. Startled, Bunja called out. Who's there? The old man's jaw dropped. Jihan, smiling warmly, Jihan nodded. Yeah, it's me. Sorry for the sudden heart attack. Jisoo sprinted forward, voice cracking. Dad, trembling, he shot up. Good Lord, they collided in a desperate, tearful embrace. Jisoo, sobbing uncontrollably, she begged for forgiveness. I'm finally home. Dad, I'm so sorry it took me this incredibly long. Tears streaming down his weathered face, Bunja shook his head. No. Thank you both for surviving this waking nightmare. Right on cue, the system flagged a massive bond increase. Jisoo's familial loyalty maxed out at 100 points, unlocking her official subordination pact. Jihan sighed internally. Dad couldn't join them while actively running rescue ops with his guild. That's exactly why he prioritized bringing Mom to safety. Seeing them smile, that was his true reward. Sometime later, Jihan caught Grandpa watering the bizarre overgrowth. Wait, so this massive thing is a tree, the literal world tree. Just sprouted and swallowed your entire house. The old man chuckled softly. Yeah, blew my mind when it happened. Jihan frowned, inspecting the place. What about power and plumbing? The grid must be completely fried. Bunja sighed heavily. We're surviving on backup generators and whatever stale water is left inside the emergency tanks. But honestly, we burned through our gas stash ages ago. Jihan smirked confidently. Grandpa, I'll fix everything. The old man blinked, utterly confused. You, how Jihan's eyes gleamed with system power. Just sit back and watch. Water suddenly surged into the massive tank. Grandpa Bunja gasped, wondering how the bone-dry container filled up so fast. The main character simply smiled, claiming the miracle. He completely restored their power and water grids. Now, their daily lives could return to normal, utterly protected from any creeping monsters lurking outside. The stunned elder asked if his powers caused this. Jay nodded. Bunja was absolutely mind-blown. Meanwhile, our hero desperately wanted to break down his crazy system abilities and that citizen registration system to Grandpa. But explaining system mechanics is tough, so he held back. Instead, he casually announced he was heading downstairs. Bunja warmly warned him to watch his step. Jay agreed respectfully. But the second he turned away, his terrifying absolute eyes instantly activated. Time to test this epic new skill. He channeled the absolute eyes, piercing through walls to pinpoint exactly where his mom and grandma were resting. Whoosh! He instantly teleported right next to his mom. A smirk crossed his face. The spatial jump worked perfectly. What an insanely overpowered combination. Teleporting via his absolute eyes vision. That completely breaks the meta. Startled, Jisoo stared at Jaehan, confused since he was literally just on the roof. He shrugged off the question, asking about grandma instead. Mom softly sighed, mentioning she just looked like she was deeply sleeping. Thank heavens her complexion was finally improving. Jay breathed a massive sigh of relief. Suddenly, a glowing blue system hologram flashed right before his eyes. A god-tier creature summon costing 10 billion won. His jaw dropped in absolute shock. This was the legendary activation trigger he had been waiting for. 10 billion won. But after witnessing the devastating apocalyptic power of that three-legged crow, he knew this insane price tag was totally worth the investment. The merciless system confirmed the massive 10 billion won deduction. Seeing the blinding magical light, his mom completely panicked and screamed out in terror. She freaked out at the glowing anomaly. Jaehan quickly reassured her it was just his awakening power, gently telling her to squeeze her eyes shut. Jisoo fearfully shielded her face. Meanwhile, a mystical cocoon materialized out of thin air, hatching an adorable level 1 fairy right into their living room. The tiny spirit curiously scanned the room. A baffled Jisoo questioned the anomaly. Our hero calmly explained she was a summoned familiar just like Blackie. Mom slowly nodded. Just then, Grandpa entered. Jisoo quickly asked if he was done, and the old man proudly confirmed that Jay had completely handled the crisis. Still shocked, she double-checked. Bunja firmly nodded yes. He was truly incredible. Jay then channeled pure mana into Grandma, causing the fairy to instantly dart forward. He commanded the fairy to halt. Grandpa stared completely bewildered by the magical creature, asking what it was. Then the fairy exploded with light. The system announced her instant level up, boosting her natural healing aura by a staggering 100%. Bunja panicked. He frantically yelled to keep that overwhelming, mysterious magical presence far away from them. Out of nowhere, Grandma's weak voice pierced the air. She scolded her husband, nagging him about washing his filthy hands just like the old days. After visiting the roof, Bunja froze, his eyes bulging like he had witnessed a ghost. He choked out a tearful cry to his beloved. Grandma weakly covered her mouth, complaining about an unnatural exhaustion. But in a split second, she tragically collapsed right back down. Grandpa was absolutely devastated. He desperately sprinted to her side, screaming at the top of his lungs for his darling wife to wake up. Furious, he glared at the floating fairy, blaming it. He impulsively blasted a wave of energy toward the spirit, roaring in absolute heartbreak once more. He desperately commanded the creature to heal her again. Our hero calmly stepped into the chaotic scene, gently calling out to his devastated grandfather to grab his attention. The weeping old man cried out for her. Jaehan firmly but gently ordered him to breathe. Realizing his outburst, Grandpa looked down in deep shame. Hot tears of regret flooded his weathered face as he apologized for snapping. Meanwhile, the protagonist analyzed the situation. The fairy's current level was simply too weak. Still, Jaehan promised to constantly feed the familiar, his life force. He explained that leveling up the fairy would directly increase Grandma's conscious time. He internally cheered, finally discovering the ultimate cure for her. Desperate hope ignited in Grandpa's eyes as he screamed for confirmation. Jaehan confidently nodded. Absolutely. The elder collapsed in pure relief, praising the heavens for this monumental miracle. Our overpowered hero intensely studied the floating sprite. He realized this specific familiar summoning wasn't just some standard random gacha pull. This divine creature was undeniably linked directly to the mythical powers of the World Tree. This meant every single legendary beast he called forth possessed unique hidden activation requirements. The exact system mechanics remained a mystery, but honestly, he didn't care. Saving his beloved grandmother was the absolute greatest victory he could ask for. Exhaustion finally hit him like a truck. He glanced at his stunned family, excusing himself to his bedroom to recover from the massive mana drain. Grandpa warmly urged him to rest up, offering help anytime. Retreating into his private sanctuary, our exhausted hero heavily shut the bedroom door. only for a blood-red system alert to violently pop up. A registered citizen had just been killed. His eyes widened in absolute horror, realizing a brutal death notification. This tragic loss had to be one of the desperate refugees he recently sheltered, using his newly upgraded territory expansion. His dedicated apartment complex Vanguard was still fighting tooth and nail outside to rescue survivors. Jaehan furiously clenched his jaw in helpless rage. Hundreds of innocent lives were about to be extinguished. He desperately wanted to save everyone, but their fortified sanctuary was already bursting at maximum capacity. Out in the chaotic bloodbath, survival wasn't about strength. It was pure luck based on your exact location when the apocalypse dropped. This nightmare wasn't just a local tragedy. Across the entire nation, no, the entire freaking planet humanity was being brutally slaughtered by terrifying monster hordes. Starving to death, entombed inside their own homes. Humanity was getting wiped out in every horrifying way imaginable. A lucky few survived by awakening god-tier abilities while the rest were slaughtered like entirely defenseless prey. Left with absolutely nothing, he smirked to himself. With god-tier power comes insane responsibility, right? Isn't that it? Why did these nightmare beasts spawn? Why did his bloodline awaken such broken, overpowered skills? He had zero clues. This ruined world never handed out free answers. He always had to carve out his own truth, and today was no different. Bearing this monstrous strength meant he carried a heavy duty to rescue this crumbling nation. He gripped his fists tight, thinking hard, or at least save as many helpless souls as humanly possible. That was his ultimate endgame right now. His system allowed a maximum of 220,000 citizenships. So far, he barely registered 10. Time to grind until he maxed that limit. If he endlessly grinds levels and constructs his empire, South Korea might actually survive. Coincidentally, right after crossing that 10,000 milestone, he triggered a system alert regarding classes. His citizens could finally awaken powerful professions, yet his management interface displayed absolutely zero new tabs. Perhaps he needed to construct a class research facility first. Build mode, he commanded. Instantly, a glowing blue hologram materialized before him. The screen read, Class Research Lab, cost 2,500,000 won, a level 1 facility, specifically designed to unlock and completely analyze unique citizen classes. Once developed, his people could finally awaken their designated roles. The only available starting class, Hunter, granting massive loot buffs from slaying wild beasts. He smirked. So a brand new construction quest just dropped. But this massive facility definitely required a huge plot of land. He knew the absolute perfect location, that obliterated wasteland the Titan boss left behind. Without missing a beat, he firmly declared, Construct the class research lab. The system chimed instantly, flashing a warning that 30 civilians were heavily required for a full week to finish this massive project. The daily wage per worker was set at 200,000 won. Proceed with construction. He tapped the glowing interface. Perfect. He would order Davin to recruit 30 laborers later. True world domination requires self-mastery first. Develop yourself. Then secure your home, rule the nation, and ultimately bring absolute peace to this chaotic world. Before stepping up to save humanity, he absolutely had to rescue his loyal subordinates' families first. His elite squad had constantly put their own lives on the line for him. Now it was finally payback time. Activating his absolute vision, he scanned the entire battlefield. He realized that Dongjun's elite assault team was already closing in on Jigalchi Station. Their core mission, rescue Jiyoung's mother, currently trapped deep inside Daeyeon District. During the territory expansion, their advance was brutally slow, thanks to the endless swarm of bloodthirsty mutant beasts. Pushing forward even a single kilometer felt impossible. Stepping up to the shimmering energy barrier, he muttered, So, this is the limit. Fine. Massaging his tired temples, he firmly ordered everyone to fall back immediately. Suddenly, Byung-ho sprinted over to him, looking completely bewildered. Wait, Jaehyun. We rushed over after your signal, but how did you even teleport here? The main character chuckled, noting it had been ages since they met face to face. Byung-ho gasped. Did all those nightmare beasts just drop dead for you? The protagonist smirked. Exactly. Where is the rest of our squad? Byung-ho confirmed they were rushing over right now. A few tense moments slowly passed. Dong-yeon gestured at the surroundings, completely stunned. Are you saying this entire sector officially belongs to our guild now? The protagonist confidently nodded. Basically, yeah. Expanding the safe zone this far gave them a massive tactical advantage. But that was not the only twist. Dongjun braced himself. He hadn't deployed Dongjun's elite unit here merely to accelerate the grueling base-building process. There was a much bigger play. With monstrous hordes flooding the streets, reaching Daeyeon District was pure suicide. Even the underground subway tracks, originally their safest route, were choked with bloodthirsty mutants. But with the territory expansion fully complete, the tactical tables had entirely turned. Grinning confidently, he firmly announced that before sunset, they would easily breach Daeyeon District and finally secure Ji Young's deeply trapped family from danger. Her eyes went wide in pure shock. What? Is that actually possible, even with the new barrier? Before she could even process it, the main character cut her off. They shouldn't panic. He already forged a brilliant path. Oh, and one more thing. I have an interesting proposal. He calculated his next strategic move. The massive expansion swallowed the territory straight to Jigalchi Station, granting them instant secure subway access. Plus, with Yejin finally arriving, they could violently unleash their lethal rat-carried poison gas tactics once more. Davin had successfully drafted the labor force for the class research lab. All chess pieces were perfectly set. Now the final phase. The protagonist locked eyes with Yejin, placing his absolute trust in her skills. Understood, she nodded firmly. He thought, execute the master plan. Instantly, her terrifying aura flared as she focused violently, scanning the labyrinth of underground tunnels, stretching from Jigalchi to Seomyeon Station. Sending his loyal troops blindly into that suffocating darkness would have been an absolute massacre. Suddenly, as the main character surveyed the hidden depths with his clairvoyance, a cold chill ran down his spine. The reality was catastrophic. He had assumed that after the latest monster wave, the beasts had entirely surfaced, leaving the underground routes practically deserted. But that meant nothing. Trapped inside this enclosed space, Hyun's venomous mist would absolutely obliterate everything. Instantly, toxic vapors erupted from the interface, followed by a sudden barrage of system alerts. Target eliminated level 32 Armadillo Eel. A massive 625,730 experience gained. 94-1 hit the absolute recluse's balance. Next victim, a level 27 Dark Octopus. Boom, another 268,876,356 experience points. One more one secured. A wicked grin crossed his face. Absolute jackpot. The loot drops from monsters wiped out by Hyaron's deadly smog had multiplied exponentially, syncing perfectly with his inherited maternal powers. Suddenly, a glowing status panel flashed before his eyes. Name Hyaron. Level 34. Class Poison Mage. Title 5th. Servant Knight. Trust 49. Loyalty maxed at 100. Awakened skills Toxic Fog, Venomous Dust, EXP. Share 200% plus 100%. The Subjugation Pact was working flawlessly. Granting her the Knight title massively boosted her overall drop rates. He shifted his gaze toward Yejin. Wait, Hyun wasn't the only one evolving. Another holographic screen materialized. Target details Yejin. Level 37. Title 10th Servant Baron Tamer. Trust 72. Loyalty 76. Awakened Skill Rat Queen. Evolution Trait, Cyanidation Enhancement. EXP, share 200%, plus 100%. Yejin's growth path was utterly unique. Her base knight status had successfully upgraded to Baron. The insane experience and loot multipliers stayed totally locked in. Title effect Baron. All base stats receive a massive boost equal to loyalty multiplied by 2%. Vassals holding the Baron rank generate triple the experience and cash from every single monster kill. Barons can evolve via EXP distribution. The stat enhancement scaling was completely shattering its previous limits. Loyalty-based buffs no longer just amped physical strength, they supercharged absolutely everything, literally doubling the overall enhancement output. Plus, Yejin unlocked a game-changing skill upgrade. Her mutated rat summons now moved at double speed, and boasted near immortality. Her eyes snapped open. The underground subway recon is entirely finished, she reported. He nodded in appreciation. Forging those subordination pacts wasn't just some basic tactical move on his part. Just moments earlier, he had pitched them a massive deal. A proposal, Dongjun questioned. Exactly, he smirked confidently. It is a simple setup. Listen up, team, all preparations are officially locked in. Dongjun's squad stood ready, awaiting his command to roll out. Copy that, they echoed. The contract's stat buffs were insane. Both Dongyun and Dazhong secured Baron ranks, matching Yejin's power level. But Yeonju, she ascended even higher. Target Hyun, level 45. Title 9th, Servant Viscount Warrior. Trust and loyalty fully maxed out. Awakened skills, Werebear Ancient Blood, and the devastating Primal Madness. EXP share, 200%, plus 100%. She straight up claimed the Viscount rank operating similarly to the Baron class. Title effect, Viscount. Total combat stats skyrocket by loyalty multiplied by an insane 3%. Any subordinate holding Baron, rank now farms triple the experience and gold from every single kill. Viscounts also expand the maximum vassal recruitment limit by 3 additional slots. Viscounts evolve through constant EXP sharing. This massive upgrade effectively smashed their previous recruitment ceiling, expanding his army's cap to 21 loyal vassals. Deoksu casually hoisted his heavy weapon. So, are we marching out? Name Deoksu. Level 32. Class 3rd Servant Knight Commander. Trust 93. Loyalty 100. EXP share speed 200%. Plus 100%. Without warning, Deoksu thrust his hand forward, commanding the very earth to rise. Massive figures clawed their way out of the dirt. Awakened skill triggered Steel Knight command, a brutal buff tied to his knight status. He wasn't just manifesting armor anymore, he was summoning literal steel golems. "Charge!" he roared, pointing his blade ahead. The ironclad golem vanguard immediately stomped toward the enemy lines and launched a savage assault. Deoksu flashed a confident smirk. "Let us capitalize on this opening." "Got it," the squad yelled. They sprinted through the shadows, halting right outside the transit hub. "John, we hit Jigalchi Station's second exit," Dongan reported. "Path is completely clear. We are pushing straight toward Somyeon Station," he yelled back as they dashed onward. "Understood," Dongjun hollered. Watching his elite strike force surge ahead, the protagonist calculated their odds. Somyeon Station sat roughly 3 kilometers away. With their superhuman stats completely eclipsing any normal civilian's limits, they would easily blitz that distance in under 10 minutes. Moments later, Gaeun slid to a halt, catching her breath. "Insane, we actually cleared this in a single day," she gasped. Jian glanced around. "Next move, that second exit, dumps us right at the apartment complex." Suddenly, a vicious goblin scouting party locked eyes with them, Dongyun bellowed. Incoming massive goblin horde dead ahead, Gaeun calmly channeled her aura into a glowing arrow. "We do not have time for trash mobs. No one could block their path now. They had to seize this chance." She unleashed a devastating arrow, carving a blazing trail of starlight. Instantly, the system pinged, confirming the slaughter of a level 7 goblin. Another level 8 and one more level 7. The main character smirked. A brand new skill, Arrow of Light. Right before impact, this radiant blast shatters into countless piercing shards, transforming every single fragment into absolute lethal perfection. This insane firepower was entirely game-changing. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The apartment complex barricades were completely sealed shut. Survivors were definitely hiding inside. Dongjun instantly formulated a tactical breach, ordering himself and Gayoung to push the upper floors. Everyone else hold the perimeter. Deoksu nodded firmly, immediately manifesting his massive golems, while the vanguard rushed up to floor 15. Gayoung desperately pounded the metal door, her voice cracking as she screamed for her mom. Why was the silence so deafening? Her heart completely shattered. It was too late. Collapsing in total despair, she buried her tear-soaked face in trembling hands, begging the universe to stop stealing her loved ones. The main character watched, wondering if her agonizing grief had somehow miraculously forced fate to unlock that very door. Suddenly, the rusted hinges groaned. Myung-won peeked through the narrow gap, whispering, "Sister." Gayoung snapped her head up, screaming his name. The main character smiled at their unyielding resilience. She frantically yelled again. "Where is Mom?" He quietly revealed she was hiding safely inside, alongside their brother-in-law. Instantly, an older woman sprinted into view. Gripping her daughter tightly, the mother sobbed uncontrollably. "Oh my heavens, my precious Gayoung. You are alive." The overwhelming relief washed over them. Gayoung stared back through blurry vision, sobbing for her mom, frantically checking for fatal injuries. "Have you eaten?" Choking on her tears, Gayoung could barely speak. Her mother gently wiped her cheeks, praising this miraculous reunion. "Dry those tears." But when Gayoung asked about her dad, her mother's warm expression instantly crumbled into trembling, heartbroken devastation. The main character realized Gayoung lacked the strength to press further. Only agonizing sobs echoed as the mother collapsed into grief-stricken wails. He watched in silence. That soul-crushing reaction was all the confirmation they needed. This reunited family, once paralyzed by the horrors of separation, now wept bitterly together. Their haunting symphony of loss echoed endlessly. Next up, on the rescue roster, the families of Dongjun, Doksu, and Jihwan. Target zone Chongjiangdong. Every single relative awaited extraction there. Clenching his fists with iron resolve, he urged extreme speed. No one else would suffer this hellish heartbreak under his watch. Escorting Gayoung's family to absolute safety, he immediately activated vassal summoning to gather the remaining stragglers. Then the squad deployed toward Chongjiangdong. Suddenly, Da Bin interrupted the comms, transmitting an urgent status update. Catching the main character totally off guard, he reviewed her message. "Wait, the central safe zone is already pushed to maximum capacity." She confirmed the critical overcrowding desperately, asking if pushing the territorial boundaries outward was a viable option. Analyzing the logistics he proposed, sending local survivors back to their secured homes. Stunned, she questioned the safety. He confidently revealed his grand expansion strategy. They would establish fortified outposts beyond the main walls, transforming local district offices into secondary sanctuaries. By spawning system merchants across these newly secured sectors, humanity could finally thrive outside the suffocating confines of their starter base. He always knew this rapid population boom was an inevitable hurdle. Luckily, the newest refugees lived insanely close. With their safe zone radius massively extending to a full kilometer, countless residential blocks were now protected. Empty houses littered the newly claimed territory. Relocating the locals back to their own beds would finally give their main stronghold room to breathe. To dominate the apocalypse, they desperately needed perimeter outposts for their hunting squads and strategic system shops scattered across the grid. Barking orders, he tasked Da Bin with massive recruitment. These fresh frontline bases required an army of dedicated workers instantly. Are you up for it? She proudly swore her absolute loyalty to Jihan. Without hesitating, he initiated construction mode. The system prompted him to spawn shops at designated coordinates, unlocking vital electricity, running water, and gas. Except, he slammed the confirm button. Shifting focus, he pulled up the tracking interface to monitor Dongjun's elite strike force. Gyode Station already. Their clearing speed was terrifying. Pushing forward now would be an absolute cakewalk. The monstrous tyrant's lethal smog faded exactly at Gyode. Now they had to carve their own bloody path, manually conquering the brutal road toward Daewon. The route dangerously surfaced midway, but riding high on adrenaline, Dongjun thrust his hand forward, roaring an epic command for Blackie. Shred those monsters to pieces. The shadowy raven dive-bombed the goblin horde with devastating strikes, while Byung-ho unsheathed his gleaming blade. The main character watched in awe. Byung-ho just unleashed active camouflage. Everyone was evolving flawlessly. This vanguard squad had become an unstoppable juggernaut. Instantly, Deoksu slammed the ground, manifesting colossal stone knights. Dongjun barked strict orders, tactical retreat behind the heavy golem barricade. They flawlessly bulldozed through enemy lines without taking a single scratch. March forward. The squad sprinted behind him, yelling their agreement. Pushing deeper into the dead zone, Donggun suddenly threw his hand up. Halt! Staring at the utterly obliterated asphalt, he muttered that this path was dead. Crouching low, he warned the crew. We are taking the lower route. The MC scanned the area, noting the endless rows of 3-story buildings. For hunters hovering around level 30 to 40, jumping, that is child's play. The chilling question was, what absolute monster caused this wreckage? What kind of beast casually snaps a solid concrete bridge? 0. Massive footprints ruled out a cyclops, but still, a bridge-shattering threat was lurking right in their blind spot. Stay frosty. He telepathically ordered the entire squad to stay on high alert. Copy that, Donggun confirmed. The MC tracked their route. Donggun's elite unit had touched down near Dongnae Station, sweeping past Myeongyun and Oncheonjang straight toward Busan University. Only 4 kilometers left until Zhangjiandong, an area packed with massive residential complexes. At this pace, clearing the route should be an absolute breeze. He prayed his people arrived safely. Suddenly, a sharp chime shattered his focus. A doorbell. Wait, that sound was not coming from here. Activating his multi-view skill, silhouettes popped into his vision. Was someone actually buzzing his personal apartment? What the hell was happening? Ever since passing base management to Dabin, random visitors were basically non-existent. Locking his gaze, he called Yejin. I need to warp back to my place. Catching his drift, she nodded smoothly. Stay safe. See you soon. Flash, triggering his teleportation skill, he vanished, determined to uncover who was trespassing on his turf. Bam bam, Zhang Songju pounded on the metal door. Anybody home? The nervous guy behind him whispered. Are you absolutely positive this is the spot? Songju frowned. Super weird, it has to be here. Suddenly, the heavy door clicked open. Huh. The MC stepped out, totally deadpan. Can I help you? Instantly, blue system panels flared up. Citizen Songjun's loyalty level had miraculously spiked. Hong Jiontaek's trust skyrocketed. Lim Ki-hoon's trust surged. The MC smirked internally, just making eye contact, boosted their absolute faith. A classic rookie reaction. Stepping up, Songjun gulped. Are you the legendary Jaehyun? The MC nodded calmly. Songjun's face darkened with desperation. We need a massive favor. Clutching his chest, he begged the MC to arm them with heavy firearms. The MC blinked, genuinely baffled. Guns. Yes, he pleaded desperately. The protagonist raised a hand, firmly shutting it down. Look, my apologies. I do not run a charity armory. Why need heavy artillery inside a protected safe zone? Songjun shook his head frantically. You do not get it. We are not staying here. We are heading into the wasteland. The MC tilted his head. Planning a monster raid. No, absolutely not for that. Songjun's voice cracked. We are marching out there to rescue our stranded families. Please be our savior. We are begging. The MC's eyes softened. It clicked. These survivors were exactly like him, tossing and turning through hellish nights, visualizing their loved ones getting slaughtered out in the apocalypse, until they finally snapped and chose to risk death. Pushed to pure desperation, they came begging to the top ranker. Listen, I cannot fight this battle for you. Defeated, Songjun choked out. I understand. But then the MC smirked. However, swiping his glowing system interface, a golden rift tore open. High-tier combat gear clattered onto the floor. Songjun gasped. What kind of insane loot is this? The MC crossed his arms. Consider this your survival kit for rescuing your blood. You cannot survive without firepower. Bowing at a perfect 90 degrees, Songjun practically sobbed, swearing eternal gratitude for this massive blessing. Actually, let us make a trade. Songjun's head snapped up, eyes wide with shock. A trade for what? The MC grinned. Exactly. sign a blood pact with me. Internally, he reviewed his stats. The Subordination Pact, a massively overpowered god-tier ability. It lets him command 100 elite awakened followers with 0 backlash. However, the Subjugation Contract demands one highly humiliating condition. Gulping hard, Song Jun asked, "Name your price." The MC internally sweated, realizing why his mother never maxed out those 100 follower slots despite its broken power. Clearing his throat, he stalled. "First, here goes nothing." His face burned bright red as he muttered, "You guys must kneel." The group froze in utter disbelief. "Say what?" "I am so sorry," he cringed, repeating the awkward command to bow down. Song Jun analyzed the situation. "Ah, he is a total megalomaniac." Dropping straight to his knees, Song Jun replied, "Whatever it takes." The MC sighed in relief, gently touched the guy's crown and whispered, "My bad, this will be over in a flash." Still deeply flushed, he commanded that absolute loyalty was now mandatory. Song Jun nervously mumbled. "Lord Jaehyun, is this right?" The MC explained. He just needed verbal consent to submit. Without hesitation, Song Jun pledged his soul. Boom. A blinding aura engulfed his entire body as a holographic interface materialized. Target Song Jun, Level 3, Trust 48, Awakened Class Telekinesis. Experience distribution speed boosted to 100%. Money distribution speed maxed at 100%. Actions available. Assign task or banish. Telekinesis. An A-rank ability, converts raw mental fortitude into devastating kinetic force. Staring at his glowing palms, Song Jun was absolutely speechless. "What kind of sorcery is this? I am radiating mana." The MC's jaw dropped. "A freaking A-rank telekinetic skill." An unimaginable jackpot just dropped right into his lap. The system pinged. Shop unlocked. Purchase 1, Tangerine, confirmed. The mission flashed on screen. Objective levitate. This fruit using pure telekinesis. Time limit, 10 minutes. The ultimate prize, total mental restoration. Penalty, absolutely 0. Song Jun blinked, completely dumbfounded. Mind control. Really, our main character just casually tossed him the citrus. Move it using only your mind. Jun's brows furrowed. Challenge accepted. He closed his eyes, channeling every ounce of his inner aura. Boom. The fruit violently ripped itself from Jaehyun's palm. Jun gasped in pure shock. "Bro, it is actually hovering. It is straight up floating, Jaehyun. Look, I freaking did it." But then splat. The fruit completely exploded. Our hero desperately blocked the flying citrus shrapnel. Jun panicked hard, practically screaming his apologies. His new powers just went totally rogue. Jaehyun just brushed it off. No sweat. This sudden awakening came from their binding contract. Suddenly, a glowing blue interface materialized. Notification ping, target trust hit 50%. Loyalty stat officially unlocked, currently sitting at a solid 30. Jun now perfectly qualifies as a sworn vassal. Our boy wondered, should he forge soul bounds with the rest of the crew too? Seeing Jun level up, the others totally jumped on the contract train. Those 5 survivors just awakened standard rank D to C tier skills. Honestly, nothing too crazy or game-changing. A few moments later, Jun strapped on his heavy tactical gear, ready to face the apocalypse. Time to head back out. Honestly, Jun alone packed enough firepower now. Plus, as his officially branded loyal subordinate, our hero had to toss him some basic backup gear. Wait, were they hiding out at the Yeonji-dong complex? Spot on. Jaehyun gave them his blessing, and the squad deployed. Taking a deep breath, our guy muttered, "All right, let us roll." Time to return, space warped as he triggered teleportation. Yejin gasped in absolute shock. "Jaehyun." He flashed a chill smirk. "Miss me? Did I miss any crazy drama while I was gone?" Things are totally messed up. Cut to Dongjun's strike team currently staring down pure nightmares. A colossal twin-headed level 45 beast blocked their path. What the heck? Jian trembled. This towering monstrosity radiated pure death. Was this the exact raid boss that completely decimated the bridge earlier? Smash! The Titan swung its massive claws. But Blackie launched forward, screeching fiercely as it brutally slashed the beast right across its eyeball. Flash Byunho instantly blinked through space. Launching skyward, he popped stealth mode, unsheathing his blade to deliver a devastating aerial strike to its skull. Deoksu thrust his arm out, roaring for an all-out assault. His heavy golems mercilessly battered the beast's legs, forcing the Titan to violently retaliate. It swatted his knights like flies, Deoksu cursed. Damn, it barely even flinched. Panic gripped Dongjun. How do we kill this thing? They desperately needed an opening. Suddenly, our main character slammed his legendary summoning rod down. Crash. A gigantic mass directly flattened the boss's skull. Sorry I am late, guys. The entire squad practically cheered in absolute relief. The cavalry has officially arrived. Everyone hyped up. Jian and Deoksu gasped. Wait, is the raid boss already dead? Dongjun hollered his friend's name. Holy crap, Jaehyun analyzed the impact. That massive weight definitely landed a critical hit. But wait, the system kill feed was completely silent. Why no XP drop? Stay on guard, he barked. This fight is not over. That freak is definitely surviving this. Rumble. The battered Titan slowly rose back up. Jaehyun instantly calmed Yeonju. Can you temporarily tank this absolute unit? Tank it, she swallowed hard. Just stall for time, I will do my absolute best. She charged straight into the danger zone. I am trusting you, he yelled. She completely unleashed her aura. Buffs activated. Dajung, buff me now. A pure stream of glowing energy enveloped her body. Let us go. Instantly, Jaehyun equipped his high-tier specialized ammunition. A barrage of firepower shredded the beast's thick hide. Yeonju lunged her razor-sharp claws, violently tearing a massive bleeding gash. Fire now, Ga-young. She locked onto the target, drawing her bowstring tight. Jaehyun's eyes gleamed. The trap was perfectly set. One clean shot of holy light would guarantee their victory. But suddenly, wait, his heart dropped into his stomach. What the heck? Boom. The radiant arrow detonated with massive force. But the boss quickly hurled crushed cars and giant debris, forming an impenetrable meat shield. Everyone braced for impact as heavy shrapnel rained down. Jaehyun screamed in pure panic. Yeonju, get out of there. She recklessly dove back in, blinking right into the monster's blind spot for a lethal strike. Whoosh! The Titan casually flung a whole city bus skyward. Ga-young shrieked in pure terror. The massive vehicle plummeted straight towards her. No, Jaehyun roared in utter despair. He was about to lose his most precious teammate. Brain work, calculate a viable countermeasure fast. He frantically scanned his skills. There must be some glitch to save her life. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of dark force erupted, blasting a massive crater straight through the falling bus. Jian stared in pure disbelief. Wait, obsidian fire. She whipped her head around. What is happening? Dongjun was menacingly standing right there. Sinister aura swirled violently around his fist. Fall back, he coldly commanded. His eyes flashed with killer intent. I will slaughter this freak myself. Meanwhile, our main character collapsed heavily onto the cold floor, his mind spinning completely out of control. Yejin cried out, Jaehyun, is he okay? He panicked inwardly. Thank God he snatched a crucial breathing window. But seriously, what just went down? Brushing it off, he claimed his legs just gave out. Wait, could this insane power actually be Dongyan's newly awakened skill? What really happened? The beast suddenly locked its deadly weapon onto Dongyan. Instantly drawing his blade, he roared, that trash will not work twice. He unleashed another devastating energy wave, blasting straight through the monster's core as it let out an agonizing ear-piercing shriek. In a flash, the massive beast exploded into pieces. The system announced the elimination of a level 45 two-headed ogre, triggering an insane experience drop. 7,323,743,091 points instantly flooded the Absolute's account. The recluse Daoksu cheered triumphantly. We actually won, Gaeun gasped, turning frantically. Wait, is Yeongju safe? She raised a trembling finger. Right then, Byung-ho stared at Donghyun in absolute disbelief. Dude, what was that? Some kind of hidden skill. Staring at his own trembling palms, he muttered, I have no clue. It just triggered. The truth, Jaehyun definitely pulled some strings from the shadows. Watching closely, our main character analyzed the situation. Those black flames, a conditional awakening. He paused. No, that's not it. Does this terrifying power actually belong to me, or to Donghyun? Whatever the case, its true nature remained cloaked in mystery. But theories could wait. A familiar agonizing backlash was already tearing through his veins. Suddenly the system chimed, skill level up. A blood-curdling scream ripped from his throat. As the excruciating torment washed over his body, he braced himself. Yejin cried out his name in panic, but he forced a reassuring grin. I'm surviving, he grunted. Honestly, this hellish agony was basically his normal now. Looking around, he realized his expanding domain had liquefied every surrounding monster into pure EXP, finally granting his survivors official sanctuary status. But the system threw a massive curveball. Alert. A hidden dungeon has been unearthed, and he was claiming the legendary first clear discovery rights. Ding. 100 crystals instantly hit his inventory. His jaw dropped at the glowing blue holographic panel. Wait, an actual dungeon spawned here. With crystal rewards on the line, this anomaly was definitely tied to his turf. Tracking the coordinates, it sat right behind the apartments nestled on Mount Hwangnyeon's slope. Time to deploy Junhyuk's elite strike team for recon. If he could just lock them all into a binding subordination pact, their combined combat power would absolutely steamroll this place. But where was his vanguard leader right now? Right on cue. Activating his clairvoyance, he spotted Junhyuk freezing in his tracks. What the heck? The vanguard muttered, scanning the sea of slaughtered beasts. Did these freaks just drop dead? Our main character smirked, wondering if the squad realized his overwhelming territorial expansion had instantly nuked the horde. Telepathically projecting his voice, he echoed Junhyuk. The fighter flinched, whipping his head around. Jaehyun, is that you in my head? Bring your entire unit back to base, he ordered smoothly. I've got a critical mission for you. Cutting the psychic link, he planned his next move. Stepping through the absolute recluse portal, he and Yejin warped straight back home, with Donghyun's crew basically at the finish line. He didn't need to keep his healer on standby. Turning to her, he offered genuine gratitude for the massive carry. Fidgeting shyly, she murmured, "Are you sure I can clock out? I can still buff the others." Flashing a warm smile, he assured her she had absolutely crushed it today. "If things go south, you're my first call, Yejin. But right now, go recharge and hug your family." Blushing slightly, she nodded. "Well, if the boss insists, I'll take that break." Throwing him one last bright smile over her shoulder, she waved goodbye. "Stay safe out there," he called back as she vanished from sight. Pivoting back to business, he calculated the timing. Junhyuk's heavy hitters are inbound. Reviewing their last combat logs, he knew they didn't need babysitting anymore. Their awakened stats were absolutely stacked enough to shred through the remaining trash mobs solo. Plus, with the Apex territory boss reduced to ashes, the path was clear. It was just a straight, bloody sprint to the extraction point now. Watching the strike team ruthlessly push forward through his monitor, a ruthless smirk crossed his face. Flawless. Meanwhile, Doksu and Gayun's families were supposedly bunkered down in the target apartment block. At long last, Deoksu's eyes lit up with wild hope as their building came into view. "Let's push, we're bringing everyone back alive no matter what." Sprinting like a madman, Doksu roared at the squad to burn their remaining stamina. "We're right behind you," the team hollered back. Watching from afar, our hero gripped his fists. "Almost there. Just hold on." Deoksu could already picture the emotional reunion, dreaming of marching everyone straight into the utopian safe zone. But suddenly his boots locked up. Donghyun nearly crashed into him, barking, "Dude, why hit the brakes?" All color drained from Deoksu's face. Trembling, he choked out, "God, we're too late." From the pitch-black shadows of the abyss, a nightmare poured out. A level 31 black orc flanked by a massive level 35 orc warlord. Through the screen, the main character gritted his teeth. Elite Tier 30 beasts were swarming out of the underground parking garage like a plague. Deoksu dropped to his knees. "No, this is impossible." The main character knew the dark, soul-crushing reality. Deoksu's agonized scream echoed through the ruined streets. This can't be happening. The brutal truth hit them all. The survival rate for anyone trapped inside that infested building was absolutely zero. Despair instantly morphed into unadulterated rage. Raising a trembling, wrath-fueled hand toward the horde, Deoksu ordered his summons to awaken. Every single one of these bastards. The main character grimaced, realizing their families had likely become monster food. Roaring with absolute bloodlust, Deoksu commanded, "Slaughter them all, leave nothing alive." Searing tears in her eyes, Gayun screamed Donghyun's name. In response, a terrifying, hyperdense aura erupted around Donghyun's entire silhouette. Like a supernova, a blinding pillar of kinetic energy blasted skyward from his core. A deafening shockwave completely shattered the concrete, launching the frontline orcs into the air. Stomping forward with killer intent, Donghyun roared, "Engage," before blurring straight into the monstrous sea. Funneling pure mana into his blade, he locked onto his targets. The orcs barely had time to blink before lethal light-speed slashes decapitated them instantly. Junhyuk provided heavy cover fire, raining armor-piercing rounds, while Deoksu charged into the fray like a berserker, brutally crushing skulls with devastating swings. Our main character thrust his hand forward, roaring out, "Summon items, warheads." Instantly glowing system screens materialized, unleashing a relentless barrage of projectiles that absolutely shredded the monsters. He smirked inwardly. These basic black orcs were absolute fodder against Donghyun's elite squad, who had grinded their way to insane power levels. But the real threat lurked elsewhere. Suddenly, a devastating strike shattered one of Deoksu's massive golems. His eyes narrowed. These black orc warriors hit totally differently, boasting terrifying, overwhelming strength compared to the grunts. He yelled, "Squad incoming support, watch your six," around those heavily armored brutes. A massive bowstring snapped. Spotting the lethal projectile, our main character screamed for everyone to scatter. But it was too fast. The brutal arrow pierced Dajung's stomach, violently blasting her backward. She gasped in shock. Staring blankly at her horrified teammates, she barely processed the lethal strike. Panic instantly erupted across the entire squad. She collapsed heavily, clutching her bleeding wound with shaking fingers. As absolute terror gripped the crew, our hero's mind raced. Even Donghyun, their famously ice-cold tactician, completely froze up, unable to issue a single battle command. The beast had viciously sniped their absolute weakest link. With the cursed arrow lodged deep standard, healing magic was completely blocked. Dajung's vital backup was gone. Honestly, even Yeonju's insane regeneration would have barely survived that catastrophic hit. Dragging out this brutal clash any longer meant facing total squad wipeout. This battle felt completely rigged from the start. Retreat was their only viable play he had to ensure their survival. He prepared to summon his vassals for cover. Suddenly, the beast lunged ruthlessly toward Donghyun. He screamed her name. He watched in pure disbelief. Dujun roared that she survived. Our hero was stunned. She handled that barehanded. "Snap out of it and fight for your lives," she shrieked, instantly channeling blazing aura into her glowing palms. She blasted her wound with raw energy. He watched, flabbergasted. She forcefully ripped the arrow out. She fiercely roared. We are surviving to see our families again. Instantly, Dongyun launched a savage counterattack, leaving our hero deep in thought. Despite ripping out the projectile, agonizing pain would definitely scramble Da Jung's combat focus for a solid minute. Logically slamming the retreat button right away was the smart tactical play here. But seeing his bleeding comrades, a fiery, unyielding rage ignited within his soul. Summoning his glowing status screen, he firmly rejected the coward's way out. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, Dongyun, Daok, Su, Gi-hun, everyone max out to level 40. He fully committed to the path of overwhelming absolute power. A blazing system prompt flashed. Warning, boosting to level 40 requires a staggering 1 billion won investment. Per level, confirm massive transaction. He screamed that the price tag meant nothing. The robotic voice echoed Dongyun. Deoksu and Ji-hoon hit level 40. Dongyun stared at his vibrating hands. Our hero confirmed their ascension. Annihilate them all. Roaring wildly, Deoksu unleashed his colossal golems once again. Burning 10 billion won for this massive power spike was totally worth it. Exploding forward, Deoksu brutally decapitated the beast. Their hard-grinded cash usually funded territory restoration, keeping the essential electricity and gas running for their survivors. Plus vital water and base upgrades, but screw the budget. Glaring at the glowing screen, he roared, boost Dongyun, Ju, and Deoksu to level 45. The interface dinged, confirming their god-tier ascension to level 45. He smirked coldly, embracing the raw chaos. Why hoard cash when his elite vanguard needed that insane stat boost? The bloody clash raged on relentlessly. He ruthlessly pumped levels into the remaining crew and loyal vassals. He commanded Dongyun, Byung-ho Da-jung take this power. The mechanical voice chimed, confirming their explosive leap to level 40. His mind raced. Every single backup fighter just hit that elite milestone. His entire front line was now dangerously overpowered. Breaking level 40 turned his top 3 combatants into absolute battlefield nightmares. Du-jun, Deoksu, and Yeonju were officially level 45. They now perfectly matched those terrifying 2-headed ogres, and 3 titans awaited them. Absolute carnage ensued. When the dust finally settled, only Du-jun's legendary squad stood triumphant amidst the brutalized wasteland. Catching their breath, the blood-soaked crew infiltrated the massive tower, silently navigating the eerie, abandoned floors toward the peak. Heavy rain suddenly pounded the glass. As Du-jun gripped the rusted doorknob, Yeonju gently grabbed his wrist, whispering softly, Du-jun. He gulped hard as she nervously looked away. Shaking off the heavy tension, he pushed the door open, stepping into the abyss. Spotting muddy footprints and scattered bloodied weapons, the squad froze in bewildered suspense. Pushing through the final barricade, Dongyun scouted ahead, then shot them a grim look. "It is time to move," he declared. Jian's voice trembled as she called his name. "I am fine," he lied. She sprinted over, wrapping him in a desperate embrace. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Just cry, you idiot," she sobbed. He held her close, whispering that he knew this would happen. At least he was breathing. Suddenly, Jian collapsed to the floor. Deoksu stepped up, demanding to know if he had double-checked the perimeter. "Yeah, completely clear," he confirmed. "This is the new reality." But inside, our main character's mind screamed, "This is a total absolute failure." Sorrow crushed their spirits. Yet unlike Dongyun's situation, they had absolutely zero blood relatives left to shoulder this agonizing heartbreak. "I grinded until my bones ached, pushed past every limit only to end up utterly isolated in this cursed world." Did he seriously believe his awakened powers could save the nation? He could not even protect the people standing right in front of his eyes. Suddenly, Dongyun broke the silence. "There is zero blood at the house. They might have escaped. They could still be breathing. And even if the worst happened, we have to keep moving." Our protagonist froze, realizing that because Dongyun dropped this heavy truth, nobody else dared to speak up. Dongyun firmly declared that as long as they kept that spark of hope alive, they were doing much better. Shifting the mood, Dongyun locked eyes with Jaehyun and asked, "You have them right." Jaehyun nodded heavily. Apologizing softly, Dongyun requested to be sent back, desperately needing to zone out and rest. Without hesitation, he triggered Vassal Summon. Instantly, his entire crew materialized right inside his bedroom. Toxic guilt gnawed at his brain. Did his hunger for power make him too late? If only he had rushed to rescue their families instantly. Stepping forward, Dongjun gently suggested that everyone should hit the bed. Meanwhile, Jaehyun spiraled, questioning if he could have altered their grim fate. Logically, he never needed to risk everything like that. His own parents survived purely through their awakened skills and safely made it to camp. Even his grandpa clutched onto life using solid combat stats. Honestly, if Jaehyun had never launched that rescue mission, they probably would have survived anyway. The crew stayed completely silent, but they had every right to blame him for this catastrophic endgame. He felt like the Grim Reaper who doomed their families. Hot tears scorched his cheeks as he bowed deeply, choking out a desperate apology. The guilt crushed his chest. "It is on me," he confessed. "My fault entirely. My toxic greed caused this nightmare. Just my selfish ambition. Your precious families. I completely blew the window to save them. I am so unbelievably sorry. Cutting through the tension, Dongjun halted, stepped right up to the main character, and stated firmly, "Listen, it is not your burden." Jaehyun tried to protest, but Dongjun gripped his shoulder hard. "Stand up and seriously look around this room," he demanded. "Every single person breathing in here survived because of your insane powers. Safe food, clean water, and zero monster-induced nightmares. You gave us that reality. Without your carry, Grandma Byung-ho and Ga-young's entire bloodline would be rotting out there right now. You are literally our savior. Without your tracking, we would never even find the clues to figure out if our families survived the apocalypse. We would not even get a shot at brutal revenge against those monsters." Jaehyun stared back, his vision completely blurred with heavy tears. For a split second, Dongjun's confident voice violently cracked. Jaehyun watched him grind his jaw tight, masking his own soul-crushing agony. Recovering quickly, Dongjun pushed on. "Plus, we would have been completely slaughtered by the mutant beasts guarding that zone. Those creatures heavily outscaled us." Jaehyun gasped out Dongjun, but the older guy just smiled faintly. "Tragedy exists in this shattered world, but it should not shackle your soul. Disaster strikes randomly, dropping on us like an unavoidable sudden thunderstorm. Stop carrying the weight of the universe. This broken system's brutal mistakes are not your sins to bear." Jaehyun dropped that toxic savior complex. "You stand tall like an unbreakable giant tree, and we are insanely thankful for your shadow. You forged an absolute sanctuary where we can finally breathe." The protagonist stared wildly, his mind totally blown by this grace. Dongjun's mental fortitude was truly legendary, miles beyond what he ever anticipated. Flashing a reassuring smile, Dongjun spun around. "All right, squad, let us clear out and rest." The irony hit hard. He should be healing their trauma, yet they patched his shattered heart. He tried to speak his thanks, but Doksu flashed a knowing grin and gently urged Jaehyun just let it all out. Jihoon chimed in, swearing eternal loyalty. Ga-young softly told him to stay fierce. Meanwhile, Byung-ho gripped his fists tight, declaring, "Without your massive carry, my grandma would be a goner." Daejung threw up a peace sign, chuckling as he added, "You pulled me from the jaws of death out there." Yeonju nodded firmly, pledging her ultimate unwavering backing for his journey. "Your sanctuary kept my sanity completely intact." The entire squad radiated pure, unadulterated respect and gratitude for their fierce leader. However, Jaehyun scanned their faces absolutely baffled. "This is crazy," he thought. "I only ever grinded for my personal survival. Every team-up was purely transactional. I buff them, they cover my blind spots. We traded favors, yet they blindly crown me their absolute savior." Blowing out a heavy breath, he buried his face in his trembling hands. "Do I even deserve such a legendary title?" Dongjun's words echoed in his mind. Just being here, standing tall like a massive tree, was enough. A towering sanctuary where his people could finally catch their breath and find absolute peace. Overwhelmed with gratitude, his resolve hardened. Fine. He was ready to give it everything. His knuckles turned white. He envisioned that unbreakable sanctuary Dongjun desperately needed. Saving the entire nation was a crushing weight. He only took on that massive burden out of a suffocating sense of duty. He had been wandering blind, quietly doubting if his power was actually enough to pull it off. His new grind, slashing monsters, grinding levels, dropping outposts, and aggressively expanding his domain. The impossible dream of single-handedly saving South Korea, he was officially letting it go. Instead, he would forge an unstoppable haven for his people to thrive. That was a mission he could absolutely crush. The system suddenly flashed. Trust and loyalty levels for Lee Hyun-chan and Shin Ayan violently spiked. Ayan was locked in. He smirked. Flexing his true power was definitely the ultimate cheat code for loyalty. He faced the crew. "Listen up, I have a massive proposal." Junhyuk nodded, practically begging him to drop the details. Reaching his hand out, he dropped the bomb. "This offer is exclusive to us. I want you all to form a binding contract with me." Junhyuk blinked, totally stunned. A contract, but moments later the magical agreements were officially sealed. "We are the final ones, it is done," Ayan confirmed. The main character wiped a heavy bead of sweat from his brow. "Exactly. Thank you all," he breathed out. Forging soul ties with a whole squad at once was no joke, but the stage was finally set. He locked eyes with his friend. "Junhyuk, yes, Jaehyun. Let us dive into the main event," he declared. Junhyuk leaned in ready. The protagonist dropped the intel. "During our last massive expansion, the entirety of Hwanyang Mountain got swallowed into our domain." Junhyuk gestured wildly. "Wait, the massive peak right behind our base," Jaehyun nodded sharply. "Exactly. And a fresh dungeon just spawned right on it. Junhyuk, I am trusting your squad to clear it. Are you game?" Junhyuk flashed a fearless grin. "Absolutely. Thanks for trusting us with the raid."